Ta-da! We're live. Oh man, we'll see who all shows. Give it a minute. See who all shows up. I do not think notifications going out like they should on my channel sometimes, and things aren't really popping up like they used to. So we'll see. We'll give a couple. Sam, what's up, my brother? Sam, me and the fam doing good, man. How about you, brother? You and yours doing good? Dogs, cats, all that stuff. Hamster. Run Gun, what's up, my brother? Dude, I can't say I've never done it before. Why does this still say live in 60 minutes? I said 6:30 we're going, and it's still okay. Something happened. I looked over at something else, and it said live in 60 minutes. No, we were supposed to be live at 6:30. You got a G43X today? Good fucking deal, dude. Dude, oh man, I wish they had an 80% 43X frame that I could do. Because I still want to build my own. But I think I'm going to have to eventually either bite the bullet on a 365 or 43X, one of the two. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. Ooh, nice. So I'm giving it a couple minutes or a minute or two here or there, and we're going to start going through this. And at some point, I might put a link out in the chat and just let anybody jump in, because we listened to these oral arguments today. I streamed them while I was at work, and let them run through live once, and then we let them play through again, pretty much everything clean with no commentary, because of course I was at work, couldn't be on stream commenting about stuff. So we'll see where the night leads. This might turn into just a group therapy session listening to these idiots. Barnaby, what's up, my brother? So most of you guys know me already. Expect profanity, expect drinking, and expect me to lose my mind listening to these absolute morons. Oh man, there's no way you can be this dumb in some cases without being a lawyer. And I don't think you can get much dumber until you become a judge. It just seems to work that way with all the oral arguments we've listened to, going through all the court cases we've been through. I don't know whether you have to be that dumb as a prerequisite, or whether all of a sudden when you become a lawyer or judge, you suddenly become that dumb. Still trying to figure that part out. Oh, man. So, anyway, let me show off the shirt real fast, in case you guys are wondering. This is the marital status shirt. Marital status, single, married, taken by a badass gunsmith. And for those of you who don't know, my wife is a actual working gunsmith. DJ, what's up, my brother? Can't listen any longer. We'll see. You just need to come on stream and smoke and drink, and we kind of kill the pain. Because good Lord, man, it's it's rough. So I tell you what, let's turn on the blue lights again as normal. Take it easy, brother DJ. And let's do an intro, and let's...
It's Sparta!
Hey, boys! Look what I got here!
Hey, where are the white women at?
You too, DJ. Love you, brother. Dog is freaking awesome, and I love that intro. I've got to work my end. I got to do some editing. I'm going to add some other stuff in at some point whenever I get around to it. Kind of change up the start of the intro, but leave his CG stuff in there. All right. So, couple of ground rules for the night, because we are going to need them kind of like on a regular Share the Pain stream. Anything loaded, please take them off and at least put them somewhere where you have to make a longer reach to get to it. That way there's no impulsive decisions. I'm not responsible for throwing phones, shot TVs, or anything else. Desktops, anything like that. Depends on what you're talking about, Nathan. If you jump over here on YouTube, what you got? All right, so pretty much complete Share the Pain rules. Guns at least halfway out of reach. Keep them loaded, keep them near you, just, not where you can impulsively draw and, practice that one shot on target, in under half a second kind of deal. Couple other things we got to establish before we get into the oral arguments themselves. Definition of machine gun. And let's look at this real fast. This is from Cornell Law. Let me pull this up because this is very important to actually look at why we're going through this, or actually remember why we're going through this. So let me share this. Let me pull up. Oh, I think I got something else, but we'll I just want to make sure something popped up. Dude, she's not working on a whole lot at home. Most of her stuff's done at the shop. She doesn't have any builds going on. I've got parts laying everywhere for builds that I'm doing. So let's look at this. Machine gun. This is the definition of machine gun. This has remained decently the same since 1934. There was some other stuff added into it, like 68, and there were a couple other little pieces added in. But let's get to this. The term machine gun means any weapon which shoots, is designed to shoot, or can be readily restored to shoot, meaning it was a machine gun before it was deactivated and then you restore it, restored to shoot automatically more than one shot without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger. And getting into the rest of this, the term shall also include the frame or receiver of any such weapon. In other words, the frame or receiver of something that was already a machine gun. Any part designed and intended solely and exclusively, or combination of parts designed and intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun. So in other words, like dropping auto sears, it is a part designed to drop into a receiver and allow that firearm to expel more than one projectile, and it's typically out of the same barrel with a single function of the trigger, not a pull, but a function. And any combination of parts. So you could have a cut down AK receiver if you had enough of it, an auto sear, which they will send out to you in AK parts kits. That's a machine gun by itself. It doesn't actually have to fire the projectile. It just has to be that combination of parts. So ATF could try to make a rule on what the function is. And that's part of what they argued today was, what is the definition of function? All right. We've been through the 1934 NFA hearings where we read testimony during the hearings on what the function actually meant. So Let me see. Let me make this bigger. So, AR pistol receiver. Okay. A single function of the trigger is not necessarily the motion you're using. What it is when that trigger is pulled to the rear, the function of the trigger allows the hammer to go forward. That is the function of the trigger. Now, if I rock that hammer back when the bolt goes back and I release that trigger, if it's a binary gun, it would let another round loose. But that's still a separate function of the trigger. To be a machine gun, I would have to pull that trigger back, be able to pin it to the rear, and then either through an auto sear or whatever operating in the firearm, that hammer would have to be able to move back and forth in timing to allow multiple projectiles until I release the trigger. That's about as definite as I'm getting on that right now. There's, oh yeah, that's one of my custom Cerakotes that I did. And yes, I did that. I did it. I'm proud. Look how pretty. YouTube, this is not a fucking fire or not a gun, you jackass. This is just a receiver. Watch, they'll still hit me on it. So, anyway, so now that we know kind of how that one, the lower is an Anderson lower. It was an 80% that I did. To be honest with you, I can't remember what guts I have in it. That might be, I can't remember which manufacturer. It is a mil spec complete kit that's in that thing though. The only thing that's been done to it is I've polished it and kind of tweaked a little bit of stuff in it, and freaking runs like a dream. Love that gun. That little 10.5-inch AR pistol will eat anything I throw in it. It has never really had a malfunction due to the actual functioning of the gun. I think I've had one maybe due to a malfunction or a magazine issue, and there was another one that was an ammunition deal where I had a couple of loads that were just weak as fuck. I can't remember who they were from. But other than that, Joker runs like a dream. So, again, the warning. Share the pain rules are in effect. I mean, even get your pointy stuff kind of out of the way, because, you know, unless you got a desk like mine where I can just stab a blade into it, not hurt anything, it's probably a good idea just to set it to the side. At least takes a little bit of effort to get to it. And let's do's this to's it. Oh, buddy. Screen share. I should have downloaded this argument, but I didn't. So let's share this out. So we's on the C-SPAN here, but let's run it out. You guys let me know whether the audio is okay once this gets rolling.
Until it runs out of bullets. And it will empty a 100-round magazine like the ones used in the Las Vegas shooting in about 10 seconds.
This audio
Those weapons do exactly what Congress meant to prohibit when it enacted the prohibition on machine guns, and those weapons are machine guns because they satisfy both disputed parts of the statutory definition. First, a rifle with a bump stock fires more than one shot by a single.
Dude, we all have alcohol poisoning.
In common usage today, as in 1934, a function of the trigger happens when some act by the shooter, usually a pull, starts a firing sequence. With a semi-automatic rifle, it fires one shot for each function of the trigger because the shooter has to.
So listen to this. It's already this sleazy argument. Again, we touched on already. Let me adjust this view a little bit. So we touched on already that a function of the trigger basically has nothing to do with the shooter. Doesn't. The trigger itself, obviously the shooter has to interact with it, but the function of the trigger is the functioning of the trigger, not the interaction with the shooter. It's how the sear and the disconnector and all that function. It's not the pull of the trigger is the interaction. The function of the trigger is just the mechanical operations of the trigger. And he's already conflating that shit and trying to twist it. He's not a minute into his argument. This is the lawyer for the state. They can't even be honest during the first part of this argument.
To manually pull and release the trigger for every shot. But a bump stock eliminates those manual movements and allows the shooter to fire many shots with one act, a forward push. Now, respondent says that a separate function of the trigger happens every time the trigger on a traditional rifle moves backwards and releases the hammer, even if it moves without any further manipulation by the shooter.
Dude, the next...
But that is inconsistent with contemporaneous usage, does not account for guns with other kinds of triggers.
So the next builds that I've got on deck right now, I've got basically a Glock 19 size polymer 80 that I've got to get a slide for and build that out, slap that together, and then get it running right. I've got another 17 slide. I need a 17 frame, which means this frame and receiver rule is fucking me all up. And I think as far as like the next AR style build that I do, I'm going to do it. Buddy's got me talked into doing it in 6.5 Grendel. So I think that's going to be the next one I'll do as far as an AR build. But yeah, run guns. Like I said, if we were drinking every time this dude said stupid shit already and dishonest shit, we'd have alcohol poisoning very quickly. Chamber Defense, what's up, my brother? So
triggers and would make it trivially easy to evade the ban on machine guns just by automating the back and forth movement of the trigger after the shooter's initial pull. Second, a rifle with a bump stock fires more than one shot automatically, that is, through a self-regulating mechanism. Once the shooter presses forward to fire the first shot, the bump stock uses the gun's recoil energy to create a continuous back and forth cycle that fires hundreds of shots per minute.
That is not how a bump
says
stock
that
works.
cycle is not automatic because the shooter has to keep up the forward pressure to keep the cycle going. But many traditional machine guns likewise require the shooter to maintain backward pressure on the trigger to maintain continuous fire. Either way, a single motion both initiates and maintains a multi-shot sequence, and either way, the weapon is a machine gun. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Fletcher.
All right, so his twisted ass definition of this is that the mere pull of the trigger with a bump stock starts an automatic sequence. None of the workings on that bump stock have anything to do with the way the trigger functions. It can be a mil-spec trigger, the very same trigger that is in this lower. All right, and they have to admit in these arguments later that, yes, you can bump fire any other gun. The fact is a bump stock just makes it a little bit more consistent to bump fire something. Has nothing to do with the function of the trigger. That's where if any of these justices sitting on this court are actually intellectually honest about this, they will shoot down this case without issue. You already know Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown are going to be absolutely for the government's case. You already know, and you'll hear their arguments in a little bit because they're complete statists. They believe in complete government control. Roberts, I don't trust him. I think this is going to come down to a 5-4 decision in favor of Cargil against the government and the ATF. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be close, actually, on whether some of them fall into that pro or con part of this decision. So we'll see. I listened to Four Boxes Diner. If you're not following Mark at Four Boxes Diner, he basically had the same opinion about it that I was talking about earlier today. So we'll see where everything lands. The questioning from some of these justices is pretty instructive. The arguments from the state, which is one of the reasons we do these things, is to listen to how the state actually argues these cases. That's what That's what makes them kind of interesting to listen to, because you can see where their next anti-gun arguments are going, either to or from. And then we can kind of decide how we want to argue these things. But listening to where they're pushing stuff, rate of fire is going to be a big thing, even though machine guns have various rates of fire, and rates of fire has nothing to do with fucking machine guns. We went over the definition of machine gun at the start of this, and the definition of a machine gun is not it fucking shoots fast. Otherwise, Jerry Mitchell would need a freaking tax stamp just to walk around and breathe air. So would his daughter. So would Mil-Spec Mojo, Grand Thumb, any of your competition shooters, you name it. It's the way that the mechanisms function in that trigger, whether they're, say an open bolt where all you're doing is basically dropping away from the sear surface and allowing that slide to reciprocate, or whether it's something that's a little bit more complicated, like an AR or an AK, where you have a disconnector and you have an auto sear that's actually tripping that disconnector as the gun cycles. But either way, the definition of machine gun that's been in text since 1934 covers those. That's why they wrote it the way that they did. It doesn't matter how you trigger the machine gun. If you had to put your pecker in a hole to let the sear loose, it would still be covered under that definition. But these people are justices and they don't get this shit. It's maddening. This might get a little more spicy tonight.
How does a machine gun, what would I have to do to fire a machine gun?
It depends on the machine gun. Some it's a push of a button. Some it's a pull of a trigger. The statutory definition is, does it shoot more than one shot automatically by a single function of the trigger?
But I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to put pressure on it or anything else.
Depends on the gun again. So if you imagine, I think what your question is getting at is if you take a traditional M16 rifle.
No, it doesn't depend on the gun. Machine guns function in a certain way. I can put it on a post and I can pull the trigger and hold it back with, I don't know, a dildo. And as long as I keep backward pressure on that trigger, it's going to fire. I don't have to push it forward. I don't have to do anything crazy. I just have to hold it and it will fire. It will cycle automatically until I release the trigger. You dishonest fucking bald-headed piece of shit.
Rifle, what we often think of when we think of a machine gun. You're right. To fire more than one shot, you pull the trigger and you have to hold it back.
Oh yeah, Warsaw, we all do.
Pressure on the trigger, it keeps shooting.
With a bump stock, what would I do different?
You would do different, both the initial motion and the motion that continues. It's the same thing in the sense that one motion automates back and forth movement and results in multiple shots.
So what is happening with?
Yeah. I swear to God, I'm going to let it play. If I put a bump stock, I mounted it to a post where the gun couldn't move, and I went over there and I, again, used my dildo to pull the trigger back, it would fire one round. Period. It doesn't start a cycle of operations that continues as long as the trigger is pulled to the rear. The trigger resets. That's the whole point of the bump stock, is to make that easier, to where the gun will actually float forward and backwards with your finger on that ledge, tripping the trigger each time it resets. But see, the government here is playing a game of we win, you lose, no matter what. They don't give a shit about actual textual definitions, and that should terrify people. Because if the government can come in and say that red means blue in a statutory definition of what is a crime that can put you into jail for a decade, that's a little fucking sketch.
A trigger initiated firing of a machine gun. What do I have to do other than to press the trigger?
with a traditional machine gun, again, take an M16, and again, we think they're all machine guns, but I understand the question to be, take an M16, you pull the trigger back and you hold it and it keeps shooting.
Okay.
With a bump stock, you push forward and that both initiates and continues the fire.
And what is happening with the trigger when you have the recoil?
That's exactly right. So I think this gets to respondents' primary argument on function of a trigger, which is that the difference with a bump stock is that it fires multiple shots automatically by automating the movement of the trigger. So my friend says
No,
the
it
trigger
doesn't
moves back and
automate
forth
shit.
every time a shot is fired. Our view is that those subsequent movements of the trigger aren't functions of the trigger because they're not responding to separate acts, separate pulls, or anything else by the shooter. They're just the result of the
So what is
automated fire.
happening with the trigger when someone doesn't need a bump stock to bump fire a weapon?
So this is the unassisted manual bump firing that's described, where an expert can take a regular semi-automatic rifle and
An expert can take a semi-automatic weapon and bump fire. I'm not an expert. I haven't practiced bump firing too much. I can get shit to bump fire. This guy acts like you have to be, I don't know, John fucking Wick to bump fire something. Doesn't work that way, jackass. If I can make it function that way with or without a bump stock, and it is not a multiple sequence of fire with a single operation of a trigger, it's not a fucking machine gun. But if you listen to what this guy's talking about, you can bet your ass that if this case is upheld, your binary triggers are toast. Those are going to be machine guns. Yeah, unassisted manual firing. Yeah, okay.
hold it loosely enough that they can do something like bump firing. And I think in our view there too, there's just one function of the trigger because the first push starts the sequence and then the sequence continues. The ATF explained, and we agree, that that's not automatic because there's no self-regulating mechanism. The user has to.
So what's the difference? The same thing is happening with the trigger.
The same thing is happening with the trigger, and I think that's why
It's
we
a
would say with
bicycle
manual bump firing,
with
there is
training
just a single
wheels.
function of the trigger. There's
It's
one
still a
action that
bicycle.
initiates the firing sequence.
It's
We
not a
think it's
motorcycle.
not automatic because there's no self-regulating mechanism. The user is having to do all of the work that the bump stock automates for you on a rifle fitted with a bump stock.
I'm having a little trouble with the non-trigger
Yes.
hand. Are you just holding
100%
or are you
Warsaw.
moving, pushing it forward and then back and forward and then back?
So I think the best place to look for this, Mr. Chief Justice, is the district court's factual findings, which are at pages 102A to 104A of the petition appendix. And what he explained is that from the shooter's perspective, it's just one continuous forward push. The expert at trial said mentally, you're doing nothing but pushing forward. Now, if you look and watch the slow...
Continuously pushing forward, or in other words, are you holding it with pressure or are you moving your hand?
So what you are doing, I want to distinguish between those two things, actually, because what you are doing is just pushing forward. Now, if you look at the videos that we cite in footnote 1 of our reply brief, some of them are in slow motion, and they show that when the shooter is doing this, the hand is moving back and forth very fast, 600 times a second. That's not happening because the shooter is able to move their hand back and forth.
Okay. Obviously, this guy's never beat off. If he thinks you can't move your hand that fast, he's never beat off. And yes, my children are in another room, so hopefully they're not hearing me. Just wanted to stick that point there.
600 times a minute. That's not happening because the shooter can move their hand back and forth that fast. That's happening because every time a shot is fired,
yeah, Bernie, sure,
drives the rifle backwards, overcomes that steady forward pressure momentarily. That's what lets the trigger reset and then another shot to be fired again. So from the shooter's perspective, we view it as one act, and we think that's what the district court found.
So would it be right to say that the pressure is, on a typical machine gun where you're pulling and you're feeling, continual backward pressure. And on this, you're feeling continual forward pressure of the opposite hand.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Exactly right. I think that's exactly what the district court found.
Mr. Fletcher, so I did watch all of these videos and try to figure out exactly what this looks like. And I just want to ask you about this bump firing thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what if I designed something and I call it a bump band?
This
so
is
I gather
one of
you
these-
can do this with bands and you can do it with your belt loop. So what if I design and
This is
market
this
something?
the
I call
ATF
bump
classified a
to
machine
help
gun
me
and a
turn my
shoelace
semi-automatic
as a machine gun
in the
already.
same way. Why wouldn't that then be a machine gun under the statute?
So we think that's still not functioning automatically because that's not.
Okay. Again, the ATF already said that a shoelace or a rubber band used in a certain way was a machine gun. So either this dude is lying through his fucking teeth, or he doesn't know the history on any of this, or it could be both. Two things can be true at the same time here, kids. Very much so. And Amy Coney Barrett comes up with an analogy here in a minute that is so mind-boggling fucking stupid. It damn near rivals Ketanji Brown.
Not a self-regulating mechanism. My understanding is that what those devices do is they help the shooter keep their trigger finger still, but the shooter still has to manage the movement of the rifle back and forth, hold it so that it moves backwards just the right.
That's the exact way a bump stock works. The exact way.
Right distance in just the right direction, then hold it again so it moves forward in just the right distance in just the right direction. And what makes a bump stock different is that it's a device that is built for just this purpose. It has the finger ledge that holds your finger in place, but then it also has a sliding function built in so that when a shot is fired, the recoil automatically pushes the rifle back, lets it disengage from the trigger so the shooter doesn't have to manually release it.
It's got
and
a
then
sliding
to slide
function.
forward again
So
just
does
the
a
right
flashlight.
distance in just the right direction.
Maybe Mr. Mitchell can help me understand from his point of view what that means, because it seems like it helps you do it better and in a more stable way, but that it functions the same way. But the other question I have, look, intuitively, I am entirely sympathetic to your argument. I mean,
Okay. Coney Barrett was good there, where she said, it basically will function the same way, just helps you do it a little better. She was great there. Now she falls off a cliff and lands in a bucket full of fucking stupid.
and it seems like, yes, this is functioning like a machine gun would. But, looking at that definition, I think the question is, why didn't Congress pass that legislation to make this covered more clearly? I think your argument depends on volition, right? So let me give you a hypothetical and then tell me if you think this satisfies the definition of machine gun. Let's imagine someone builds a fully automatic machine gun. And I won't try to come up with the technology for exactly how this is going to happen.
I don't know, some of these justices, Bernie, it ain't that much, brother.
And they just leave the gun there unattended, walk away. Somebody trips the wire and then it begins shooting lots of rounds.
Yeah.
Does that satisfy your definition of a machine gun?
I think it does, yes.
Why?
Because a single act, and I think we've used different words like volition. I think the idea that we're trying to get at is, does some separate
a tripwire hooked to a machine gun is still just operating a machine gun, and what makes it a machine gun is the way that the trigger mechanisms function. Has nothing to do with what is tripping the trigger. I'm a welding instructor with an associate's degree and a certified welding inspector certification, and I get this. But apparently, when you're a lawyer, common sense, mechanical aptitude, and everything else is right out the window.
act? Is that required, some manual act required for each shot? Or is a single continuous act resulting in the firing of multiple shots? That's an unusual way to activate a machine gun, obviously, but I think even if it's a tripwire, that's still one act by a person that initiates a multi-shot fire.
But it's an unintentional act in the same way you might say if your finger, because for the bump stock to work, you still have to have your finger right there, right?
You do, yeah.
And it according to the Fifth Circuit, what you're focusing on is the definition. It looked at it from the perspective of the gun and the machinery of the gun, but you still do need your finger there to kind of pull back the trigger the same way that you would if it was volitional.
So not quite, actually, Justice Barrett. I think this is important. When in the typical way that you fire these bump stocks, and this the Fifth Circuit acknowledged at 21A of the petition appendix, you don't initiate firing by pulling backward with your trigger finger. The trigger finger stays completely stationary.
Push.
You initiate by pushing. And what the expert said and the district court found is you could replace your
still
trigger finger with a little plastic
trips
attached to the bump
the
stock.
trigger.
And it would work in exactly
And the
the same
trigger
way.
still
So it's true that you have to
resets.
keep your finger there, and if you moved your finger away, the bump firing sequence would stop. But that's a pretty
fuck
trivial
me
additional
running.
piece piece of input from the shooter. Really, what's starting and continuing the sequence is the push forward.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, just kind of maybe stepping back a moment?
Part
why
of it
do these
is,
various
Matt, part of it
distinctions
is.
with respect
Now,
to operations
and that's a
matter?
good,
I mean,
that's a good kind of point here and a good question. So part of what you have to understand is the way this case is being argued is not on like a Second Amendment ground. It's not on a administrative procedures ground. This case is getting argued, and it should, for this case, argued strictly off the text of what a machine gun is, the definition that has been in law since 1934. They're arguing strictly on the text of that, which it really is, as much as we would love for them to really just break it off in here, that's the way they're arguing it. So Chevron deference isn't a thing in this case. The ATF's reinterpretation of this doesn't come in under administrative procedures. It is strictly about the interpretation of the statute itself and the actual definition of machine gun. So when we're drilling down, and you'll hear it later on the case, where the lawyer is really drilling down on the mechanical function of the trigger, that's where he should be arguing for this specific case. And now Ketanji Brown is going to be another one of these. It's the spirit of the law. They wanted to stop stuff that just shoots fast. No. Okay, as a welding inspector, I haven't worked out, an industry doing this stuff. I do it at the college. But as a welding inspector, I have a code book. D1.1 structural codes, mainly what I work out of. I've done some stuff with API 1104 and some other codes. The text, the words written on the fucking paper is all that matters. Not my feelings, not the spirit of it, but the words written on paper. If I do anything outside of those words written on paper, that can be a huge liability to me. No, Matt, this isn't argued on administrative procedures. If they were arguing on administrative procedures, then they could bring in some other stuff, the Chevron and all that. But this isn't an APA case. This is strictly arguing on the textual definition of machine gun. And it's very narrowly focused on that. And as you'll hear as they go through these arguments, I don't think there's a chance in hell of this court upholding anything as far as like getting rid of machine gun bans. I don't. They're not there. I'm sorry. Our court is good on some things, but they're still statists. They are still government agents. They are still one wing of the same fucking bird.
I read this statute to be a classification statute that Congress is directing.
And that is the point of the whole definition,
identify
was to classify machine guns.
And those certain kinds of weapons are being treated in a particular way. They're being prohibited. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is if it's true that, the distinction that is being focused on here is the one between
Admiral Skillionaire, what's up, my brother?
Going back and forth, or the trigger staying the same. I'm trying to understand why that matters for the purpose of this classification.
So I think we don't think it does, because we don't think function of the trigger means movement of the trigger. We think it means act of the shooter. That's how it was used at the time by educated speakers of English, including the president of the NRA, when he proposed the language that became the statute.
And again, we prove where the NRA fucked us. But no, the definition that was agreed to at the time, the definition of machine gun, didn't have anything to do with the trigger or how the trigger was activated. It had everything to do with the internal functioning of the trigger and how it allowed a firearm to fire multiple projectiles, one after the other, with a single function of the trigger. it's where I get, man. Don't trust this court. I still think it'll be a 5-4 decision, but do not trust this court to uphold your constitutional rights. Don't trust any court to do so, because they are always going to do like Ketanji Brown, and they're going to add their feelings or their interpretations into it. And again, like working out of a code book, law is written into code. It is a code, it is a legal code. Welding freaking code is a legal code. And if you think welding code is easy, some fucking knuckle dragger can do it. Go buy D1.1 structural code book and look through that, because yeah, I promise you, I've watched some really sharp people fail that test. And it's not like a test you can just go and take. You have to have education experience to be able to sit for the test. It would be like going through a master's degree level work, and then at the end of that work, they give you one test. Well, it's actually 3 tests. It's a code test, a hands-on test, and then a knowledge test, a basic knowledge test. It's 3 sections. Be like you're going through your whole master's degree, them giving you 3 tests, and if you don't pass all 3 tests, you don't get your master's. That's what a CWI is. But I say that to drill down on the fact that in code, you can't do anything outside of that code, no matter what you feel. If it's not on the word, in the words, on the paper, you can't do it. And what they're trying to do is expand this out to cover a lot of shit that the textual definition does not cover. And this will come in for FRTs, the force reset triggers, the WTOs, trigger cranks, even though they'll try to make a trigger crank illegal, but a fucking Gatling gun is illegal. That fit into your head. It's the ridiculous nature of the government doing gun control in the first place. My students thought I had fucking Tourette's today again, me walking around listening to this shit. I actually warned them. I'm listening to this today. If you see Coop snap out and fucking growl like a pissed off pit bull, this is why I haven't completely lost it.
Congress, and ever since people have equated function of the trigger with pull of the trigger. That makes perfect sense if, like us, you read function of the trigger to mean some act by the shooter. I don't think that works on my forensic.
But I guess I'm wondering what I thought your answer was going to be. We don't think it matters, because something you said in the intro, which was these are the kind of weapons that Congress was intending to prohibit because of the damage they cause, or something like that. Like, I read the word function to be doing significant work in this statute. And when, function is defined, it's really not about the operation of the thing. It's about what it can achieve, what it's being used for. So I see Congress as putting function in this. The function of this trigger is to cause this kind of damage, 800 rounds a second or whatever. And so the classification of weapons that we're trying to identify with this statute are those that function in that same way.
So, Justice Jackson, I agree with most of that, but I want to be careful, because our view is not that because Congress banned machine guns because they're dangerous, anything that's dangerous or that shoots fast is a machine gun. We draw the evident purpose of Congress that we think my friend's interpretation would frustrate from the text.
Y'all share the pain from it.
So
I got to help wife
anything in which the trigger functions in the same way, and by function, I don't know that necessarily means it has to move in the same way. It has to operate in the same way. It can function in the same way insofar as it automatically allows for 800 rounds to be released.
So exactly. We think the function of the trigger is what lets the shooter start the firing sequence. And we think all of the parts of the statutory definition are aimed at, we're worried about guns that let you shoot many shots without repeated manual actions, right? So it's a single function of the trigger. Does the shooter have to do one thing or many things?
Thank you.
On that score, can we just step back a minute? I can certainly understand why these items should be made illegal. But we're dealing with a statute that was enacted in the 1930s. And through many administrations, the government took the position that these bump stocks are not machine guns. And then you adopted an interpretive rule, not even a legislative rule, saying otherwise, that would render between 250,000 and 500,000 people federal felons, and not even through an APA process they could challenge, subject to 10 years in federal prison. And the only way they can challenge it is if they're prosecuted. And they may well wind up dispossessed of guns, all guns in the future, as well as a lot of other civil rights, including the right to vote. And I guess I just want your reaction to that. And I believe there were a number of members of Congress, including Senator Feinstein, who said that this administrative action forestalled legislation that would have dealt with this topic directly, rather than trying to use a nearly 100-year-old statute in a way that many administrations hadn't anticipated. Thoughts?
There's a lot packed in there. So as you might expect, I have a lot of thoughts. I think the main one is this court often concludes that the government has interpreted a statute the wrong way and doesn't hesitate to correct the government's mistakes. I think the government should do the same thing. After the Las Vegas shooting, the deadliest shooting in our nation's history, I think it would have been irresponsible for the ATF not to take another closer look at this prior interpretation, which was reflected in a handful of classification letters, and to look at the problem more carefully. And having done that, I think it would have been irresponsible if the ATF concluded, as it did, that these devices are prohibited under the best reading of the statute, for the ATF not to fix it.
Then why not do a legislative rule properly? And in which, I know you did notice and comment, but it was an interpretive rule. And an interpretive rule you can more or less just issue. And you don't even have to put it in the Federal Register. I mean, maybe you do in some circumstances, but not all.
Well, just
and you're creating a class of, again, between 250,000 and 500,000 people who have, in reliance on past administrations, Republican and Democrat, who said that this does not qualify under a very old statute, taken actions. And an interpretive rule, you can't even challenge in an APA posture.
Well, we are in an APA posture. They are challenging an interpretive
Well, I
rule.
understand that, but in your reply brief, you say, don't touch that because that's not before us. That's not part of the QP. And in an interpretive rule, you don't get an APA challenge. You get a criminal prosecution against you is what you get.
So I guess I disagree with that on a number of levels. First, I would think it would be better for those who are concerned about administrative power that we acknowledge this is an interpretive rule. The ATF doesn't have the power to make something a crime that wasn't a crime before. It's not a crime to violate the rule. It has been and always will be a crime to violate the statute. The ATF is saying we got that wrong before and we're fixing it now. And you're right, it would be horribly unfair to prosecute people who possess these devices in reliance on the agency's past assurance. But that is taken care of through doctrines like entrapment by estoppel, which ensure that no one has been and no one will be.
Yeah, it's mighty nice to say to them, or for the ATF to say they will not arrest you for having a legal product for years that they suddenly made illegal. It's mighty nice of them. Again, this shit's insane.
Prosecuted for possessing these guns these devices during a time when ATF said it was legal. But that's not a reason to shackle the ATF, and certainly not a reason to shackle this court to adopt something other than the best reading of the words Congress wrote. And it's true, Congress wrote those words 90 years ago, but we think it used capacious language, like function of the trigger instead of pull of the trigger. And then in 1968 added parts that can be used to convert.
Okay, Congress wrote that statute pretty much 90 years ago. The way machine guns function has not changed at all. There might be some different triggers that are out there and stuff like that, but they still function the same way. A single trigger, single barrel, pull, multiple projectiles released with a single function of the trigger, or something that's motorized like a Gatling gun. Again, motorized, because you can still have hand crank Gatling guns there, not NFA items. It is the function of it doing an automatic cycling that makes it a machine gun. So bump stock doesn't do it automatically.
convert something into a machine gun, precisely because it understood that Americans have a lot of ingenuity and a lot of creativity. There are a lot of ways to build something that is a machine gun, and I don't think you should hesitate from applying the broad language that Congress wrote, consistent with the meaning that it has always had.
Are you representing on behalf of the government that you're not going to prosecute anyone prior to 2017? Anyone who wasn't a felon?
Oh, it blew up for a long
disqualified
time
for
after
some
that.
other reason.
I am. ATF made very clear in enacting this rule that anyone who turned in their bump stock or destroyed it before March of 2018 would not face prosecution. As a practical matter, also, the statute of limitations for this offense is 5 years. So in a month, the statute of limitations would be gone. We have not prosecuted those people. We won't do it. And if we tried to do it, I think they would have a good defense based on entrapment by itself.
Second,
Good old
the back and
Sotomayor
forth
war.
here leads me to believe that at best there might be some ambiguity. Now the question is, what's the best reading? And we have a whole slew of doctrines that talk about that with respect to that we shouldn't render statutes ineffective by an interpretation. That's not the best reading, correct?
Correct, exactly.
And I think we've said that as far back as 1824.
In the Emily, exactly.
In the Emily case. And so
This is where Sotomayor again is arguing this kind of spirit of the law shit. And the only thing that should matter is the text of the law. I can't change blue to green without changing the actual text.
Okay.
What? What?
What's she talking about? The spirit of the law? Nobody can argue the spirit of the Second Amendment. So she's kicking her own self in the twat.
I would love to see her kick her own self in the twat. I would kick her in the twat myself if she couldn't do it on her own.
And my scope to walk that off.
I'm going to wear big ass rubber boots when I do it. I might look like fucking Ronald McDonald, but I'd do it.
well, I think your position is if anyone's in doubt about this interpretation, that not including something that basically you hold in your hand and you let the recoil move it back and forth, if that's not automatic, then it doesn't make any sense that this is not a machine gun, correct?
That's part of our argument, absolutely. And it's not just this device. I mean, we cite a number of the examples, and there are many more of things that people have done to try to get around the ban on machine guns. And accepting some of the interpretations that my friend is offering today would legalize not just bump stocks, but those devices as well.
One final question. Justice Barrett said something about she hoped
Yeah,
Mr.
we're all
Mitchell
100%, man.
would
Martin Fink,
explain
what's up,
something
brother?
about why there was a difference in the functioning between the belt and the gun. Could you go through that again so that I think I understand it? But
Of course.
No.
So as I acknowledged and as the ATF explained in the rule, it is possible to do bump firing, meaning that the rifle moves back and forth and bumps against your stationary finger. An expert can do that without any assistive device at all. And you can also do it if you have a lot of expertise by
Okay. So it's right there, he is admitting that the government's case is absolute bullshit. Because if I can take this trigger, this gun, and I can bump fire it, and it can be the same trigger that's in a gun with a slide fire or bump fire stock, and the definition of a machine gun has to do with the function of the trigger, then even with a slide fire stock, it's not a machine gun. Unless you're arguing, and what they are going to argue, kids, is this is a machine gun. That's where this is going. If this court lets this stand, trust me, binary triggers are next. They'll keep the shit on FRTs and WOTs and all that. They'll keep them classified as machine guns. And your average semi-automatic trigger will be classified as a machine gun. That's where this is going. And they'll bring in rate of fire a little while later saying they can fire this so fast. Well, machine guns fire fast. Well, this gun fire fast. Well, they're machine guns. Regardless of the textual definition of machine gun that has been in code since fucking 1934. Yeah, shotguns and handguns will be in there. Until these judges start getting impeached for making unconstitutional decisions, they are going to continue playing these fuck games on all of our rights. And it's not just guns. It's search and seizure. It's your Fifth Amendment rights. All of it. Your right to free speech. There were oral arguments this week. Was it this week? Yeah, it was this week. It was Monday. About what is free speech on platforms or publishers. Send it on, Warsaw.
hooking your finger into a belt loop or using a rubber band or something else like that to hold your finger in place. We don't think those things function automatically because the definition of automatically, I think everybody agrees, is by means of a self-regulating mechanism. That's what a bump stock is. It's a device that is purpose-built to harness the recoil energy of the gun, to automate the process of releasing the trigger, to move the rifle back just the right distance in just the right direction so that the trigger resets, and then to ensure that the rifle moves forward again, just the right distance, just the right direction. We think the cycle that's created by that means is by means of a self-regulating process. It's possible to do the same thing with a lot of manual work and manual
the
control.
shooter has to perform all of those actions.
To say that something can be done automatically by a device if you eliminate a lot of manual movements that someone like an expert could take to do this.
Can I ask you about mens rea?
And again,
pick up on Justice Gorsuch's questions for prosecuting
doesn't take an
someone
expert to butt fire something.
Now.
Plenty of idiots do it accidentally.
Mens rea showing would the government have to make to convict someone?
So I think the relevant case is Staples, and I think what the court held in Staples is that you have to be aware of the facts that render your weapon.
So even
Matt, you're 100% right, and that's the way the lawyer for Garland argues.
That's right.
This. And that's the way this should be argued in this case.
I think the distinct problem here is the one that's created by the fact that the agency was previously saying that these were not machine guns. We acknowledge that those people who, in reliance on that,
that's going to ensnare a lot of people who are not aware of the legal prohibition.
So I guess I don't think so, Justice Kavanaugh. I think the ATF, one of the reasons, to Justice Gorsuch's point, this is an interpretive rule that went through notice and comment. The reason was in part because the agency knew that it had previously been saying something different. It wanted to maximize public notice. This is something that's gotten
why not require the government to also prove that the person knew that what they were doing was wrongful, was illegal?
Yeah, well, I think that's not the understanding that this court adopted in Staples. If the court wanted to revisit that in another case, a criminal case, you could. We haven't briefed that question here. But I think to the extent that you're concerned about that, it's not a concern.
I don't know, Matt. I think he did a pretty good job
the forced reset trigger that we mentioned. The
compared to other lawyers we've seen,
that they want, that they think get close to the line but don't go over, but that in fact go over the line and turn them into machine guns, isn't new and could come up anywhere. The problem here, we acknowledge, is ATF used to say something different about these, but we think that's taken care of by the rulemaking and the doctrine of entrapment by itself.
Because people will sit down and read the Federal Register.
No, I think because people who have these devices.
That's what they do in their evening for fun. Gun owners across the country crack it open.
And that's where Garland's nailing him down on this. That you have to have an intent to make something a machine gun. And that goes all the way back to the Staples case in, when was it? 80 something, where someone has to have the intent to make a machine gun to have a machine gun, basically. And there are a lot of people, believe it or not, who bought bump stocks who know jack shit that this case is even at the Supreme Court right now. And they still have bump stocks. They still have slide fire stocks. So you're going to make those uninformed people, and there are plenty of uninformed gun owners out there, fuck me running, you're just going to make them felons. And that felony now is a 10-year felony. You didn't hurt anybody. You weren't using it to assault anybody. You just had something that the government said you couldn't have anymore after they spent a decade of telling you could have it. They just did a rule change. Didn't go through Congress, nothing else.
the fire and the dog.
I take that point. I think, Justice Gorsuch, the fact that this rulemaking happened has not gone unnoticed in the community of people who are interested in firearms. Many people have availed themselves of the right to challenge our interpretation. We're defending it in court. The Supreme Court is hearing it. I agree. Not everyone is going to find out about those things, but we've done
and they
everything
admitted that
we could
earlier.
possibly do to
Let me ask you about the function of the trigger. You liken it to stroke of a key or a throw of the dice or a swing of the bat. Those are all things people do. A function of the trigger. Do people function triggers? I thought, in perhaps maybe somewhere in fifth grade grammar, I learned that was an intransitive
landed on our side.
and people don't function things. They may pull things, they may throw things, but they don't function things. And again, it's a very old statute, and it was designed for an obvious problem in the 1930s, and Al Capone, and people were with a single function of the trigger. That is, the thing itself was moved once. And that's what they wrote. And maybe they should have written something better. One might hope they might write something better in the future, but that's the language we're stuck with. Help me.
That is the language we're stuck with, but I don't think it's as narrow as you suggest for a couple of reasons. I agree, it's awkward to talk about a person functioning a trigger, but there's an easy explanation. The reason Congress used that word, not pull, is because Congress knew that there were lots of different ways to activate a trigger and wanted to cover all of them. And I think the reason you know that it's referring to what the shooter does is really two.
What's
One
up,
is
nice
that's the way
guy?
it's been understood ever since. The interpretation I'm giving you is the same one Carl Frederick, the president of the NRA, and many other courts, officials, congressmen gave at the same time. They used pull and
And believe it or not, Night Strike, I would much rather be playing with my possum than having to deal with this stupid ass shit. But hey, more people need to know about this shit. What's up, Chessboard? What's going on, brother? Chess was in. He listened to this earlier today too, so now he just gets it with my commentary and me wanting. And again, let me warn everybody else who's coming new in chat: full on share the pain rules are in effect. Anything loaded, keep it at least where you have to stretch a little bit to get to it. I'm not responsible for thrown phones, shot computers, bouts of profanity, none of that. Yes, possums are better than rats, but possums, well, they look like demented Mickey Mouses. So
function interchangeably. And second, I think even if you've said we're going to focus just on the trigger, the function of an object isn't just some action by the object, it's the mode of action by which it fulfills its purpose. And the purpose of a trigger is to accept some input from the user. And the way you know that is how everyone reacts when someone attaches some contraption, like the auto glove, which is a glove that you put on and you push a button and it has a little piston that pulls the trigger really fast. Or you attach a fishing reel, like the one the Fifth Circuit confronted in camp, where you flip a switch and it spins and turns the trigger over and over again. On my friend's reading, the function of the trigger with those devices is exactly the same, because the curved metal lever is moving back and it's releasing the hammer every single time. But everyone, my friend included, recognizes that that's not the function of the trigger in those devices. The function of the trigger is the user's flip of the switch or push of the button, because that's the thing that allows an act by the user to initiate a firing sequence.
Yeah, Warsaw, you've never seen the auto glove?
Define the
I have to
curved
pull up
lever
a
that you
video
pull
of
back
it.
as
We'll
the
do
trigger.
that later sometime.
Could it have defined the bump stock itself as the trigger?
So I'm not sure that it could have defined the bump stock itself as the trigger. I think we get into this a little bit in the reply in response, or a different argument maybe than the one that you're thinking of. But
if I can bump fire it without the bump stock, and you can bump fire anything semi-automatic, pistols, rifles, handguns, if you can do that without the slide fire or bump fire stock, then simply applying a attachment to the outside of the gun doesn't make it a fucking machine gun, because it is still a single shot with a single function of the trigger. You bunch of fucking pricks.
I think related in response to a move that's made in the red brief, where we hypothesize that if you had a machine gun that required you to pull the trigger and also hold down a button, it would still fire automatically.
Warsaw, yes.
That, even though you have to do
That would be the answer.
And what my friend said in the red brief is, well, in that case, maybe the button is part of the trigger too, because you have to push the button to keep firing. And what we say in the reply, and what I think is true, is that if you were going to approach the statute that way, which isn't the way the ATF has, I think you'd still land in the same place, because then you'd say it's both the curved metal lever and it's the part on the front of the rifle that the user pushes forward in order to initiate and maintain the firing sequence.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito.
What is the situation of people who have possessed?
Let me hold on to this for just a second. This is why the 34 NFA went with the single function of the trigger. It's not the shape of the trigger. It's not how the trigger itself actually functions, whether it's a button, whether it's paddles or anything else. It was the function of the trigger mechanism itself. Again, I could have something where I pop a dildo in a hole. If it trips the sear and releases. Sorry, my wife is.
Could be. Later?
Later. Yes, later.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Distraction. Squirrel. But yeah, it doesn't matter the shape of the trigger or how you actuate it. It matters about the function of the trigger, how it drops the sear surfaces, how it interacts with the operating mechanism that allows a firearm to fire multiple rounds with a single function of said trigger. They're hung up on this regular curved trigger like this.
Wait. So the blade of the trigger is what they're worried about?
The shoe? Yes. That's what they're hung up on. That's one thing. I'll put it that. That's one thing.
Huh? They know that. Never mind.
Yeah, like I said, I could make a trigger where it was a dildo that goes in a hole that drops a sear, and yes. Oh, fuck me running. Mike McClune, what's up, my brother?
You tell about those two pistols I had in the shop today?
I have not. Yep.
Bump stocks between the time of the ATF's new rule and the present day, or between the time of the new rule and the Fifth Circuit decision, can they be prosecuted?
I think probably yes.
What are you talking about, Warsaw? Hold on, you're sending it to me. Washington State signs entire industry's death warrant. Yeah, we'll have to look at that. I'm pretty sure I know where that's going. But yeah, we'll look at that, because that's Washington State's not the only state trying to pull that shit. They're definitely not the only state trying to pull that, and that's going to be coming to more states.
Unless they had gotten some judicial relief from the rule. The rule has not been enjoined. It hasn't been vacated writ large. So I think the government has made clear that this is what we think the statute means. I'll say in practice.
Isn't that disturbing? People in the Fifth Circuit who've been possessing firearms since the beginning of 2023, let's say they are aware of the Fifth Circuit's decision that they can be criminally prosecuted for doing something that the Court of Appeals that governs their territory has said is not illegal?
Well, let me give a practical answer and then a doctrinal answer. I think practically, I'm not aware of a lot of these prosecutions being brought because we recognize that there is legal uncertainty. But I think doctrinally, that could happen all the time, Justice Alito. Circuits disagree about what a criminal law means, and someone might, in reliance on their circuit precedent, do something that they think is lawful under circuit precedent that other circuits disagree with.
Definitely sounded like
with, and that this court ultimately holds is covered by the statute.
When we speak of the function of an inanimate object, don't we normally look at what that inanimate object does? So why isn't the function of a trigger to release the hammer? Let's look at the M16, the AR-15. The function of why isn't the function of the trigger to release the hammer from the sear so that the hammer can swing forward and strike? Isn't that the most straightforward interpretation of this?
I don't think so. And I think even if you thought that was true, just looking at the text alone, the three indications that we've talked about, the contemporaneous usage by the president of the NRA and others, the application to other kinds of triggers, which everybody agrees are covered, but which don't function by moving the hammer. And then also just evasion. I mean, I talked about some of them, but one of the devices that the Fifth Circuit has held is permissible, or I'm sorry, a district court in the Fifth Circuit has held is permissible, and the Fifth Circuit has declined to stay, is something called a forced reset trigger. And with a forced reset trigger, the ATF tested it, zip-tied the trigger back, and the gun shot multiple bullets. What the district court said is that under my friend's interpretation, it's function. There are multiple functions of the trigger because the trigger is wiggling back and forth imperceptibly and releasing the hammer separately each time, and so it's not a machine gun. And I think it's just not reasonable to read the statute that opens it up to that sort of evasion.
Oh, fuck these people. Again, we get back to the textual definition of things. Multiple rounds, single function of a trigger. With a wide open trigger or a force reset trigger, it's actually forcing through a mechanism in the trigger itself, forcing the trigger to reset, hence the forced reset part of that. If you want to enforce laws against those and call them machine guns, that's what Congress is for, you bald-headed prick.
And we're seeing concrete evidence of that evasion in the Fifth Circuit.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
Just to be clear, when you're citing what Congress people said or what the NRA president said, or what we said in some of our decisions,
what's up, my brother?
Used pull of the trigger in describing a machine gun's function, correct?
Let's do something real fast. Let me pause this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Da, 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 da. Copy that. And throw that down here. And any of you guys who want to jump in and join this little fucking shit show, jump in. Because, God damn, these people are... One, they're stupid. And they're stupid on multiple levels. But they're statists. They believe that the government should have the ultimate say over your individual rights. And we've let our country get so fucking stupid that people believe the government. It's mind-numbing. Let me pin that real fast. So it's the malum prohibitum crime. If I had multiple machine guns in this room right now, which I don't, which makes me very, very sad, but if I had multiple machine guns in this room right now, and I had them forever, I went out and shot them on my property, I went out and shot them at the range, I defended my home with them. As long as I didn't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property with those machine guns, there should be no legality involved with it. Save me, Warsaw, save me. What's up, brother?
Dude, the only cure for this right now, dude, just put me on the fucking cold ass winter.
Oh, man. It's just fucking... I told you, man, I had to warn my students today. I am listening to this today. If you see Coop snap out, I haven't lost it yet. I'm just reacting to stupidity.
All right. I'm going to send you something. It's NFA educated related, so the actual definition is not what the fucking guy is describing in this fucking court oral argument.
No, he is nowhere near it.
There, I sent it to you. Take the phone.
Hold on, where'd you send it to?
Send it to your phone. No, this is Troubleshooting Berlin. I actually came across him, and he actually shows what an actual auto sear with a full auto trigger group actually is. So whenever this guy is on or he's trying to manipulate the justices on, he's flat out lying.
Oh, I didn't see that text coming from damn Night Strike either. Oh, the RPK. But yeah, it's the textual definition of a machine gun basically covers all what we call machine guns. There's no real way around that. Can I do something that will function similar and achieve a high rate of fire? Yes. But the definition of a machine gun is not it fucking shoots fast. It's the mechanical operation of the trigger mechanism itself.
Honestly,
that's what matters.
Yeah. Honestly, Coop, I think we kind of put ourselves in the situation to begin with. I mean, we shouldn't have been putting workarounds the NFA to begin with, like this fucking bump stock thing, because all it did was give them leverage to do what they wanted.
Can I hold on? Let me look at something real fast.
Mr. Night Strike's here.
Is Night Strike in?
Yep, he's in the side chat.
Okay, I see him now. I forget whenever someone else pops in because I got another thing up. I got
so Coop, how do you like my wood?
Dude, loving the wood. And it's long wood too, and big and blocky actually.
Yeah.
What the guys you fucking talking about?
when I send pictures of some of my guns with like nice looking stocks on them, you know, the joke is that, you know, he likes my wood.
I thought
well, it actually started out as my wife liked your wood, and then I liked it too.
I sent him a picture of my of the Mauser I bought, the Turkish Mauser, and his wife loved the grain on that wood. And I gotta be honest, it's pretty good too. And then you know, and then we just went back and forth with the wood jokes. So you know,
it's like working construction, man. You can turn anything into a dick joke.
Well,
anything.
And here's the thing, you know, Dart, Crump, and the Rich, you know, are always talking about their decks.
See, there you go.
And that's wood too.
That's why it works.
Dude,
what's Chessport saying?
Come on,
city dwellers.
With this shit, Warsaw, you have to have some form of.
It's not going to relieve me of the pain, dude. Of this fucking.
No. You need the humor to relieve yourself of the pain.
Humor is not going to solve this, buddy.
No. What would solve this? And I can't completely explain it on YouTube, and I can't remember how to like pause YouTube for a second. But
I'm not going to say it.
What would really solve this is an ass ton of tar and feathers.
No,
that would solve this.
What's going to solve my pain right now is just grabbing a cold ass glass of water with some freezing cold ice that's going to give me a brain freeze. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Well, then you need to go do that right meow.
Yeah, right meow.
It's already here right next to me, dude. I also advise you to do the same, Night Strike.
Nah, that's okay. I got a bottle of Jim Beam. I'm fine.
It's bad enough we're hearing this the second time. God damn.
I thought this is actually the third time, fucker, because we let it play through once, then we let it play through twice, and now we actually get to comment on it, which is kind of a therapy session in a way, because then I can call this bitch a cunt on a live stream.
So Caitlin or Justice Sonia?
Sotomayor. Yes. Yeah, she's a cunt.
Because Jackson Brown, she's a fucking cunt.
She is a diversity hire cunt, which technically Sotomayor and Kagan and what's her fucking face are all diversity hire cunts.
Technically Thomas is too, considering, you know. But they don't like him. And did you see Jason Oliver, the Brit, who lives here in the United States? He joked about bribing Thomas to retire.
Oh yeah.
Fucking SRV.
And the problem is, even if you're joking about bribing a Supreme Court justice, it's still illegal.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I need to do that. You know, I like big dicks and I cannot lie. Hey, well, one of these days, I still got to go through the lyrics for the Biden song that I wrote.
Biden Sharks. That's already a song.
No. This is written to. If you've ever heard,
I got something for that. I got something for that.
No.
An effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
How do you spell that?
I do. I can't spell word this shit anyway, but I guarantee you I could spell that just by hitting a bunch of keys on my computer.
I'll tell you how to spell it. It's spelled like this.
The AFT.
Nice, Rick. Where'd you get that?
The internet.
All right, let me let this play some more.
He said AFT.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Biden said AFT multiple times on national television.
That's why my plasma cut with a star on it says "fuck the AFT." Instead of the ATF. That's why it says that.
I thought that was a joke, like some fucking skit meme
And
by somebody.
I also have the Christmas miracle. Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Yeah. Did he say shit is funny? And this is why we do streams like this.
This is why we do this, because we can and we get the jokes.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh.
All right, let's listen to this intellectual giant.
The roller coaster never stops. I love it.
In the traditional sense, you are pointing to common usage.
Y'all just yell
right.
pause
Exactly.
whenever
We're
you
not
want
speculating.
pause.
We're not saying that the bump stocks are machine guns because the president of the NRA wanted them to be. We're using that as
Well, that's what the Senate intended.
No, he's no longer the president.
No, but the one
No,
current is talking about.
He's talking about the original. It was in the 34 NFA hearings. The dude was the president of the NRA at the time. He helped develop the definition of machine gun. I've done a stream about that. Maybe we'll have to go back and kind of touch on some of that. But yeah, he was the head of the NRA, the president of the NRA at the time. When the 34 NFA was going through hearings in Congress, he helped them develop the definition for machine gun. That's hence the NRA has fucked us from the start.
Yeah, Coop, also I want to point out, apart from the bump stock case where it's staying right now, just the fucking fighting inside the court right now, I'm kind of bearing like very little faith with the assault weapon ban cases.
Dude, it's
concerning. It's concerning.
If the composition of the court, and then we'll get back to this in a sec, but if the composition of the court stays the way it is now, it'll be straight 5-4 decisions all the way down. We may get a 6-3 decision. But if I hate to break this to you guys, this election coming up in 2024, I think is pretty well already done. And if that's done, then what's going to happen is either Thomas will retire because he's getting to the point he's done with this shit, or what you'll have is the court will get packed and you will end up with a leftist majority on the court, and then we are fucking fucked.
You're saying it's a term of art.
Exactly.
Can I say fucking fuck? Yeah, I can say fucking
or in the New York Times, we would be pointing to it as evidence of contemporary meaning. We certainly don't think it should
No,
get
you're
less weight.
pointing to Supreme Court decisions that did it.
Exactly, as this court does too. It looks at literature, it looks at all sorts of sources to understand what it is speakers of English understand the words mean,
Yes.
Congress use them, and we think this and many other things are powerful indications that we're right about that.
Oh, God, yes.
Mr. Fletcher, you
Chess,
talked a lot
you
about the
make my
mechanics
life
of these various devices. Could you give a sense of the different effects of these various devices? So you take on 2 poles, a semi-automatic weapon, let's say, and a conventional machine gun on the other.
Dex and wood.
How many bullets in how much time? And then one of these bump stock weapons, Where does that?
It's
fall
not a
in the
weapon. It's an
spectrum between
accessory, you
those?
moron.
Sure. So
Yes.
the rate of a semi-automatic weapon is not a fixed number because it depends both on the weapon and very much on the skill of the shooter. I think the Giffords amicus brief says the theoretical maximum
No,
for a
she
very
listens to
skilled
Giffords.
competition shooter with a specialized weapon is something like 180 bullets a minute. In practice, it's much, much slower than that for the vast majority of people who would use one of these things. A fully automatic weapon.
How much slower?
I think, it depends. I think more on the order of, 60, something like that. I don't want to represent that that's exact again, because there's a lot of variation, but
Hey,
the
Matt,
point
we're
is
already
that's the
drinking,
theoretical
man. What are
max.
you
In
doing?
practice, significantly slower than that. A
You see
traditional
what I
machine
comment?
gun
Oh,
like
I'm
the
not drinking
M16
yet.
or the
I'm getting there.
M14, things that are issued to members of the American military, shoots
Coop,
in the
you see what
range
I
of
commented?
700 to 950 bullets a minute. There are obviously bigger things like the things mounted on helicopters that shoot much, much
That
faster
one?
than that. But I think for these purposes, that 700
Yep.
to 900 is about the right benchmark. The Akins
No, it's
accelerator,
not.
the original bump
It's
stock,
not the
shot
right
650
benchmark
rounds
at
a minute,
all. Not
and the
for an
devices
AR.
at issue
I'm
here are
sorry.
what-
Okay. I would have to look up the cyclic rate on like a AK with a rate reducer in it versus an AK without the rate reducer. But still, and this is where you get into, they are going to start to bring up rate of fire with this shit because you can't fire more than so many rounds a second.
Oh no! What do we do?
It's not the definition of the machine gun has jack shit to do with the cyclic rate on the gun. It has nothing to do with the way you operate the trigger. It has everything to do with the actual mechanical function of the trigger mechanisms. I'll say it again, you ball-headed prick.
That sounds about right.
This guy's head is shaved, so there's less resistance when he sticks it up his own ass.
You know what this
I
reminds me
thought
of
it's so
too?
he can blind people when he goes out in the sun.
Coop, you know who this reminds me of too?
Huh?
Remember that bald motherfucker that was the guy who created the fucking Illinois assault weapons ban?
Oh God! If you
Bob Morgan.
Yep.
Represented to shoot between 400 and 800 rounds a minute. So right in that range with the M16, the M14. And they do it in the way, again, I think rates of fire are important, but we acknowledge this is not a rate of fire statute. It's a function statute. But the function was,
Chessboard, they've been doing that.
shots without
They've been
multiple
doing that
manual
since
movements?
Biden
I
took
think the
office.
rate of fire.
Yeah, chessboard. That is their zero tolerance policy. To where if you abbreviated a state, that is a willful violation and they will revoke your FFL.
Is powerful evidence that there are not multiple manual movements going on here.
Thank you.
Justice Horst? Justice Kavanaugh?
You've referred a lot to the language in 1934 and around that time, but of course, bump stocks didn't exist around that time. What are we to make of that?
So I think you still apply the language, and you have to do what you have to do a lot, which is apply language that Congress wrote and apply it to something that didn't exist at the time. None of these workarounds, the fishing reel, the auto glove, the force reset trigger, all of them are new problems. But I think what you can draw is that Congress wrote a statute, chose the word function deliberately because it didn't want to just focus on triggers that pull. And then in 1968, it added parts that convert a normal gun into a machine gun because it recognized that people tried to do things to semi-automatic weapons in order to give them these same characteristics of multiple rounds with a single manual action.
And then what's your explanation, maybe common sense explanation or some other explanation for why when this does become an issue, the Bush administration, the Obama administration, Senator Feinstein all say no.
Yeah.
Bump stocks are not covered because if it were so, I don't want to use the word clear, but if so, if your position were correct, this is a new thing, obviously covered by this old statutory language, you would expect the Bush administration, the Obama administration, Senator Feinstein to say, of course it's covered by, and they didn't, and that's reason for pause. It's not dispositive, but it's reason for pause. And what's your explanation for that if you have one?
So I agree with you. It's worth looking at. It's worth asking. And I think that's why it's so important to put it in context. And if I could, so when the ATF first looks at these, it's the Akins accelerator in 2002. That's the bump stock with a spring in the back where you don't even have to push forward. And initially ATF tests it, the prototype breaks, but the ATF writes a classification letter, which is something relatively informal, just goes to the manufacturer, doesn't contain a lot of legal reasoning, says this isn't a machine gun because it doesn't have multiple functions of the trigger. Very quickly thereafter, ATF corrects that error. And in 2006, says the Aikens accelerator is a machine gun because it does shoot multiple shots by a single function of the trigger. So that part we've been consistent on. The director of the ATF issued a ruling, 2006-2, that was consistent on that. And the agency has held that position ever since. And that's mostly what we've talked about today. It's true that in a series of another informal classification letters issued between 2007 and 2017, the ATF said that non-mechanical bump stocks, those like the ones that issue here without a spring where you have to push forward, weren't machine guns because they didn't shoot automatically. But I think it's important to recognize those are informal. They don't include a lot of legal analysis. And I think maybe most importantly, no one defends the ATF's interpretation from those letters. What the ATF said there is this doesn't have springs or mechanical parts, so it doesn't make the gun function automatically. I think even my friend doesn't defend that interpretation. Everybody recognizes that there are things like Glock switches that we discuss in our reply brief that you can add to a machine gun, a semi-automatic weapon that make it a machine gun. And I think the fact that no one is defending the ATF's prior interpretation is a good indication that when Attorney General Sessions and Attorney General Barr revisited this, and we've continued to defend it since, they did a much more careful examination and got it right. And then Senator Feinstein, I take your point. I guess with all respect to Senator Feinstein, I would say that the comments from a legislator who's trying to get a piece of legislation passed and is trying to demonstrate the need for that legislation by disagreeing with the administration about the scope of current law are not a particularly probative source of.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Can I just be clear on this function point? Because they say, I think, that a single function of the trigger, as it appears in this statute, is directing consideration of whether the trigger is moving only once. And I think you're saying that no, when it says the function of the trigger, it's not how the trigger operates. It's the function of the trigger is what it achieves. And the function that I think you're saying is that if by single operation, meaning single movement of the person, you can achieve firing multiple shots without multiple manual movements, that's what you said, that covers the function of the trigger. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And I think the thing that makes this clearest is the boxes hypothetical on page 30 of our brief, where we say, imagine somebody builds a black box with a button on the top, and the shooter pushes the button once.
Probably a good thing I was for a second.
At a very high rate. On our view, that's a machine.
She is fighting tooth and nail to be the dumbest bitch
sets it up so
on
that
the
after the
court.
shooter pushes and releases the button keeps moving up and down in the same way on its own. I think he's stuck saying that that's.
I dealt with a few leftists like her, and all she's doing is just re-asking the same question in a different format, so you get a different answer. She's fishing for an answer she wants.
Well, she's fighting for the rationale to support her narrative.
Correct.
She already thinks if it fires fast, it's a machine gun. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like guns anyway. So.
There's ways to talk and be, respectful, but this is just asinine behavior.
Well, it's more proof that these people should not be anywhere near a judgeship on a court, much less the highest court in the land, because they're putting all their personal opinions into this shit. Your personal opinions, your personal feelings, shit that happens with crime and all that does not matter to the fundamental right.
That's technically political bias.
It very much is. It very much is. Our Constitution should be read just like a code book, because that's basically what it is. It's what our codes are based off of. It doesn't matter about your feelings.
Nope.
If it says the color is green, the color's fucking green. It doesn't matter what shade it is. It's goddamn green, and you can't make red green just by redefining the color.
You mean it's not blue?
To be changed in the statute.
The color's not blue?
No, it's not
purple.
Blue. Even though, what is it? Red and yellow. What's red and green? I don't know.
Red, green, blue.
What's your color question?
What makes blue?
Nothing makes blue. Blue's permanent color.
Well, actually, there's a lot of things that make blue, and I've had those plenty of times.
Well, your face and your balls don't count.
Yeah. Hey, if you choke a Smurf, what color does that motherfucker turn?
Mm.
Hey, here, I got this for Bubba's room. Put toys, and I showed it to him. What's that? You put your toys in it, and he started sticking his toys in it.
Oh man, do you guys ever remember the first case of blue balls you ever had?
Come on, Bubba.
Yes.
Dude, did it not fuck your head up for a little bit?
Yes.
It's amazing how painful them goddamn things can be.
It's not a machine gun because the trigger is functioning each time a shot is fired. We don't think that's a plausible construction of the
So we'll ask him about that. And I guess yours is
Yes, her
consistent, or
church is very
it
much, her
accounts for
God is the
automatically more
state.
than one shot being in this definition.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Did you hear them?
Yes.
Sotomayor and Brown are
Mitchell?
saying, "I am the Senate."
Please, the court. The statutory definition of machine gun extends only to weapons that fire more than one shot automatically
Now,
by a single
let me
function
pause
of the
this real
trigger.
fast because
Mr. Carr.
you have to understand, and this is something you have to understand while he's arguing. He's not arguing on a Second Amendment ground. He's not arguing on the APA grounds. He's arguing on the pure statutory language here. What the hell am I seeing, Warsaw?
What did we?
He's arguing off the pure statutory language. So if red means red, blue means blue, green's green, yellow's yellow. This is what we're arguing here. And they try to talk about some constitutional avoidance shit later, but we'll hit that bridge whenever we jump off of it.
Cargil's non-mechanical
Not willingly,
bump stocks fall
I'll
outside the
say.
statutory definition for two
Well,
separate
no.
and independent reasons. First,
Never willingly.
a bump stock equipped rifle can fire only one shot per function of the trigger because the trigger must reset after every shot and must function again before another shot can be fired. The trigger is the device that initiates the firing of the weapon, and the function of the trigger is what that triggering device must do to cause the weapon to fire. The trigger can refer only to the trigger's function. It has nothing to do with the shooter or what the shooter does to the trigger because the shooter does not have a function. The statute is concerned only with what the trigger does and whether a single function of that
I
trigger
think we're gonna get an L on
produces
this
more
one.
than one shot.
I don't.
Second,
It's going to be
a bump
close,
stock
but I
equipped
think
rifle
this is a
does not and
5-4
cannot
for
fire
us.
more than one shot automatically
You're
by a single function of the trigger, because the shooter, in addition to causing the trigger to function, must also undertake additional
there's a little
manual
something for you.
actions to ensure a successful round of bump firing.
Where'd you
Everything
send it?
about the bump firing process
Messages.
is manual,
Okay.
and there is no automating device such as a spring or a motor in any of Mr. Cargil's non-mechanical bump stocks.
Meme
The
of the day.
process depends entirely on human effort and
Send
exertion,
it to a text
as the
message?
shooter must
Yeah.
continually and repeatedly thrust
No, I
the
haven't got it
forestock
yet.
of the rifle forward with his non-shooting
Hold on,
hand,
I gotta send
while
two more wood.
simultaneously maintaining backward pressure on the weapon with his shooting hand. None of these acts are automated, and the Solicitor General has yet to identify
There you
any
go.
component of Mr. Cargil's devices that automatically performs any task that is necessary for bump firing. The statute is unambiguous as applied to Mr. Cargil's non-mechanical bump stocks, and we ask the court to affirm on that ground.
Thumbs up because I'm still not
Behind the
getting it.
government's argument is a set.
And Clarence Thomas asks a question right here that's decent. But okay, how the rate reducer works? That's the last thing you sent me.
I sent you that, and then there's the blue guy, like a fucking idiot. You didn't get that?
I haven't gotten it. No.
What the fuck is up with my Wi-Fi here?
I don't know. If you send it to a text, I haven't gotten it yet.
Hold up.
Dude, that's
Fucking Chinese. Fucking Chinese Wi-Fi. It's being affected right now.
I still want to build an RPK. I'd love to build an RPD.
And that this statute was initially enacted because of what some of the
Should have went through now.
individuals did during Prohibition. And there was significant damage from machine guns, carnage, people dying, etc. And
maybe mine
behind this is the notion that the bump stock does the exact
There it is. I got
same
it finally.
thing. So with that background, why shouldn't we look at
There
a
you go. I got
broader
it.
definition of function, one suggested by the government, as opposed to just the narrow function that you suggest?
The problem with the government's argument, Justice Thomas, is that the phrase "single function of the trigger" can only be construed
Joe Morris, what's up, brother?
focus on the trigger's function and not on what the shooter does to the trigger. And that's so for many reasons. For one thing, there cannot be a subject of function because a shooter does not function a trigger. Only a trigger can have a function and not a shooter. Now, the Solicitor General is trying to replace the word function in the statute with the word pull. And if the statute had actually said a single pull of the trigger, that phrase would clearly refer to an act taken by the shooter, because only a shooter can pull the trigger. The trigger certainly can't pull itself. So if the court is going to interpret the statute based on what it says, rather than based on the purposes or perhaps the overarching goals of what the 1934 legislature might have been, there's no way it could accept the government's construction of the statute because it is changing the enacted words.
Can I give you a way, possibly?
Please.
All right, so the
Here we
statute says
go.
function, as we've all identified.
Yes.
And as far as I can tell, the sort of common usage of the word function is not its operational design. It's not the mechanics of the thing. It is what it achieves, what it's being used for. So I found definitions. Function is defined as the action for which a person or thing is specifically fitted
She's
or
doing
used.
some Wikipedia
The
searching.
acts or
Yeah, it's
operations
more libtard
expected of the
shit.
person or thing. So if you take that definition, it seems to
Good
me
deal, Joe.
that through its use of the word function, Congress was trying to capture a class of weapons in which a trigger is used
There is no
once to
class.
achieve a certain result, which says in the statute, automatic firing many times. And so weapons with bump stocks have triggers that function in the same.
I'm sorry. She had to go to like fucking Fisher Price Law School.
She had to go to Yale. I'm betting it was Yale school for first off.
Okay, the reason that the legal definition of a machine gun was done was to capture how machine guns actually function. Not something that looked like a machine gun, not something that could shoot fast. It was the definition on how the cycle of operations happened. So therefore they could restrict machine guns and not collect everything else. That is why it is a classification of the it's basically a classification of the operating system, you dumb bitch. Fucking Christ.
Same way. You through a single, right, pull of the trigger or touch of the trigger, you achieve the same result of.
I have to disagree with you on one thing.
So why is
What's
that
that?
inconsistent
Tar and
with
feathering is-
or the way the statute reads?
Well, the premise of Your Honor's question is not true. A single discharge of the trigger produces only one shot. It doesn't produce a round of automatic fire. The only way you get to repeated shots with a bump stock equipped rifle is for the shooter himself to continually undertake manual action by thrusting the forestock of the rifle forward with his non-shooting hand.
But that's not the trigger. He's only he's holding the trigger or touched the trigger once, right?
No, he touches the trigger every single time. He has to bump the
I'm sorry,
trigger.
the machine is moving.
The machine
to make
No,
his
the shooter is
The
moving.
trigger has
So
to be
then let me
bumped.
ask you a question.
Yes.
The other question is, I understood this to be a classification statute in the sense that Congress is trying to identify and classify certain
Yes,
weapons.
it identified
So if
the
you're
operating
right,
system
I
of a
want to
machine gun.
understand why that matters. Why does it matter for the purpose of this statute that we have backwards pressure in the ordinary case of a machine gun and forward pressure
I'm happy
here?
I'm not next to one counter right now.
You're saying there's a distinction being drawn. Bump stocks don't fit into this category
I'm
because of
glad
this
I don't have
distinction,
any
and I guess I
blunt
don't
objects in
understand
front of me.
why Congress
Where's my
prohibited
damn
one and
hammer
not
at?
the other. Why does it matter?
Well, it matters because the statute turns on whether the bump stock equipped rifle will fire more than one shot automatically by a single
my
function.
Right,
God.
but
So to answer
the
that,
statute is in context. The statute is classifying certain weapons for prohibition.
right.
So for it to make sense, we have to understand why this category of weapons are ones that Congress wants to prohibit. And
Pause.
you're suggesting that Congress is prohibiting through this classification weapons in.
Woman,
yes,
you're
sir.
missing the goddamn point. This is about the fucking federal agency making and defining a law when it was not under Congress. You dumb fucking hag.
Yeah, that's, again, the definition of machine gun, the textual definition, and I'm going to fucking hammer down on this. The textual definition defines how the machine gun operates. It has nothing to do with what the shooter's doing. Again, I could press the trigger with a dildo, not with my finger, and it is going to fire until I release that pressure, that backwards, or it could be forward pressure. I could design a trigger that I could push forward that would make the gun cycle through its cycle of operations automatically until I release that pressure. That would still be a machine gun.
Hey,
however,
I'm going over to Joe's.
All right, brother.
Yep.
Later, man. However, it doesn't matter which way the trigger is activated. A switch, a wire, a dildo, a fleshlight, doesn't matter. If it only goes through a single cycle of operations, in other words, stripping the round, chambering it, firing it, extracting it, and then chambering the next round. If it only does that in a single cycle of operations, then it's not a fucking machine gun. If these judges are going to decide on things like this, they should have to fucking know what they're talking about. The flaw, one of the flaws in our Constitution is you have people deciding issues that they know exactly jack shit about. Why is my Rumble acting up?
By the way, they changed their terms and policy rules. So, in other words, Rumble's going a little bit commie.
I hope not. Let me refresh something real fast because it should be, and it could be just for a second that my freaking internet decided to be a dickhead.
I know, Coop. The moment Biden put this woman as a justice, I knew shit was going to go downhill.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only thing Mitch McConnell ever did that was halfway fucking decent was holding up. Hold on, maybe it did shut down my fucking Rumble.
Mitch McConnell. You're actually giving that credit to Mitch McConnell.
I'm giving him credit for holding up. Basically, well, look, if he didn't hold it up, Garland would have been on the Supreme Court.
Yep.
And Obama probably would have got another pick after that.
And
so that's the one time I will give Mitch McConnell credit for anything other than being a fucking jackass and snorting a whole lot of cocaine.
Speaking of McConnell, and this is another side topic, but I don't think McConnell's going to be in service for another 1 or 2 years left. He's freezing and he's having like pauses. I'm like, this guy should not be in there, period.
No, apparently my whole fucking Rumble stream shut down for some reason.
Did it just shut down?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
They went commie. They just censored you.
I mean, we're still live on the TubeUs, it looks like.
Yep.
And that would be crazy if I get shut down on Rumble, but I don't get shut down on YouTube.
No, they actually literally just changed the rules, I heard.
What rules do you hear they change it? Because
that I don't know, but it's right now it's just hearsay, but I just heard that they changed some few things.
It's well, it says I'm live there. Let me check one thing, because
nope, Caitlin Brown Jackson, definitely a gold digger for questioning people.
Show it to mama, baby.
Okay.
Let's see where we're at, because now we're back up. So apparently it's just a hiccup. That had me messed up for a minute because Rumble doesn't tend to be the dickheads that YouTube is. So it would amaze me if I was shut down on Rumble or not YouTube. That's what had me so screwed up. Freddie's like, I don't want to be a freaking cop. Damn, Chess.
Which we hold it backwards and automatic fire happens, but we push it forward and automatic fire happens. Congress says no.
There's no
That's
automatic fire. I'm sorry, Justice Jackson. There is
Okay.
no automatic fire.
Sorry,
Does a
800,
flashlight
800
count?
bullet.
Or a fucking
The
dildo?
conversation with Justice
Fucking
Kagan
woman.
suggested that through a bump stock, you can achieve the same kinds of result in terms of the amounts of bullets that are.
And that's that interaction, and he has a couple others like that. It's one of the reasons I say this guy did a pretty good damn job today, because he didn't let her push the narrative that this is automatic fire. And he stops her. He's like, no, this is not automatic fire. You know, there's a break in that cycle of operations. It's not automatic fire. And I saw some people today. One was on a YouTube comment from Four Boxers Diner. And the guy said he didn't think this lawyer did a good job. And I think he did a decent job. He did a better job than a lot of the lawyers that we have heard argue for the Second Amendment.
I think he did a good job.
I think he did good.
Ejected.
That
is
is
that
true.
correct?
It has
Okay.
a very high rate of fire, but it's not automatic.
Right, but what I'm
This is-
suggesting is that the category of prohibition is about the high rate of fire as opposed to, the movement of the trigger.
Where's my
And if
hammer?
you're right that it's about the movement of the trigger, I'm just asking why. Why would Congress want to prohibit certain things based on whether the trigger is moving as opposed to certain things that can achieve this, lethal kind of spray of bullets?
Because the statute was written in 1934, about 100 years before we had bump stocks.
The bump stock itself doesn't matter. It has to do with the trigger functioning and actually initiating the cycle of operations, and the cycle of operations continuing until that trigger is released. It has nothing to do with the technology of the time versus the technology now. It has everything to do with the mechanical function of it. Again, if I put training wheels on my bicycle, that's a bump stock. I'm riding my bicycle with my training wheels. If I can ride the same bicycle without the training wheels, it's still a bicycle until I stick a fucking motor on it that actually makes the bicycle run by a single operation of a throttle.
This is probably 5 plus 5 equal 10. Apparently, this makes 11.
Yes.
So Congress drafted the statute at that time to capture the type of weaponry it wanted to prohibit in 1934.
Yeah, Mike McClune, I am
interpretation,
kicking
Mr.
it with the
Meshuggah, and
natties
you've said
tonight.
this several times in your brief, captures a fair number of weapons that nobody had on their radar screen in 1934. So let me ask you about that and where the line is.
Sure.
Yeah,
If
Barton,
a
you
gun
ain't wrong.
fires multiple shots at the push of a button,
Oh, we got another
or the flip of
guest
the
stepping
switch,
in.
and just keeps firing.
Yes.
What is up, my brother? We'll pause it and say hi. What's up, brother?
Coop, how are you this evening?
I am crazy as fuck and about to lose my mind. How are you doing?
I'm also troubled with the world's woes. I mean, we've all got to universally be Atlas and bear everything on our shoulders, dude. We're all standing here like this, oh, when's it gonna be over? And I don't even have children, man. I can't even understand you, man.
Oh, dude.
I mean, my brother's got 2 children too. I know what it's. He tells me about it. I understand. It's. I couldn't I would be out of my mind.
Dude, our country's going to hell in a handbasket, and this is what we're dealing with.
I worry about my brother's kids. These are. I don't have children, so those are my children. You know what I mean? I care the most about them. I care about everybody else too. Them first.
This is where chessboard nails the argument. If these lawyers are smart, they'd basically tell them it's no big deal. You know, Joe said we need a F-16 to be able to stand up to the government. You know, what's a bump stock at that point? What is it? The other dude said they just nuke us, so we don't have nukes. I mean, they shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah, bump stocks on.
Oh my fucking God, these people are. But these are the people we are ruled by. Understand, they don't represent us.
We're only ruled if we obey, and laws have to be enforced, and if they're not enforced, then they're just disobeyed.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a whole lot of polices out there who will enforce unconstitutional shit and then tell us they were just following orders.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to claim, like peaceful disobedience when it's like involving a firearm, because by the nature of it, it's kind of like potentially violent because it's a firearm. So that's kind of like it's weird. It's like it's something that it's like it's a god. You know what I mean? It's kind of, you can't apply.
Huh?
I mean, you can. I mean, I can. I justify it in my mind.
I don't know where they're at, baby. They were in the kitchen somewhere. Let this play and let me try to figure something out real quick.
Clearly, that's a machine gun.
That's a machine gun.
Yes, that's United States against camp, essentially.
Okay, and if a gun does the same thing, except now it's the push of 2 buttons.
So one button that fires, and then the other button that's necessary.
Yes.
Both buttons necessary.
Yes.
And neither are by themselves sufficient.
Yeah, I thought you say also on page 45 of your brief that a push-operated machine gun that requires the shooter to push and hold 2 buttons, that would also qualify.
Right, because the 2 buttons together are acting as the trigger in that scenario. So the trigger is the device that initiates the firing of the weapon. So if you need to push 2 buttons and not just one, then both the 2 buttons combined are the trigger.
Okay, so now instead of doing 2 buttons, suppose you had 1 button, and with the other hand, you held the trigger.
1 button that you're pushing, and then with the other hand, you're...
Yeah, instead of 2 buttons, it's 1 button, and you held the trigger.
And you need to do both to fire. You can't just do one.
Same as you just had to do 2 buttons, and you conceded that 2 buttons is a machine gun. So now I'm saying instead of pushing 2 buttons, you push 1 button and you hold the trigger.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how we define trigger. And the answer to that will not always be clear. The question is, can you extend the holding of United States against camp to this particular situation?
I mean, I have to say, I think you don't quite know what the answer to that is. If you have an answer, let me know, because the difference between pushing 2 buttons for me and pushing 1 button and holding the trigger is not self-evident.
The pushing a button and holding the trigger, and you need to do both.
Boy, I thought I was being pretty clear here.
Yeah.
You push 2 buttons, you say it's a machine gun. Now you don't push 2 buttons, you have to push 1 button and hold the trigger.
That shouldn't make a difference if they're both going to be
I got to pause.
You have to both be machine guns or neither. I don't think you can draw it.
Okay. You dumb bitch.
I don't like the repeat use of the word buttons. I mean, I don't get where all that shit.
It depends on the work that the button is doing. Is 1 button a safety that releases the other button to actually fire?
He's talking about the selector itself.
That would be a machine gun. If as long as the second button allowed it.
I don't know, man. It was a weird argument.
It's a retarded argument because it depends on what the buttons are doing. Is 1 button the safety where I push the safety button to release the button to function for the trigger, and that trigger button fires and goes through a cycle of operations automatically? Is it 2 buttons to where when I push 1 button, 1 cycle of operations goes through, and then I have to release that button and push the second button, and then another cycle of operations goes through? That would be a binary trigger.
Yeah.
The same way on a fucking AR, a binary trigger. I pull the trigger to the rear, hammer drops, rounds fired. I release the trigger, bolt comes back, hammer drops forward again to release another one. That's no different than 2 buttons. The safety on this gun, where it's no different than that. The safety is 1 button, and the trigger would be the other button. So, and then if I had two triggers on something where I push one button and then another button, but only a single round is fired with this button and only a single round is fired with that button, it's still fucking semi-automatic. It's fucking basic firearms technology, you fucking hoe.
Have you checked out those Hoffman super safeties that'll pretty much, like with minor modifications, make like a regular like mil-spec trigger group into like a kind of like a FRT, but it's like it's all actuated through the safety, and the got like a adjustable, well, it's not really adjustable, it's like spring plunger safety like screw, like grip screw.
Yeah, but it, again, we get back into the actual definition on the way it works.
Oh yeah, yeah,
resets,
it does a different way.
Yeah, if the trigger resets every single time before the round is fired, that's semi-automatic. And fucking fully automatic firearms, the trigger itself never has to reset. It can act in a couple of different ways, just allowing the slide to go forward like on an open bolt. There could be a trip there, like an auto
open. Yeah, it doesn't go cycle. The trigger doesn't have to go cycle.
Get all these motherfuckers a class at SDI. I guarantee they fucking fail it.
Also, Coop, they mentioned buttons.
I don't like buttons.
I feel sorry now because this is actually probably going to close up the open bolt action ARs that are in California. Like I sent you the video, Coop, but this is how they get around it now. So if they're doing this in the Supreme Court now, this is going to give bad ideas for
Newsom. That's what they were talking about. That's what they were talking about when they meant buttons. I was confused. I mean, I know what you're
buttons
like lockable buttons.
No, button's the selector, but the actual button, like I'm thinking like a bad lever. This guy literally's got around the California laws out there. So instead of having a regular rifle that is banned, they have to have it registered as an assault weapon. To get around that, they actually install a actual bolt catch. You know the actual bolt catch lever you have on the left side of your rifle and AR. So every time you kept closing the bolt lever, you'd fire, and then it would just cycle and do the same thing. Catch fire, catch fire, catch fire, catch fire, catch fire.
Yeah.
And now they're probably going to go after that now because of this shit.
Oh, well, they're going to go after all this. So think about it. So you can go out right now with no NFA paperwork, and you can get a Gatling gun, whether it's an original 4570 or whether it's a 9mm like the Glock. I think it's a Glock Gatling gun.
You're talking Civil War crank arm.
That thing was only like $1,000, dude. It wasn't that. It was that expensive. It wasn't that expensive, was it?
But and think about the stupidity behind that. So if I turn it with my hand, it's not a machine gun. But if I struck a drill motor on that bitch and pulled the trigger, well, it's all of a sudden it's a fucking machine gun. It just proves the idiocy of gun control.
DeWalt machine gun, yeah, sweet shit.
It proves that our fucking government is so goddamn inept. They should not be doing any of these malum prohibitum laws where you can't have it just because we don't like it. What should matter is what do I do with the object?
Therein lies the whole thing of it. And I mean, Coop, honestly, I've had to cast off a couple friends I've had for like over 20 years, like recently, because they eventually just became too much, and they said something, they got out of line. I said, well, I'll see you when I see you. Don't call me, I'll call you. And then
no doubt, man.
Yeah, and something bad happened in their life, and they called me up to tell me about it. I'm like, man, I kind of cast you off 6 months ago. You didn't get the drift. We ain't hanging out no more. If I see you when you're out, I'll say hi and be friendly and everything, but we ain't hanging out no more, man. I keep your number just so I know it's you calling, so I can not answer it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
No, cool.
That kind of shit. But I mean, he was always relentless. Like he would. Most of it, I think, though, too, he was kind of a simp for this. No, well, I'm being very serious. I mean, this is straight shooting, man. No horse shit. He was a simp, and I know for a sec I could tell by the way his attitude and way he talked when he was in the room with his girlfriend or not on the phone with me, because we have opposing political viewpoints, like polar opposite. But I knew the guy since he was like, 16. So, that aside, I could leave it aside. He could not. Well, I don't know if he couldn't, but whatever. He can, hopefully find his way, because I can't help him anymore.
No, dude, there are some people
too taxing, and then
even when you've been friends for a long time, you've known someone for quite a while, you hit that hang up and they just become fucking dead weight. I had people that I had people that I knew forever, and when Trump stuff started, they start calling me a racist because I'm not supporting Joe Biden. It's like, no, I don't support Joe Biden because he is the racist. You dumbass.
All these people watch too much television. That's what that's the core of it. They watch too much television. Whatever they believe, whatever is the narrative that's being pushed, and these people also took the vaccine without even thinking about shit. And dude, my parents don't hate Trump. Don't get me wrong, but they did take the vaccine. They bought into that part of the media shit. Too easy. And I'll be damned if they didn't freaking take a damn flu shot like freaking 4 months ago. I'm like, damn it, doesn't matter shit.
I'll give this to my parents, because both my parents are in their 70s, almost 80s now.
Me too, bud.
And
me too.
When we were talking with, like, when COVID came out, we'll get back to the arguments in a second. But when COVID came out and all the shit started happening, we were talking about it. We were all on the same page. It was like, look, you're either going to get it or you're not. And then when this so-called vaccine came out, all of us were like, no, dog, that ain't happening. It's just like, and they ended up catching COVID last year. And they actually caught COVID from my aunt. They were in Arkansas visiting her. She had the vaccine. They didn't. They caught COVID from her.
Regardless, vaxxed or not vaxxed, you're going to get COVID one way or another. It stops the symptoms, but regardless.
I got it. I had it.
Regardless, it's a personal choice, but Dan, I'd say there's a similar situation. Before I was even a conservative, mind you, I was actually a former Democrat, and my Democratic colleagues around me were like, hey, what do you think of gay marriage when this was Obama period, mind you? And I was like, I'm not for it. And all of them were looking around me and they're shit on me. I'm like, oh, why don't you not support it? And I'm like, I don't agree with it. It's not family-based oriented.
Obama didn't support it on his first go around.
No, but they're all shit on me. I'm like, fuck off. It's my opinion.
I mean, freaking on the record, I was happy when Obama got elected the first time. I was like, okay, racial unity, all kumbaya, like everybody else was doing. Like, white people had to elect him, right? Because of the majority of the population. Or, I'm sure he got elected popularly. He was popular.
It was either him or McCain.
That's irregardless. But what was scary was his second term.
Yes.
And I live in West Virginia, and he started attacking, like Clinton did too, with the fossil fuel attacks on the coal shit and the power plants. And it hit home as far as my livelihood and the livelihood of the towns that I live in and frequent and live around, and that kind of shit happens when industry fades in areas. Like, look at Detroit. When the auto industry faded there, what is it now? I don't want my town to look like Detroit. So
no, it looks like a fucking war zone.
That kind of stuff woke me up as far as like paying attention to politics.
Well, look at like the wind farms. Like some places.
Oh, the garbage. No, we have them. We have a few. They're trophy projects is all they are. They're like, 5 rotor wind farms, 12 farms. They're trophy farms.
Producing more energy than making.
It's all there. Dude, and if you freaking have a huge, we just installed, there's a couple solar array projects. I might know something about some of the power shit, but dude, if you get a freaking wicked hailstorm, it'll freaking wreck.
it'll wreck freaking, polycarbonate crystalline freaking panels. It'll wreck. Unless they're like pre-filtered, like, I don't know, maybe they have industrial shit that takes away, you know what I mean. I've seen some of the ones that it work up close and they don't look very durable. They don't look any more durable than shit you put on top of a fucking van. You know what I mean?
Let's crank this back up.
Yep. Let's do it.
And enjoy some of Justice Elena Kagan.
Distinction. Correct. And you said the first is a machine gun, so the second has to be a machine gun. Okay, so now I guess I want to know, what's the difference between pushing a button and holding the trigger and pushing the barrel and holding the trigger? You've just described a bump stock.
No, because you don't need to push the barrel forward to fire the weapon. You can fire the weapon just by clicking the trigger every single time, like a normal semi-automatic weapon fires.
But what the bump stock does, you're saying you don't have to put pressure.
Well, it's neither necessary nor sufficient to fire the weapon. The trigger is the device that initiates the fire.
Here's what I'm trying to say. And I appreciate your, going down this road of hypotheticals with me. But
don't see how this dude
pushing one
didn't
button
cuss
and
her out.
holding a trigger is a machine gun. Then a device that works by pushing the barrel, the front of the gun, essentially, I don't know about these things, and holding the trigger, seems again to me to essentially do the same thing. And that is how everybody uses these devices. Like, I mean, maybe you could use the device differently, but the entire point of this device is that you exert forward pressure and you have your finger on the trigger and then a torrent of bullets shoots out. So I don't understand why it's any different, from pushing a button and holding the trigger, pushing the barrel and holding the trigger.
The difference is you don't need to push the
It's
barrel
called
to fire the weapon.
bump
In the other
fire.
hypotheticals that Your Honor is describing, you need to push those buttons to make the weapon fire.
So
If
the
it's not
fact
necessary-
that there is a conceivable possibility of using these bump stock devices in a way that does not take advantage of what these bump stock devices do and are able to do, the fact that there is that conceivable possibility is what you are resting your entire argument on.
All right. What'd you say, Warsaw?
It's called bump fire. God damn it, woman.
Yes. If I can make the firearm operate that way without the bump stock, I don't change the trigger. It's the same exact trigger. If I can get it to do that without changing anything in the trigger, and the way the trigger operates, the way the sear operates, the disconnector, all that.
Hold on.
Then it's not a fucking machine gun, you dumb cunt.
Hold up. There's an old video. Let me see if I can find it. Yep, there it is. I've seen this video float around 13 years ago. It's still up. All right. If you're worried about a bump stock, think again here. This is a Mac 10 or Mac 11. I think this is a Mac 11. And this is a pistol, by the way. It's not, it doesn't have a stock or anything, and it's semi-auto.
Yeah.
Ouch, dude, I just got hit in the balls by this shelf. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's freaking.
Nice.
That's the ridiculous. I can go find videos of guys firing, bump firing, anything from Mini 14s to ARs to 1911s. All of it. If it's a semi-automatic firearm, I can get it to bump fire. The stock, again, I use the analogy of the bicycle.
With a lightweight AK, it's really easy.
I use the analogy. That's the reason I use the analogy of a bicycle. I have to pedal a bicycle. If it has training wheels on it, it just makes it easier for me to stay upright and pedal. If I take the training wheels off, I'm still pedaling the bicycle and staying upright. I just have to work a little harder at it until I get a little bit more, familiar with it.
Here's a
It
definition.
doesn't change the way the fucking bicycle operates.
Now, here's a definition for bump fire.
Right.
Using the same recoil energy to keep cycling the firearm to keep firing in fast rate of fire.
Yeah, and that's nowhere near the definition of a machine gun.
Yeah,
which has to do with the actual
recoil.
mechanisms.
It's just auto reloading. Yeah, it's just auto reloading. It's a matter of like how it catches. Where is there a sear? Is it drop?
Well, that's where we get into. If we wanted to drill down into definitions, an auto reloading firearm is typically what we call a semi-automatic firearm these days. You pull the trigger, it goes through a cycle of operations. It fires the round, extracts it, strips another round from the ammunition source, and chambers it. And then it stops. Of course, there's cocking and stuff like that involved in that. But it stops at that. It doesn't continuously go through that cycle of operations.
Message from Boba, don't do drugs.
Get out of here.
Don't do drugs, fella.
Yeah, don't do drugs, because apparently our Supreme Court is on them.
Do not do drugs.
Argument depends on what's the trigger. The trigger is the device that initiates the firing of the weapon. A bump stock does not change the trigger in any way. It does not alter the nature of the trigger. The other hypothetical devices that Your Honor is describing are changing the triggering device, either by requiring pushing 2 buttons rather than just 1. Nothing in the bump stock changes the trigger. The trigger is still, in this situation, the curved metal lever, and the Solicitor General has never contested that point. Neither has DOJ at any point in this litigation.
Mr. Mitchell, this conversation is totally confusing me because I thought that your argument depended on what the trigger, that the function of the trigger was what the trigger does mechanically inside the weapon. And therefore, whether you have 1 trigger or 2 triggers or 3 triggers or 10 buttons, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the trigger or the triggers do inside the gun. An M6, back in the day when it was possible to fire the standard military issue rifles, M16 from the 1970s on automatic. My understanding is that the military you can't even do that anymore. All you can fire at most is a burst of 3 shots. But there are 2 buttons on the old time M16. You have to flip there are 3. You have to flip it over from semi-automatic to automatic. That's one
Safe,
button.
fire,
And then the other
full
button
auto.
is the pulling of the trigger. But do I misunderstand your argument?
No, you're not misunderstanding it at all. The function of the trigger is what the trigger does to cause the weapon to fire. That's what function of the trigger means. But to determine that, we need to first determine what exactly the trigger is before we can consider what is the function of the trigger. And there will be certain types of devices, like this motorized trigger device in the United States against camp, where the trigger actually is changed because you're no longer pulling the curved metal lever to set off the weapon. Instead, you're flipping some switch that starts a motor.
Now I'm completely lost. The trigger is not doing anything.
Now you're flipping.
It's the
switches,
person.
you're talking about lowriders now.
And it's the person choosing on an M16 whether they're going to keep the switch on semi-automatic or put the switch on automatic and turn the M16 into a machine gun. And on a machine gun, it's not the trigger that does this, it's the pressure that the shooter is using to hold the trigger down that permits it to keep going.
That's what causes the trigger to function.
Well, but the pause, that's what the government is saying, which is you're not looking.
Okay, again, this is
She's
where we
thinking
get
of an
back
M16. It's
this is where we get back to. I can go to a store right now, and Joe said they're about $1,000. I think I've seen them at anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500. I can go buy a Gatling gun shooting 9mm ammunition, and it's a hand crank. I literally just crank it. There's another grip that came out. VSO Gun Channel showed it the other day, where you have an AR grip that actually has an attachment inside the trigger to where you pull out a little lever and it's a hand crank.
Oh yeah,
trigger.
I saw that. Yeah, it looks like a Magpul grip. That little cranker.
It looks like
it works with any trigger. It's not really like a trigger group. It works with any trigger. That's freaking. It was kind of funny. I thought that was kind of funny, but I don't know. I mean,
but the thing is,
look at this
still
application.
A single operation of the trigger.
Just pop it out. but how cool would that be if you had something set up like an AR-15 RPK style rifle? Like I've got one of those 24-inch bull barrel Anderson Predator uppers, and it's just like guaranteed like freaking 500 round freaking bullseye shots all day with whatever the hell you throw at it. It's just
but
so
that's where
easy.
you,
It's just heavy as
that's
hell.
where you that's where you still get into. It's a single function of the trigger for every fire or every shot fired, and it doesn't do it continuously in an automatic cycle. And she's still getting down to, well, it shoots fast. It doesn't matter whether or not it shoots fucking fast.
Yeah, that's a byproduct.
Again, Jerry Miculek
shoots fast.
And others
he shoots
would have to
fast.
have a tax stamp just to fucking breathe.
Yep. Coop, here's another thing. I just haven't thought of this. We're talking about bump stocks, right?
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't have one. I mean, I don't need one.
It doesn't matter. This is another thing.
Yeah. I don't like what happened with the ruling and all that stuff.
No, but this opens up even a bigger can of worms. I didn't think this, but what was that shotgun we used during the Second World War? The was it the Trench Winchester 18?
Yeah, you're talking about a slam fire. Yeah.
Yeah, slam fire. Any shotgun that's capable of slam fire, this would also be put under the category too.
It very well could be.
I sold one of those not too long. Well, it was that shot.
Even a lever action could be affected technically.
If
lever action is
yeah,
awesome. Well, lever action is tricky. I mean, you can't hold your finger on the trigger; you'll slice your freaking finger in half.
You look at competition shooters and like cowboy action shooting, and you look at how fast they can fire a lever.
I mean, honestly,
it's tuned. It's
if you have your sidearm or your whatever, if you've got a small carbine, and you have a double barrel shotgun with a 20-inch barrel like coach, dude, those coach guns are fast. I got single trigger coach gun, hammerless. It's a stoker. It's a cheapie. I mean, it's meant for target shooting and fun, but I have squirrel hunted with it successfully. It's kind of fun. It's light, small to carry around. It's a nice shot.
Well, most of your double barrels these days are all going to be single triggers. And all your sear does is it drops.
The Stoker offers like a wide range. Like mine's on the lower end, but you can get a double trigger. You can get one with a freaking nickel receiver. They go up about 3 grades.
It's like cars, man. You can go with any options you want. You can get.
I kind of like the single trigger option as opposed to the selective option because I don't need to decide. You know what I mean? You've got like two bores. You've got like improved cylinder and freaking modified. I think is what you've got left.
I think that's pretty much. I think what they are, unless you.
That's a standard offering. Yeah,
a standard bird gun is all it is. But it's a single trigger, and all it does is when you pull the trigger, when one sear releases, it kind of drops to the next sear, and you pull it again, and it drops again. It's an extremely simple mechanism.
I'm going for tree rats though. Yeah, I use it for a squirrel gun, like down on the ground. It's pretty decent for a squirrel. It's not.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat. It is hard to beat a shotgun for a squirrel gun.
At what the trigger is doing, you're looking at what the shooter is doing, and is he using a force, keeping the gun down, keeping the trigger down, or holding the bump stock and letting it shoot back and forth in an automatic recoil? Those are not things that changes the automatic nature of the firing.
It still has nothing to do with what the shooter does. The question is, what does the trigger do when it
Everything
functions?
to do with the mechanical.
And if the trigger allows more than one shot to fire per function of the trigger, what is the single function of the trigger?
But the trigger you're saying can be a
we got to let it play
so
for a
why
minute.
can't it be the bump stock that's forcing this thing automatically in a recoil motion to go back and forth?
Because the bump stock doesn't fire the weapon. The bump stock is just a case in which the weapon slides back and forth. That doesn't do anything to fire the weapon.
They have defined the bump stock as the trigger?
No one defines the bump stock as the trigger in this
Could they
case.
have?
No, they could not, because the bump stock is
Thank you,
neither
Barrett.
necessary nor sufficient for the firing of the weapon.
It's an
It's the curved metal
attachment.
lever on the
It's
semi-automatic rifle that
It's an
causes the weapon to
attachment.
fire. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mitchell, it seems to me the spirit of some of the questions you're getting are in the nature of the anti-circumvention principle. That, okay, maybe in 1934, function of the trigger meant the firing, the essential thing that causes the weapon to fire. But high rate of fire that's achievable through bump stocks is effectively the equivalent. And we should
I've
take
got to get
cognizance
my
of that.
IG back up on my
Your
computer so I
It's
can
just not
show
what the
this
statute
shit.
says. It has nothing to do with the rate of fire.
But the statute doesn't say a lot of things that you've agreed are prohibited under the statute. The statute doesn't, think about weapons, and the statute doesn't think about switches. And I have to think that
I'm gonna
if
die.
I gave you a different
Well, you
hypo
got
that
something
said it was
special?
voice activated, that you would have to say yes.
Yeah.
No, you're laughing.
Hold
I
on.
was like curious what you got.
Oh, it's just Man Against the Masses sending me shit. And it probably won't show
low
up because of
power.
lighting.
Low power. No, low battery. You got low battery notification.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. Are you kidding me? That's bad.
Oh, dude. I've seriously got to do.
Okay, I see it. I see it now.
I've seriously got to do the Man Against the Masses stream. And I'm putting that together. I'm trying to get everything in kind of a flow without damn laughing myself to death.
Yeah.
And then I got to do Jason Ewing sent me some stuff that's just absolutely freaking hysterical.
Yeah. Hey, Coop, I hate to leave, but I gotta get off, man.
All right, brother.
Yep. And
You're
tomorrow,
welcome.
tomorrow we'll have to check out, see what's going on with that stream. Remember?
Yeah. We still got to check out.
Yeah. Judge McGlynn.
And like as always, man, just hit me up and we'll try to get everything together.
Yep, sounds good.
And for you guys sending me stuff on IG, unless you do like Man Against the Masses and send it to me in a stream, I'm horrible about checking my IG. And I mean, absolutely, like I should be going to hell for not checking my IG because I don't do much on there anymore. So I don't keep up with it. I got to get with a couple of guys that Man Against the Masses just checking that reminded me that those guys or letting me know that those guys sent me some stuff.
I mean, Instagram's a good place to like showplace, your works and stuff. If you want to sell stuff, that's an okay place to do it low key. You got like certain custom, you know what I mean?
I did more with Instagram. Like when I was running my plasma table all the time, I'd post a bunch of stuff, or I might have a build I post some stuff on. And
I'm going to do a little practice welding, man. I'm going to build up a.
which one's that one, Barton? Is that the one that freaking Rich is printing right now? Because you're right. Any of these designs that we've looked at in the last little while, absolutely prove this whole gun control argument, even with full autos, which after listening to today, even if we had a full auto case come up against the Supreme Court, it wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
It 6-barrel of Gatling. Yeah.
What do you mean? You mean like drop the NFA?
So if say we won every assault weapons ban case that come up against the Supreme Court, if it was say that the Hughes Amendment is unconstitutional, or we went after the 1934 NFA directly, we wouldn't win it.
No,
because these people, as good as they are about some things, they're still absolute statists, and they do not believe in the absolute ownership of arms. They don't. Even Thomas, I love Thomas. I've loved Thomas since he got onto the Supreme Court.
CT. Yeah, Clarence Thomas is a good dude. He's a good man.
That's a machine gun too. And the statute doesn't think about that. And I guess what Justice Gorsuch is saying is that you, in arguing this case, have had to do something very sensible, because otherwise it would seem, like,
Yes, Barton, absolutely.
This statute is loaded with anti-circumvention
Well, their
devices.
state
The
is not
entire way
necessarily
the statute is
federalist,
written suggests
but
that
definitely
Congress was very
statist.
aware that there
And
could
Lincoln
be
was an absolute statist.
small adjustments of a weapon that could get around what Congress meant to prohibit. And in all kinds of ways, you are accepting of that and saying, yes, you can't circumvent it by that. You can't circumvent it by non-conventional triggers. You can't circumvent it by, all
If
these
your
things that
textual
these hypotheticals
definition
I've been
doesn't
giving
cover
you.
it,
But you
it's
can
not
circumvent
covered,
it through
bitch.
this one mechanism.
I'm not conceding that you can circumvent the statute, Justice Kagan. We're just interpreting the word trigger, which is a term that appears in the statutory text, and it has to be interpreted. When you're dealing with the motorized trigger device, that's an easy case in one direction, because that has changed the trigger from the curved metal lever, because the shooter is no longer using that to fire the weapon. Instead, there's a switch that is flipped, and that switch is now triggering the device.
I'm going to crank it right back up, but I have to make this point. This dude is explaining firearms to people that are absolute morons. So when he mentions the curved trigger, which everything gets hung up on in some cases, understand this dude could be writing calligraphy, but he's having to do it in crayon because the fucking low IQs of these judges. and that's what it comes down to. So it could be a curved trigger, could be a straight trigger, could be a switch, could be a button, doesn't matter. It is what actually triggers the cycle of operations. And I wish he would nail that down a little bit, but still, he's having to explain something technical to a bunch of fucking morons. So some of this sounds like it's, elementary to us who deal with firearms, who know about firearms technology and cycle of operations and all that shit. But even if he got that deep into the woods with these people, he would get the same response, which is, I'm going to insert my own opinion.
Turning on the switch that then causes automatic fire to occur because there's some motor that's moving the trigger back. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the trigger, the curved metal lever back and forth. That's the United States against Camp. This is an easy case because the bump stock doesn't change the trigger in any way.
But what do you do about modification pieces? I guess I don't understand your argument insofar as I had taken the United States to always take the position, and I actually had a case about this when I was a district court judge, where the question was, were these flat metal pieces that were mailed internationally to the defendant machine guns? And we were all confused. The jury was confused because we had this notion of what a machine gun was, and the government argued that this metal piece was a machine gun and brought in experts.
Even if they did away with the Hughes, we would still have the GFA and the NFA.
Can be used to convert
I'm not saying it would go that way.
Regularly operating
I'm just saying
weapon into one that rapid fires qualifies.
I'm sorry, Justice Jackson.
That's wrong?
Rapid fire is not the test under the statute. It's not whether it fires rapidly. It's whether it fires more than one shot automatically by a simple function of the trigger.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
They said it could, but what we focused on was not whether that metal piece changed the way the trigger operated. Now, maybe you're saying that's wrong, but I guess what I'm focused on is that your argument seems to rest on the assumption that the function of the trigger, as Justice Alito said, is what the trigger does inside the gun.
That's correct.
Why is it irrational, wrong, etc., to think of the function of the trigger as what it does to cause the weapon to automatically fire more than one shot? If that's what we mean by function of the trigger, which is in the statute, automatically more than one shot. And what we're saying is if one operation causes the trigger to it causes the function of the trigger to make the weapon automatically fire more than one shot. I guess I don't understand why your reading is preferable to that when the common understanding of a machine gun is that it is doing this sort of thing at the end of the day.
Well, it's because the trigger on a bump stock equipped rifle does not cause the rifle to automatically fire more than one shot. You still have to have manual action by the shooter in response to every single shot that gets fired. The shooter has to continue to thrust that forestock forward.
Okay, and if that's true, that's true.
It is
That is
yes.
okay. That is a distinction. My other question then comes in. Why is that distinction matter from Congress's perspective in terms of it writing a statute that it was trying to prohibit that? If you're right that that's the relevant distinction, I guess I need a reason why there's something inherently so much worse about a situation in which you push it forward rather than pull it back, that we can reasonably say that that was a particular category that Congress wanted to prohibit. And that's what I'm missing in your argument. It doesn't make sense to me that we're going to identify guns on that purpose and say those are the ones that are prohibited when others that achieve the same result are not.
It's because the statute was written in 1934 and Congress wasn't thinking about bump stocks when they wrote this statute.
Counsel, you've said several times that you thrust with your non-trigger hand, thrust part of the gun forward. And I understood your friend on the other side to focus on it more as maintaining pressure.
Right.
Which is it? I mean, do you hold it? You have to hold it harder at certain points rather than others, or are you actually moving it with the thrusting?
You're definitely moving your hand back and forth. And Mr. Fletcher agreed with us on that point. The hand is moving. I think where our disagreement comes in is that Mr. Fletcher seems to characterize the action of the non-shooting hand, so the left hand for a right-handed shooter, as something where you are applying constant pressure in a certain direction. But the recoil is strong enough to overcome that pressure from the non-shooting hand and thereby move the weapon backward despite the forward pressure that's coming from the non-shooting hand.
But that means I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but that means that the way a shooter perceives it is by imposing constant forward pressure. Not the shooter is thinking, I got to do this really fast, going back and forth.
The shooter can do both, and it takes a lot of practice to master the art of bump firing. So there is always going to be recoil energy, and no person, I think, is strong enough to push forward in a way that overcomes the recoil energy. If they were, bump firing wouldn't happen. So for successful bump firing to occur, there needs to be that back and forth motion. There's recoil every time the rifle fires. There's still pressure from the left hand or the right hand if you're a left-handed shooter. There's still going to be pressure from that non-shooting hand. But the shooter can decide how much he wants to calibrate that pressure in response to the repeated recoils that he's getting from the bump firing. It doesn't have to be the same amount of pressure each time. The shooter just has to make sure that the hand is moving back and forth, because that's the only way you can have successful bump firing. But to get back to your question, Mr. Chief Justice.
The shooter doesn't make sure that the hand is moving back and forth. That's the way the recoil operates. The shooter just makes sure that he's pushing forward, and then the recoil operates to, in fact, even though the shooter is not experiencing this, is not volitionally experiencing this, the shooter is not moving his hand back and forward.
That's probably right, unless the shooter is so strong that he has to ease off a little bit to make sure he doesn't overcome the recoil. But to my knowledge, I don't think there's anybody strong enough to actually be able to keep pushing and forcing it past the recoil energy. But Mr. Chief Justice, I don't think the answer to this question matters in the end, because even if we accept Mr. Fletcher's characterization, where it's just constant pressure with the same amount of force continuously over a sustained period of time, it's still a manual action. There's nothing automatic about that. The shooter is the one who is pushing. It's human effort, human exertion, nothing automatic at all about this process. And Mr. Fletcher said during his remarks that the bump stock harnesses the recoil energy of the weapon. That is false. With the Aikens accelerator, there is harnessing, because the Aikens accelerator has a spring. So there will be certain types of bump firing devices like the Aikens accelerator where you can accurately say that the bump stock harnesses the recoil energy of the weapon. Not so with respect to a non-mechanical bump stock. The weapon recoils, nothing is harnessed with respect to the recoil energy, and it is the shooter who must, with that non-shooting hand, continue to thrust the weapon forward in response.
If I disagree with you about automatically, can you win solely on function of a trigger?
Absolutely, yes.
Why?
Because the single function of the trigger, the Solicitor General has to win on both arguments to prevail. We only need to win on one of the two. So we could win on automatically standing alone, we could win on single function of the trigger standing alone, or we could win on both. We respectfully ask the court to rule on both because there's a well-developed circuit split on each of the two sub-issues within the question.
Well, speaking of automatically, can you address the question I asked Mr. Fletcher about a band bump firing? And, he said it was different on the ground of automatically, but how do you see them functioning differently?
They're indistinguishable.
I'm back finally.
Automatically. Everything
He's
involved
disappointed.
with the band that Your Honor suggested, and also everything involved with Mr. Cargil's non-mechanical bump stock, is a manual action undertaken entirely by the shooter. There is no automating device. Mr. Fletcher has yet to identify any device in the non-mechanical bump stock that automates any task that is necessary for successful bump firing. It is all being done by the shooter. There's the recoil after the shot gets fired, and then it is the shooter who must, with his own hand and with his own force, exert pressure forward consistently to make sure that the trigger bumps into his finger. This is all manual. Nothing automatic about it. Nothing at all.
Can I ask you a variation of the hypothetical black box?
Oh, here we go.
The government put forward in there, and you might be familiar with it. It's in their brief. So they say that we've got two boxes, each of which continuously fires bullets after the operator presses and releases a button. If I hear you correctly, or maybe you can just tell me, box one, the operator pushes the button and the bullets come out
You didn't
automatically.
like wearing those because you
Box
said they were too tight.
two, the operator holds his finger slightly above the box, and there's something, under the box that
If you
pushes
want
the
to wear,
box up
what,
into
I tell
his
you
finger.
what, try them on.
So the finger
We'll
is
see.
touching the trigger like a million times because in order for it to operate, the box is going like so, pushing up. One is machine gun, one is not. Same rate of velocity of bullets coming out. That's your view.
The answer to that question depends on what is the trigger.
Okay.
And can the holding of the United States against Camp, that Fifth Circuit decision that said motorized trigger devices are machine guns, can the rationale of that case be extended to this hypothetical? So I think the way to think of this, Your Honor, is there are going to be easy cases at each of the extremes, and there are going to be harder cases in the middle. The easy case is United States against Camp, because that is a situation where the trigger was changed. It no longer is the curved metal lever. It's instead the switch.
But I guess,
Everyone agrees with that.
and your view is what makes it.
Again, these are very, very simple cases, and only lawyers could make this so convoluted.
So much money wasted. So much money wasted on all this.
If I pull the trigger, if I push the button, if I push two buttons, if I stick my dick in a hole, if it goes through the cycle operations continuously until I pull my dick out of the hole, it's a machine gun. If I push my dick in the hole and it goes through a single cycle of operations and then stops until I pull my dick out and put my dick back in, it's semi-automatic. Only lawyers could fuck things up and make them so retarded.
I've told, like, well, I can speak like half freely, but I've told people that I'm concerned with, like, with their views, and like, you're actually subject to the actions of this too. Like, just because you think this way when they impose those actions, that doesn't mean you're like a king on top of the hill.
Oh, no.
It fucks you up too. And guess what? It sucks because you've got a kid that's like maybe 8-10 years old. Your kid's never going to know what it's going to mean to have his own fucking car.
Frag out, my brother. How you doing?
Yeah. Your kid's never going to have his freaking own car when he's fucking 16. Yeah, he won't be able to afford one. You'll be lucky if you can still hang on to yours.
Dude, this will come down to, like it always does in systems, to where the people that support the system are eventually going to end up on the train with those of us who don't support the system.
They get 8 first. Yeah. Like the ones that support it.
Well,
after it starts to cave, they get 8 first. Is like
this is the way this will eventually work out.
It's a cycle of Satan. I think it's a cycle of Satan.
There will be all of us.
There's good
all
and
of
evil.
us.
There's good and evil.
All of us who don't support this shit may be the first ones on the train. However, there will be some of us who are the last to go, And then there's going to be a bunch of blue-haired, purple-haired, pink-haired, left-handed lesbian Eskimo albinos on the same train looking at us going, well, how did we get here? And we're going to go, we warned you.
I can only try to do good, man. I have always good intentions, man. When I interact with people, or any situation, always good intentions.
Well, my biggest thing, and people have heard me say on streams before, as long as my actions don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, the government shouldn't be involved in it. And see, that alleviates everything.
I'm highly taxated too. I mean, like between like what they take out of payroll tax and what you pay on like everything, like they just now took away the food tax. We've had food tax for like 15, 20 years where I live, and they took that back away. So now you don't get taxed for like raw food, like unprepared food, like raw vegetables, shit like that.
Dude, frag out.
It's bad.
Oh man, dude, I will say this, frag out. You will be happier after all this is done, but while you're going through it, it's gonna fucking suck for a while. But once you get it done, you'll be in a lot better position. So hang in there, brother, because yeah, you're already in the middle of it. There ain't no crawling out now.
Yeah.
It's and Chess is right, man. This is, and we've said it plenty of times. A lot of us have said this plenty of times. This is not about gun control. This is about control. Period.
Yeah.
And that's all it's about. Yeah. And there's going to be a whole lot of commie mommies on the train later going, well, why are we here? Well, because you're the ones who fucking helped push this shit. So maybe give us some booty on the train.
Honestly, Coop, are you on the radio train yet? I'm gonna go for my operator, like ham operator, and just do it with a Baofeng, just go through the paces and learn how to operate it. And luckily, I just got a decent set of prescription glasses. I can actually see now, so I can use the keypad a little bit, but that you can program easy with a tether cord. You can do it.
Here's my train of thought about the whole radio communications. I'm of two minds right now. One is
it branches out. You have to have like a base knowledge.
Here's my thought. One is it would be an alternative means of communication, and that's a good thing. The other one is that our government collects so much signals intelligence, I can't do anything below the board, so I might as well be sending up fucking smoke signals at that point.
Coop, do you ever, I probably sent you links. Do you ever watch S2 Underground?
No, dude, you have to send me some links for them.
Oh my God, motherfucker. Oh, geez, God. Listen, there's some,
I'm sorry, Bart.
No, it's not like that. But seriously, there are things that
frag out. Jump on the stream, you bastard. The link's up in the chat.
Yeah,
there are things
we can do. Like Meshtastic is like taking off too. Like short distance like networking with in radios, man. Radios, it's gonna have to happen, Coop. You're gonna have to. It just depends on if you want to be able to communicate with somebody in your immediate area up to like maybe 10 miles away. If you want to communicate with that guy, you're gonna need radio.
Hey, Frag, we got to do a show sometime when you can get time, man. We just got to do one just to shoot the shit. even if we don't have a topic, just shoot the shit. Even if we go to Rumble and you can bring all the toys out and we can just sit around and just, like I said, just chill and just be as fucking off the wall as we can possibly be. But we got to do one. But yeah, it's like I said, my biggest thing about getting into radios and stuff like that, there are a bunch of people who think we're going to do this and we'll do it covertly. No, you don't understand the level of signals intelligence that our government has.
Oh yeah.
If your microwave goes on, they know about it.
No.
So
you just want to learn how to use the equipment and get the equipment operable. And if you're going to use it licensed, call sign. Once you have your call sign, well then you can operate it. If you want to, I mean, you can still operate it. You just can't freaking call out. I mean, you can't hit the button unless you have a call sign. You know what I mean? You know how it works.
Yeah. And then, like I said, I'm fence sitting on that. I'm of two minds on that right now.
Easy or
They
hard?
just
the sort of thought behind that, like, geez, what makes it easy or hard is actually distinguishing those two in the real world, like in terms of what is actually happening. Mm-hmm. You think what makes it easy or hard is just identifying whether the finger is moving because the box is moving or because the person is pushing it down.
What makes it hard is whether it's changed the nature of the trigger in some way. Clearly that happened in camp. This situation with Mr. Cargil, there's not even an argument that the trigger has been changed. Neither DOJ at no point in this litigation has argued that bump stocks change the nature of the trigger or change the trigger at all. There will be harder cases in the middle, such as the forced reset triggers and some of these hypotheticals that were discussed in the DC Circuit's opinions and Gwetty's, where there may be a question as to what exactly the trigger is, and then how does that trigger function. So again, going back to camp, when there's a flip of a switch that turns on a motor, and that motor then
give your mom a love, go give what was left.
That's automatic fire. That's a machine gun because we now have a new trigger, the switch. It's no longer the curved metal lever. So can that rationale be extended to some of these hypotheticals where we talk about black boxes and oscillating buttons? What exactly is the trigger there? Is it merely the button? Is it the motor that's moving the button up and down? It's arguable either way. We don't think the court should resolve any of that. I understand, but for us to take a position on the question, it's all going to depend on whether
Frag Out would be your dude for damn like CNC tool pads. For me,
example to think about because in 2006,
2D designs, I can do that.
Accelerator. ATF initially approved that device in 2002. 2006, it changed its mind.
Dude, Frag Out, you're freaking. Some of your videos have been amazing, man. Don't even start that shit.
Today. They cite the legislative
history from Frederick
and say that function of the trigger means pull of the trigger. That rationale is not going to work if the Aikens accelerator is going to be characterized as a machine gun. What might work, though, is if there's some possible argument to extend the holding of the United States against camp to the Aikens accelerator. Does that spring in the Aikens accelerator change the nature of the
trigger? That's what I was saying, Frag Out, you jackass.
If ATF wants to continue to characterize the Aikens accelerator as a machine gun, it's going to need to come up with a much better argument than what it offered in 2006. We're not closing the door on that possibility, but we do think the actual rationale that ATF has used is just as faulty as the rationale for banning non-mechanical bump stocks.
Frag Out, post your channel in the chat, you jackass.
Mr. Mitchell, I think you would agree that the bump stock
I can't remember whether you got a channel or not. If you do, I'll make you a mob. Post your
why
stuff.
wouldn't you then take the further step of saying it changes the nature of the trigger in doing that?
Because the trigger still has to reset after every single shot.
Reg, you're already a mob. What's up,
motherfucker? By changing the trigger. It's accelerating the rate of fire.
That's not really what I'm
sorry.
So
And Tim,
why
let me do
wouldn't you
this.
say that you have enhanced the triggering mechanism?
And you guys forgive me if I don't follow your channels already. If you follow me, but post that shit in the chat.
It's simply making it easier for the shooter to bump
G23's
that
got
trigger
Frag Outs
repeatedly.
posted.
The
So you guys
nature of
follow
the trigger
Frag Out.
mechanism remains exactly the same. What's going on inside the gun after the trigger gets bumped is no different than what it would be if it were a semi-automatic rifle without the bump stock. And that's why the government can't win on this single function of the trigger.
I think the difference is that there may be some who believe, but when you look at it, the nature of the firing has changed as a result of the bump stock.
Right, English as a first language
So
would be
if
better.
that's changed, why don't
Yeah,
you
probably.
simply then look backwards and say that the nature of the firing mechanism has changed? Thus, the nature of the trigger has changed.
What's changed though is the rate of
Dude,
fire.
I would
and it's
say
still
red start
one
rumble,
shot
man.
per function of the trigger. Even
I
though those
do,
shots are coming out of the barrel.
whenever
lot
I do a
faster than they
stream
were
like this,
before.
it's
the
going
question is,
to
how many functions of the trigger do we
YouTube,
have
Rumble,
for
and
each of the
X at the
shots?
same time.
And the answer is one. If you divide the number of
So
shots that are
I
fired
never
from a
expected
bump
to
stock
last
equipped
this
rifle
long on
by the
YouTube.
number of times the trigger
So
has
when
to
they do
function to
fire
produce
me, I'll
that
just
shot,
stay right
the
on
answer will
Rumble.
always be one, and will remain that way because nothing in the triggering mechanism has changed.
Justice Alito?
Can you
Chessboard, if you got
imagine
a
a legislator thinking,
let me switch to the
we should
right
ban
damn
machine
chat.
guns,
Damn
but
it.
we should not ban bump stocks? Is there any reason
I'm
why a legislator
flipping
might
through, like,
reach that judgment?
I think
chat.
there is. Bump stocks can help people who have disabilities, who have
I'm
problems
gonna make
with finger
everybody in
dexterity,
my
people who have
chat who's
arthritis in their
cool
fingers.
a moderator.
There could be a valid
So if you
reason
got a channel,
for
motherfucker, post
preserving
your
the
channel,
legality of these devices
and I'll follow you
as a
too.
matter of policy, even while similar weapons such as the fully automatic machine guns are being banned.
I did
Whether
just make
Congress
you a
would ultimately
moderator,
make
didn't I?
that judgment, we would have
Yeah,
to
I made
wait
you a
and find
mod.
out whether they would decide it along those ways. But there are respectable arguments for why these could be
I have a
illegal as matter of
franchise
policy.
model.
Why would anybody, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, in the field of statutory interpretation, Justice Scalia's bet noir was the Church of the Holy Trinity, a case where he thought that the literal
There
language
you go,
of
Chess.
the
Take that.
statute had to control, even though it's pretty hard to think that Congress actually meant that to apply in certain situations. As you see this case, is this another Church of the Holy Trinity case?
I would say it's
Yeah, and then
quite
this
as
is
egregious
something.
as Church of the Holy Trinity, but the arguments the government's making.
Pause this here for a second, just because I got to say it. Because any of you guys who have channels, who we're all typically on the same page about things and follow each other, if you want to post your channel, if you're not a mod already, let me know. I'll make you a mod, and then you can post your channel. That way, everybody is getting the information.
Be careful.
Well, obviously, I have to be careful with it to a point.
Yeah.
And like,
You know,
guys,
I think I've only posted something once or twice on your channel. You were surprised at it one time, like, oh shit, it was funny, but you know what I mean? Surprised.
Well, it's one of the same, and I might put a caveat in there. So, say if we've been rolling together for a month or two, and we've been chatting back and forth, and you're cool in the chat, and say you want to post your channel, ask me, either send it to me or I'll just make you a mod, because in a lot of ways, I want this to be kind of like a freeform mosh pit.
You've noticed, Coop, the intermixing of like channel subscribers and you know what I mean, and chat contributors like across channels, right? Like you Bacon Dark, other guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's super fun time. We're in right now, like as much super fun times as we can have, because things were like really good before, but then they kind of like crushed it and they wanted to put a kibosh on free talking because gotta push COVID fear, right?
That's
gotta
why
push pandemic. Gotta push pandemic.
Yeah, that's why I've said it before. Like my channel. My channel isn't. What are you doing up, child? Don't finish this.
Can you put my hair up, please? I brushed my hair.
Do that in a minute. Go.
Okay.
But my channel I still haven't figured out where, and I don't think there's necessarily going to be just a single thing I focus on. My channel is about freedom and
communication.
If we can agree, even if we don't agree on guns, if we agree on freedom, then fuck it, man. If you're prepping, if you just agree on freedom, if you're 2A, if you're not 2A, but you agree in limited government, we can get along and we can spread that shit. It's my argument with a lot of guys who are so-called 2A is they forget about the rest of the shit that actually surrounds it.
Guns are fun, you know, but food is good. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
food
it's
good. Yeah, yeah.
You know, not everybody's going to want to be pulling triggers, but if that person's out there and they can grow a garden, if that person's out there and say they're a really good speechwriter or orator and they can get a point across, you know, very concisely, you know, those are the people we need. That whole group together. So that's why if you look in the chat, a lot of people, damn near everybody is a mod, or they will be a mod soon after I get to know them a little bit, because I want people to post their own channels. If you got a channel, post that shit. Let's all follow it.
Yeah, I've posted stuff on your channel, but only once. I think there was only one thing I wanted to post on there. It was worthy, or I wouldn't have done it.
Dude, flat out fucking do it, man. Anything like that. And eventually, when I get my shit straight and I actually get out and start doing things again, I might start doing some very simple videos on trapping. You know, animal trapping. Something I haven't done a hell of a lot of, like say Virginia bush trapper or
I didn't know you
rights trapping. You know, I haven't done everything they've done, but I can show you some very general sets.
Do you live near a waterway or something? Or
oh, dude, man, I've trapped beaver, which I've only trapped one. I'll say this: I've only trapped one beaver on the creek down at my place, my own property. I've trapped other beavers before. I did nuisance wildlife for a couple of years, to where we did beaver and bat and all this kind of shit. To where, you know, that was one part of my education. You know, later on, I might start doing some stuff on welding, just to tell people that, hey, it might start off with I've got a couple of small machines at home. I might start off with something small at the house just to show people. You know, if you get a simple machine, then if your tractor breaks or something like that, you can fix it. You know, I might start doing some stuff like that later.
Oh, you have to be able to fix things. I mean, if you're not handy, you're worthless.
But
if you're a 50-year-old man that doesn't know how to fix something, or not even know how to go about like the elementary part of it, like taking down, like look at it, like, oh, we need to do this, and okay, I got enough tools to do this, but no, I don't have enough tools to do this. We're gonna have to call my brother. He'll come and help me. He'll do it. You know, he'll help me. You know what I mean?
Well,
or
it's the fact
or
that
you're just like a simp. Like, I guess it's broken now. We just got to get a new one. You know what I mean?
Hey, Barton, I've talked a lot of students into trapping that beaver, actually. Probably, yeah. Well, it depends, because my students range anywhere from high school to the oldest student I've taught was like 76.
Oh, do you teach tech ed? Do you teach at a VOTech?
Yeah, I'm teaching at a 2-year college. They're not strictly a VOTech college, but I teach at a 2-year college.
Yeah, I know.
So,
that's
but
awesome.
I get
That's awesome.
I get dual enroll students. I get retired people. I get people looking to switch careers. You know, so it's a really wild range.
If you have to like categorize it, they would call it an associate's degree. You know.
Yeah, well, yeah, we do associate's degree at college. Now, the college I taught at before was just a diploma program, but we still had a really wide range of ages because just the nature of, you know, the student body that we taught. Mr. Lee was one of the ones I had at my last college, and I think he was the one. He was 76 or so when he comes to class.
Who's your college associated with? Like, but I mean, I remember like, I mean, I'm in West Virginia. How far away are you? I forget where you were.
Well, you talking, say, if you drew a line straight across the middle of Alabama and bumped it up against the Georgia line, that's where I'm at.
Okay. Like around here, there's like Pittsburgh Technical Institute, and like a couple of, you know what I mean? You do like driver mechanic. Like they'll take you in and they can teach you how to drive it, teach you how to work on it, one or the other. Come on in, you know what I mean? But it is good. I mean, it's almost. It almost parallels like a young man at 18 years old going in the army. He's going to go in there. He's going to learn how to work on a diesel truck of that magnitude. And then he's going to go and he's going to get, repeated freaking, update freaking, manuals.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing.
They don't change that much. They don't change that much.
It's teaching people how to
the
learn a
shit on
skill.
the top of the engine changes, but everything on the bottom is the same.
It's
emission
teaching,
shit on stuff, that the hoses, vacuum lines, that shit changes, but shit on the bottom is all the same. You know what I mean?
It's teaching someone a skill, whether it's welding, the industrial maintenance classes, and of course they teach everything else, cybersecurity, you name it. We're teaching people skills to where they can go out and have a very good career, and they're not sitting at a window asking someone if they want fries with that.
This is what I want, Coop. This is what I want for my nephew. This is what I want for my little man, my boy. You know what I mean? I don't have kids. I got my brother's kids, right? So I want my nephew to. Well, I wanted it. Yeah, we'll not go in detail. You knew where I work, and I probably even told the story before, but freaking there are like on board. You could on board, and you're going to be making about $60,000, $50,000 just to train. You know what I mean? And get your bearings, get your safety gear and everything, and after that, you go through little trials and stuff, and then you start making $8,000. When you start working, you make $100,000. And this is trades. This is like things that everybody has to have, like natural gas freaking workers, freaking electric workers.
I tell my guys all the time, and we did some stuff the other day with
utility work
people who were coming through and like interested in maybe going to college. And I told a whole group on the other day, I said, look, there is money out there laying on the ground. You just have to have the skills to go pick it up. And if you want to say you want fries with that, that's on you. Yeah. But I'm trying to get you to a point where you can go gain skills where you're the one at the window versus the one in the window.
We have to, I mean, come to terms, really. I mean, you're right past me. I think they would call me what, Generation X, for like I was born in.
Well, technically, I'm X.
So well, you're on the hinge. I'm on the hinge,
definitely.
Yeah. You're on the hinge. You identify. You're bullet set. You're fine. You're fine.
Come here, Snake. What do you can't get in there, Snake. All right, let's play this one.
You're certainly in the spirit of Holy Trinity, to borrow a phrase that was used from the Holy Trinity opinion. And I don't think a textualist judge can accept the rationale that's being offered by the U.S. government. And they are, in their brief, especially making purpose-based arguments along the lines of what we saw in Church of the Holy Trinity.
Thank you. Justice Sotomayor?
Why would even a person with arthritis, why would Congress think they needed to shoot 400 to 700 or 800 rounds of ammunition under any circumstance?
You can't shoot.
If you don't let a person without arthritis do that, why would you permit a person with arthritis to do it?
Well, they don't shoot 400 or 700 rounds because the magazine only goes up to 50. So you're still going to have to change the magazine after every round. We allow large capacity magazines.
up to 50. And also, there are many shooters who can pull the trigger of a semi-automatic rifle very quickly, who can accomplish rates of fire similar to those that approach fully automatic weapons. So I don't...
Counsel, you spoke about legislative history, and I think you're trying to bat away all of the statements during the legislative process that called functions of the trigger, the single pull of the trigger by the shooter.
That's right.
But it's not classic legislative history. It's how people understood a term at the time. That's not legislative
Okay, I got to
history.
pause that real fast.
Well, it's still legislative.
Because the legislative history, and we've gone through the 1934 NFA hearings, the legislative history proved that the government at the time knew they could not ban any gun whatsoever. That's why they went with a taxing scheme versus an outright ban on machine guns in the first fucking place. You fucking dumb hoe.
History, they're just using it for a purpose that they
Well,
claim.
Justice Thomas said in McDonald versus City of Chicago that it's perfectly acceptable to do that. To use, he said, if it's being cited to show what lawmakers, how lawmakers used a particular term that's different than what they intended.
So if we're using legislative history in an
you
effort
guys
to
won't go
discern
back to the
original
whole
public meaning
history
the
of shall
statute,
not be
which is how I
infringed.
understand your Honor's
Exactly.
characterization. And I think that's how Mr. Fletcher is trying to characterize his
Oh
reliance on
yeah,
this
Joe,
statement from Mr.
100%.
Frederick, which
It's
is,
not just
which is the
that.
statement of lobbyists.
We've got statements in the House. We've got from legislators in the House. We have statements from legislators in the Senate. All of them consistently translating function.
We're going to do one
trigger
thing
to mean
before
a
this
single
stream is
pull of
out.
the
So
trigger.
anybody
And they're
still
all
hanging
wrong
out in
because
the
the
stream,
statute
we're going to do
also
something.
was written to encompass weapons that have push triggers rather than pull triggers. And the Solicitor General acknowledges this in her opening brief. So
What it suggests
You know
to
what she
me
does bite? She
is
asks
that,
permission.
contrary to what you're saying,
I'm gonna
it
let
is
you.
they
I'm
never
gonna let you.
understood this to
Oh,
be.
no.
It's the only snake I've ever seen that bites in slow
How the
motion.
shooter functions.
no, I
She
think we should
can
draw
be
the
quick.
exact opposite inference. It proves how
she can.
unreliable
She's biting
legislative
at
history
something other
is
than
as a
person.
tool to try to discern what
We're
a
gonna
statute means.
disagree.
Because, well, it's because, Justice Sotomayor, the phrase pull of the trigger can't be equated with function of the trigger. And even the Solicitor General acknowledges that because they say in their brief that the statute needs to be read in a way that encompasses fully automatic weapons that have push triggers rather than triggers that are pulled.
And you
So the
agree.
word function, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And you agree.
I agree that function
But
can't
the
be
only way
equated
you
with the
can
word
get
pull.
there is by looking at what the shooter is doing.
No, that's
Okay,
not correct.
counsel,
You don't
thank
need to look at what the shooter's doing. A weapon can go off by accident. You don't need a shooter. There's still a function of the trigger. If the weapon falls onto the floor and goes off accidentally with a discharge, the trigger has functioned, even though the shooter hasn't pulled the trigger or pushed it or bumped it. What matters under the statute is what the trigger does. And all these examples that we see in the Solicitor General's brief, Justice Gorsuch mentioned this earlier, when they're taking transitive verbs, when they say swing of the bat, or stroke of the key, or roll of the dice. All of those are transitive verbs that are capable of taking an object. So when you see swing of the bat, there's obviously an unnamed actor in that sentence that is the subject of the verb swing. The bat can't swing itself. The bat's an inanimate object. Function of the trigger is entirely different. Function is an intransitive verb. It can't take an object grammatically. It's impossible. Trigger has to be the subject of function. It can't be the object. I'm sorry.
Justice Kagan?
Because, Mr. Mitchell, I mean, those 4 words are not the entire statute, function of the trigger. It's by a function of the trigger. And what's the by? It's shooting,
Shooting. She says.
Okay, so you guys see the wife right here, right? Right there. Okay, and hopefully you guys can hear. What is a cycle of operations?
What is the cycle of operations?
Yes.
Do you need a specific order? Because it changes.
Give me a basic.
Okay. It's got a lock. It's got a cock. Fire. Extract, eject. Hold on.
got to pick it up from the magazine. It's got to load it.
Feed. That's the word I was looking for.
There you go.
Feed. I was like,
okay.
Feed.
So for what we term a semi-automatic firearm is actually what we would call technically a auto-loading firearm, correct?
Yeah. The old term, yes, auto-loading.
Yeah, the old term is auto-loading. So what's the difference between an auto-loading firearm and a machine gun?
Just a drop sear. A drop sear, not
a machine gun.
Well, I mean, there's a broad term for machine gun. Is it the fully automatic you're asking for, or the mechanism?
Well, you got me there. So say a fully automatic machine gun. What does it do?
It does not stop.
Yes, it goes through that complete cycle of operations until you release the trigger mechanism, correct?
Yes.
Or until it runs out of ammo, one of the two. Because technically I could string 4,000 rounds to a belt-fed machine gun and let that bitch run until it melts completely into slag.
Right. So only do that once.
Yes. Semi-auto only does it once.
It does the
so
cycle
if the
of
trigger resets in between each operation, it is a...
I'm like halfway paying attention to what you're saying. Like, what now?
Oh, this is the difference in between a machine gun and a auto-loading or a semi-automatic gun is the trigger on an automatic firearm, a full automatic, does not reset. The trigger on a semi-automatic firearm has to reset in between each cycle of operations.
Sure.
Yep.
I'm exhausted. Okay, leave me alone.
And yes, Frag Out, she has a snake. That is her snake.
Yeah.
That is one of her snakes.
I have to.
Tammy, how are you doing?
Becky.
Why Becky? Well, who said Becky?
Who said Becky?
Becky, Rebecca, one of the two.
No. It's
Becca, Beck.
Beck.
You can call her Red.
I thought your wife's name. What? Your wife's name? Kate?
What? Joe, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry.
We have
I'm
one
sorry.
hamster.
What you guys doing?
I'm so tired.
Anyway, we're fixing to play some more of these arguments, but yes, apparently when you're a Supreme Court judge, you become an absolute moron. And yes, Frag Out, we do have a hamster.
For now.
And that hamster has survived unbelievably.
3 or 4 escapes.
4 escapes.
Through the house with 4 cats.
And it's not even the snakes. It's the freaking 4 cats that didn't kill the damn thing.
She made it through the gauntlet. Feed it to the demon. I don't know. That hamster's pretty mean.
I presume
that hamster is my... That hamster is becoming my buddy. Although I need another
more
hamster
than one shot by a single function of the trigger. I mean, that's the relevant language, right? Shooting more than one shot by a single function of the trigger. And then there's also the automatic. So I don't want to ignore that. But it seems as if you look at the entire phrase, what that means is that Congress had wanted to de-link the number of shots that were coming out of a barrel, right? More than one shot. Wanted to de-link that from a discrete human action.
Don't hurt Honey.
I didn't hit Honey. I hit nothing
and
but
I would
nipple.
think, it might be you pull the trigger, it might be you push the trigger,
Okay,
it might be you switch on the trigger, it might be you voice activate the trigger.
But no, Honey, it's so sweet.
There's a discrete human action, and it produces a torrent of bullets.
Nag.
Here you push the bump stock. Now you're saying, well, maybe they didn't define the bump stock as the trigger, but it functions in precisely the same way. And a torrent of bullets comes out, and this is in the heartland.
No, it doesn't, lady. I can take a bump stock on a firearm. If this was a bump stock. Hold on. I'm going to make myself bigger here again. If this was a bump stock and I held it like this and I slid it back and forth, exactly 0 fucking rounds would fire from the gun. However, if I take the trigger and I pull it to the rear, then it will fire a round.
Yeah, you can see better with the light on, right?
But I look prettier with the lights off. You tell me that all the time. That and get you back.
It's not like you listen anyway.
I listen. I may not remember. There are differences.
Of what they were concerned about, which is anything that takes just a little human action to produce more than one shot is what they were getting at.
That's just not the way they wrote the statute. If that's what they were getting at, they should have drafted the statute better than what they did. I mean, it depends on whether more than one shot is coming out by a single function of the trigger. And I agree with Your Honor. The rate of fire of a
Jeremy's
bump
coming in.
rifle approaches
sweet.
the rate of fire
Cool.
of a fully automatic
Catch it.
And there may be good
Hope
policy
so.
reasons to treat these as identical. There may also be good policy reasons to distinguish
gonna
them.
be out
That's ultimately
Friday.
a decision for Congress to make. It's certainly not a decision for a court or for an administrative agency that's charged with implementing the instructions of Congress.
Mr. Mitchell, I'll tell you, I view myself as a good textualist. I think that that's the way we should think about
Learn you some
statutes. It's
things.
by reading them. But, you know,
I think I just had an aneurysm.
Give all those 2 shotgun barrels together
It's possible.
correctly.
Elena Kagan just said she is a textualist and she learns a lot by reading the statutes. Oh, man. If I was... Oh. I might just have a complete stroke. It might happen. Oh, fucking cool deal, man. Frag out. That Homesteader's a pretty interesting gun.
Which one?
The Henry Homesteader.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting because, well,
It's a Henry.
hey, Henry is making some pretty fucking badass guns these days.
Sure. And like Petra said, they're the most accurate guns on this planet.
No, they've been taken over. They're making some pretty badass guns these days.
No, I don't believe it.
I don't give a fuck what you believe.
Trust me, I'm more than aware of that. Not as bad as the pistols I got.
textualism is not inconsistent with common sense. Like at some point, you have to apply a little bit of common sense to the way you read a statute and understand that what this statute comprehends is a weapon that fires a multitude of shots with a single human action.
I love you too, Brother Joe.
A continuous pressure on a conventional machine gun holding the trigger, or a continuous pressure on one of these devices on the barrel. I can't understand how anybody could think that those two things should be treated differently.
Well, they're treated differently because the statute turns on a single function
Yeah.
of the trigger.
Just
the problem for the government is they're not able to change the
I want to
nature
laugh.
of
What
the
happened?
trigger.
Jackie
It
Gleason
currently
said in his
exists on
day
a
training
semi-automatic
problem Smith is
rifle
called.
simply by adding a bump stock, which is nothing more than a
Yes.
casing that allows the rifle to slide back and forth. The trigger is exactly the
Is
same as
the
what
way
it
it
was
should be.
before. And the function of the trigger is exactly the same as what it was before. I mean, think of a semi-automatic rifle where someone just has a very quick trigger finger. That could also have a very, very high rate of fire, but it's still one shot per function of the trigger. And that's the problem here. The government still is not.
Yeah,
able
the
to overcome.
Homesteader is kind of
Every
high
time
for
that
what
trigger
it is.
functions inside a bump stock equipped rifle, there is one shot and only one shot that gets fired, even though there may be rapid functions that could occur consecutively because of the bump stock equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
In response to a lot of the questions, you've made the point that bump stocks were not
Beer
around
time.
as of 1934, and that's a good point for you. But what evidence is there, if any, that as of 1934, the ordinary understanding of the phrase function of the trigger referred to the mechanics of the gun rather than the shooter's motion?
Well, it had to, and the evidence that we can see is the evidence the Solicitor General points out about the fact that there were push triggers in existence at that time. And that function of the trigger, even though you can find legislative history where there seem to be people who think function of the trigger means the same thing as pull of the trigger, those phrases cannot be equated for that very reason.
I guess I'm asking the opposite. Was there any evidence that someone was drawing that distinction?
Drawing the distinction between push and pull?
No, the distinction between that function of the trigger meant something different.
I'm not aware of that in the legislative history.
No, but here's the thing. This is like saying that the definition of an internal combustion engine in 1934 is different than the internal combustion engine in 2004. It's not. The definition of how it works is the same. There might be certain mechanisms that could work different. Carburetor to fuel injection might use a different fuel, but the way it operates is the fucking same.
Yeah, it uses combustion.
It just I'm a dumbass fucking redneck, and I get it.
No wonder you're gray-headed. You're stressing out over stupid people. Stupid people have a hold on your life.
Well, that's because they have a say in my life. Because if I did one different thing different with any of the guns I had, they could send my ass to prison for 10 years. I'm not saying I listen to them. They're guidelines, really. Kind of like those fucking gun-free zone signs. We got to do this just because. So, me and you are walking into the mall, Columbus, Georgia. Do you remember this? You had to go get rings,
Oh, my
tongue pierced, whatever it was. And we leave the truck. And you ask me, do you have your gun on you? And I went, well, yes. And how many cops did we walk past?
A bunch.
A bunch. And then we walked past the gun-free zone signs, correct?
Sure.
How little did I give a fuck about that?
You don't give a fuck about this. Zero.
I kissed her too. Where she moved. Why? Because if the criminals don't care about the gun-free zone signs, and I'm not a threat to anybody, why should I give a shit about them?
It's gonna be the mall. It says they have firearm sniffing dogs. Have you been to the mall lately?
No.
Oh, well, it says they have.
The last time I was there was that time.
Yeah, firearm detecting dogs. How's that gonna work with me?
I will put gun oil all over my boots and I will run all over that fucking mall.
That's what doesn't make any sense. Because like me, I'd get kicked out.
Oh, hold on. Wait a second. I got to make myself bigger on this screen. So wait a second. They say they have firearm sniffing dogs.
Firearm detecting dogs.
I will rub my guns in my armpits like they're deodorant just to go walk down there and fuck with dogs at that point.
But anywho, I don't generally carry my gun in the mall. But like, if I were to get stopped, would they have
as a gunsmith?
As a gunsmith, would they strip search me? I've got to smell like a gun at some point.
If they strip search you, I'm going to have serious issues with that because I'm the only one that gets to do that.
Sounds like my doctor, but
I'm not arguing with Dr. Reese. That bitch will punch me right in the face.
no, she shoot you. Name 16, she shoot you.
Ain't well that true.
But anywho, like, how am I going to prove that I don't have one? What are they going to do?
Well, they'd have to like metal detect you and all that shit at that point. but I will purposely go down there.
Yes, baby, I know you will because you're an instigator. I'm fully aware.
How much do I instigate?
A fucking lot.
I do not. That's hearsay. It's not.
That's 10 years of marriage. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearsay.
Are you aware that anywhere in kind of communication at the time?
It's strictly hearsay at this point.
See from the record was rather.
And none of you guys heard
using pull of the trigger as a phrase that they thought was synonymous with function of the trigger, and that obviously is not the case.
Okay, so no one that was
all those can be
function
taken
the
out of
trigger,
context.
That's a different phrase than pull or push, and therefore it means something different. Are you aware of anyone who said that anywhere?
No, but
in America at the time.
I'm not aware of that, but as a textualist,
I
I
have
don't
my
find
glasses
that
on, so you can't say I
concerning
wasn't seeing it.
because
Well, if you, as a textualist, you have to think about the phrase, not just each word in the phrase.
That's right. That's right. And when we look at the phrase function of the trigger, as I was saying earlier, and Justice Gorsuch made this point in some of his earlier questioning, function of the trigger.
Oh, dude, I would do that in a hurry,
Trigger
Barton.
has to be the subject of function. Can't be the
Just
object.
dribble it around.
So the follow-on question is just focus on the phrase, and I'm just making the point. I don't think anyone said that at the time. It doesn't defeat
What'd
your
you do this
argument. I'm not
time, man?
suggesting it defeats your argument,
Right.
but it
Oh, my phone's dead. I can't get to my IG.
Oh, baby.
But the phrase.
I have to do it
given the
later
way
because
it's
I
written
can't
right
remember
now,
my password on my
impossibility
computer.
textually of
Because I'm a
trying to make
dumbass and I forgot.
trigger into an object of the verb
Okay,
function.
and then no one was drawing the distinction. Why would Congress have drawn that distinction? Your big point, I think, we got to look at 1934. We got to look at what Congress wrote. Why would Congress have
It was
drawn
like
that
super
distinction
freaking windy.
in 1934?
Because they wanted to get the fully automatic weapons that had the push triggers. And if you use pull of the trigger, you're not going to reach those devices. So they had to say function of the trigger
If you
to make
get
sure
by
we
on
encompass those forms of weaponry, as well as the conventional fully automatic
Push and pull.
Push and pull, exactly.
And how should it be defined now,
It
in
doesn't
your
really
view?
matter how many
And just
sit-ups you
answer
did
this
that
to cover
morning.
bump stocks. In other words,
Stop going
tomorrow
away.
Congress said,
It doesn't look
Mr.
like
Mitchell,
it.
how should we write the
Up here, so
statute to cover
you've
bump
been-
stocks since function of the trigger,
More likely
in
it's
your view,
rubbed off.
doesn't do it?
Well, I'd have to ask them what else do you want to encompass besides bump stocks? If they want to make it
Just
specific.
bump stocks.
Well, then I was.
Just, give me a sentence that you think would cover bump stocks.
I would provide a statutory definition of bump stock that tracks as closely as possible the non-mechanical devices that Mr. Cargil has.
Mute.
And I certainly wouldn't say
It's not
single function.
great
trigger.
statutory language.
Yeah.
You got anything better than that?
I think you could say any device, and this may be a little too broad.
Okay,
you could
I
say
think I'm
any
back.
device that is used to accelerate the rate of fire from a semi-automatic weapon.
About to puke.
That would probably
And
capture,
I'm
that would
gonna
certainly
crack a rib.
capture bump stocks. It might
Oh,
capture some other
God.
things, but those other things would be similar enough to bump stocks that Congress would probably want to ban them as well. If they,
Yeah, back in the 30s, some of the state statutes did that, I guess,
Yeah.
at the time.
Glad I stopped eating
You haven't
weeds
made
early in my life.
Second Amendment or constitutional avoidance argument. In your
Yeah,
view, are bump
them
stocks
boxes
covered by the Second
changed, didn't
Amendment,
they,
protected
Chess?
by the Second Amendment?
I would
we
like
didn't
it
argue
real
that
quick.
because courts are generally loath to
Whatever,
decide
Instagram.
constitutional questions when there's an easy statutory off-ramp.
You didn't throw
Yeah,
in this
I may have to
constitutional
grab
avoidance,
my
and I
cord
imagine
just
that
so I can
was
get
a
my
considered
phone up
choice.
before
I'm
this
curious
stream
what
ends.
was
'Cause
behind that choice.
There's nothing that prevents this
I have
court
got
from
to do a
invoking
man
the
against the
constitutional
masses
avoidance
stream.
canon on the Second Amendment issue because there
I'm
is a
working on
question,
it,
at least,
damn it.
whether this falls within the dangerous and unusual weapons
That
carve
and the
out
breaker.
in how
what they
we don't
call
have a
it?
position on that question because we
breaker?
didn't brief it, and also dangerous and unusual weapons is
The
vague
one
enough.
that
It's just not
Jason
clear to us
sent
what the
me.
answer would be.
I don't know who the
With
fuck
the
that is.
dude breaking, the dude you said I
This
looked
is
like he
Jackson.
was breaking
So I
shit
guess
with
I'm
his
still not
freaking-
clear as to why you
I still
believe
don't
there's
know,
only
maybe,
one
yeah,
meaning
this
of function
shit
of the
goes
trigger in
one
this
ear after another.
context.
I'm not-
Dude,
So
I don't want to
what-
waste
I'll
my
fucking
minimal
phone
brain
the
cells.
function of the trigger in
My
this
brain cells are
statute
like
to
halfway gone. I don't want
mean
to waste the little bitty ones
the
that I have
function of
left.
the trigger is
Then
to
shit.
start a chemical reaction that leads to the
it only has
expulsion
everything to do
of
with
a
the very
projectile.
profession
If
that
I
you're
read
in.
function
don't
of
give
the
a fuck.
trigger in
I
that
don't fuck my
way,
grandmas. I just want to fix shit.
I think I come out to a different
Oh, I gotta
result
tell you about the
than
dumbass.
Say that when you're working on
positive.
some
So
East
help me to
German piece
understand
of
why
shit
that couldn't
car.
be the function of the trigger.
Car?
You, in
Yes.
other words, I know. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Confusing
Because the
us.
guns will be gone. You'll be
You seem
working
to
on
be
some
saying that
East
the
German
function
piece
of
of
the
shit
trigger,
car.
and the only one
No,
that
the
Congress
zombies are
cared
gonna
about
hit,
that
and I'm gonna be
matters
the only
for the
gunsmith
way
within
this
100 miles.
statute
The
reads
zombies are already
is the
here. We call them
movement of the trigger.
Democrats.
No, not necessarily the movement.
Okay, tell me.
It's what the trigger does
Yes,
to
sorry.
cause the weapon to
Anyway, what was
fire.
Okay, what the trigger does.
And it's
And
more
I
than just
guess
a movement.
I'm saying what the trigger does, both in this case,
I know what
in a
Perry's
bump
at. I've been
stock
here.
case,
Wait,
understand in a machine gun case
Talk to him on the
is
phone.
to
Yes.
start a chemical reaction that leads to the expulsion of a projectile.
There are other
So-
devices in the firearm that actually do that part. What the trigger does, it releases the
No,
hammer on a-
but it's like causation, right? It's like Mrs. Paul's graph standing on the scale. I mean, the trigger, the function of it, right? One could say is to start this chemical reaction. Now, some weapons might do it with a button, some might do it with a pull.
Yeah.
Some weapons might do it by moving back and forth quickly, by the mechanics of the gun operating in a certain way. Others might do it by the mechanics of the gun operating in a different way. But I could say that the function is to begin the chemical reaction that results in the expulsion of this weapon. And that happens both in the bump stock situation and in this situation. So I don't understand why this statute couldn't be read as the way that the government is.
Even if you read the statute that way, Your Honor, I don't see how that wins the case for the government.
Why not?
Because only one shot is being fired per function of the trigger.
No,
it's
single function,
yes,
right? If I read the single,
Yeah.
there's only a single thing happens
right?
to begin the chemical reaction that expels the bullet.
That expels
right?
one bullet, one shot.
But then we go into the other part of the statute, automatically multiple shots. You can't forget the rest of the statute. That was Justice Kagan's point. So when
Certainly
we
not.
put those together, the work of the function of the trigger, I think, could be to start the chemical reaction that then results in the automatic more than one shot coming out of the gun. Why can't I
If
interpret it
that's
that
what
way?
actually were happening, then I think you would have a plausible argument for why this is a machine gun.
That's
That's just
because-
not what happened. That's not the way it works.
But that's just because you're interpreting the statute to say it has to be about the mechanics.
No.
And what I'm trying to understand is how that's consistent with Congress putting modifications in here.
I'm just saying.
And
as a-
that, can I just change a little bit? If you're right,
Mhm.
that
No, that
Congress
dude can
cared
get fucked.
about
That's what I
exactly
said.
the mechanistic operation, then I'm
Hey, Midtown,
confused
I
as
told
to
him
why
fuck
this statute also talks about
That's just too many
modifications.
Xanax.
Because that suggests that Congress was
I don't
not
want to.
hung up
He didn't.
on
like-
He took a nice
exactly
pill.
how this gun
don't
operates.
take
We're
those.
sweeping
I
in all
don't-
kinds of things
I
that
know Xanax
originally
is
weren't
mixed, but I don't
designed to
know.
work this way at all.
He's been doing it. We did.
We're allowing for machine guns to include things that can modify something that didn't operate this way at all into a machine, into the kind of thing where a chemical reaction kicks it off and it automatically fires more than one shot. If that's what I'm thinking about, then I guess I don't understand your hang up over how this operates
I did
mechanistically.
exactly what you wanted.
The test under the statute is whether it can be readily restored to fire automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger. It's not whether it can be modified to fire automatically more than one function of the trigger.
All right, well, I'll
And to
look
get-
that up.
Yeah, and just to get back to your earlier question,
Mm.
Justice Jackson,
Yes.
it's factually incorrect to say that a function of the trigger automatically starts some chain reaction that propels multiple bullets from the gun. A function of the trigger fires one shot, then the shooter must take additional manual action.
I
Right?
understand
So
that's
there's
your
no,
argument.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
A rebuttal, Mr. Fletcher?
This is where a lot of these arguments miss some very solid, and I'm going to make myself bigger again, some very solid points, which is you need to define the cycle of operation: feeding, loading, chambering, firing, extracting, cocking, which depending on which end of it is where the cocking actually happens, usually gets us cocked, but define that whole cycle of operations. So a auto loading or a semi-automatic firearm will only go through a single cycle of operations with a single function of the trigger. With a standard lower like this, if I pull the trigger, it only goes through a single cycle of operations. I push the safety off, I pull the trigger, it initiates a single cycle of operations. When the bolt comes back to the rear, cocking everything, locks my hammer back, it's a single cycle of operations. When I let the trigger go, well, my disconnector releases my hammer or my. I lost my brain. It catches the hammer.
See?
It catches the hammer and it will not go forward again until I pull the trigger the second time. Now, a binary trigger is different. So a binary trigger, I pull the trigger, trigger's pinned to the rear, hammer comes back, it gets trapped. When I release the trigger, instead of my disconnector catching, it then releases the hammer to go forward again.
It's like a double disconnector.
Yeah, it's almost like a double disconnector deal.
Weird.
So for a full automatic, I'm locked and loaded. Everything's ready to ride. I pull the trigger. As many times as that bolt will come back, that hammer will release. And it just depends on a auto sear or whatever other system it's using. Because some don't use an auto sear. Some, depending on the caliber, just have basically your sear surface, your trigger drops away from the sear surface, and that slide or bolt is reciprocating back and forth until I release the trigger and the sear surface engages again. The only reason this seems like it's so hard for these people to understand is because they don't want to understand it, because they want to ban the guns, period. And this is just one more step on the ladder to them doing that. Elena Kagan, Sotomayor, and Ketanji Brown are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on this planet. There is no lie about it. And they made it all the way to the fucking Supreme Court.
No, ma'am.
What is your snake doing?
I don't know. It kind of felt like she bit me, but I don't think that's what she did. I think it might have just been like her belly scales kind of catching.
My wife has a snake running around in her bra.
Actually, she's not in my bra. She's on my back.
Yes, you can outrun a binary trigger. If you're fast enough, you can outrun a binary trigger. And it will not operate. You'll fire, and it'll be sporadic as shit. Because that trigger has to reset every time. Okay, I could pull the fucking disconnector out of that AR lower right there to where my hammer would never be trapped until I fully release the trigger. All I'm going to get is hammer follows. So my hammer will never be trapped and it will just follow my bolt carrier group to the front, which is how they got Matt Hoover, because they loaded up ammunition with super light primers that never should have been used in a semi-automatic gun like that, and they got it to fire like 3 rounds. Well, I could do it with a fucking rubber band. But it's just...
See, I have secrets. Secrets I have not told you.
There's multiple ways to do it. P38, what's up, my brother?
I've got secrets.
She's got secrets. I got secrets. Isn't there a fucking, was it Marvin Gaye about secrets? If you guys ain't listening to Marvin Gaye, you haven't, got that sexual healing in your life, you need to. She said that, now I got a fucking song lyric stuck in the back of my head. I can't get out the front. All right, so let's listen to fucking some more of this shit show. HPS, what's up, my brother?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. So I take from my friend's answers today that he does not seriously dispute that a rifle with a bump stock does basically the same thing as a machine gun and is basically just as dangerous.
So let me stop this right here. So Since this is Cargil v. Garland, Garland comes up first, the state. They get to state their case. Cargil comes in, they get to state their case, and then the state gets a second kick at the fucking cat. And this is maddening.
This is cute.
I'd share it, but I have sure have your hooties too. Okay. But yeah, the state gets to get back up for their rebuttal to this.
This is cute. She peeking.
And the rest of this case is so fucking stupid. I can't tell whether this is more maddening than the rest or whether we're all gone through so much fucking fatigue that this fucking douchebag is just on the last nerve at this point.
Oh, she's locked in on something.
What are you locked in on, baby?
I don't know. She was locked in for sure.
She's just chilling.
Her tongue wasn't even flicking.
Well, only, times I don't flick my tongue.
I wish you would.
Did last night.
Dangerous as a machine gun. But his argument is the words that Congress wrote in 1934 just don't cover it because the word single function of a trigger
robotic
the movement or mechanics of the trigger without regard to the action of the shooter. We are not making a holy trinity argument. If that is what the words meant, then we would be stuck with the words. We are not asking you to depart from the plain language. We're asking you to give it its natural reading. And I think to understand why the statute not only can be, but should be read our way, it's worth thinking about how many people you have to disagree with in order to adopt my friend's reading. So first of all, on the grammar, Judge Ho at page 56A of the petition appendix explains why it's perfectly natural to read function of the trigger to refer to what the shooter does to the trigger, not to what the trigger does by itself. Second, Justice Kavanaugh, you asked about contemporaneous usage. There's a lot of contemporaneous usage of people using the term pull of the trigger to be synonymous with function of the trigger. That makes perfect sense if we're talking about what the shooter does, because the way the shooter activates most, not all, but most triggers is by pulling on them. But I think my friend conceded that usage is all inconsistent with his reading, and as you pointed out, there is no evidence that anyone at the time or ever since until the development of devices like these ever thought that function of a trigger meant mechanical movement independent of any action by the shooter. It's also worth emphasizing that even if you looked at what the trigger does by itself, what the trigger does is accept some input by the shooter. Justice Kagan, you asked about what about a voice-activated trigger? You could also have a trigger that works by swiping a touch screen. Those triggers don't necessarily have any moving parts. On our understanding, we say, is there an act of the trigger of the shooter that initiates the firing sequence?
It doesn't matter what actually initiates interaction with the trigger. I could have it on voice command with a fucking gun set over my front door and say, hey Siri, shoot a motherfucker. And as long as it went through one cycle of operations and fired one shot, that's still not a machine gun. Now, if I said, hey Siri, shoot a motherfucker, and the bitch burned up 40 rounds and kept going until I said, hey Siri, stop shooting, that's a machine gun. All these people are fucking idiots. Ah! I wouldn't mind that though. You have two fucking mounted machine guns at the front porch. Hey Siri, shoot a motherfucker. Hey Siri, shoot that possum. Which, for those of you who hadn't seen my video last night, me fucking around with the possum. But yeah, it doesn't matter what initiates the trigger. It matters about how the trigger functions. Does it go through a single cycle of operations, or does it continue until the trigger function is actually released? These are people that will get you locked up for decades in prison. Seriously, decades in prison. When you've never hurt anybody just because you had something they don't like. And somehow juries supposed to be of your peers will convict on this. If you want, you get me in court. You want to jury my peers. Okay, find a whole lot of motherfuckers that believe in nothing but freedom, that believe that as long as my actions didn't hurt anybody else, then there's no crime. That's a jury of my peers. Fuck off. You have a snake coming down your armpit, just to let you know.
Yeah.
I am so glad your armpit hair don't look like that.
I'm like Medusa's ugly cousin. Got armpit snakes.
Yeah, instead of having hair and snakes on your head, you got them out of your armpits. Oh, fuck me running. That just brings back serious bad mental images. Yes, Barton. Yeah. So, like today, I can go get a Gatling gun that will feed off of Glock magazines that's a hand crank, just like a normal Gatling gun. And that is perfectly legal. There's no FFL paperwork involved in it. Fast as I can crank that bitch, the fastest it'll shoot. Now, if I take a drill motor and I stick that drill motor to it and I just pull the trigger and it runs, that's different. That becomes a machine gun. No, you're not feeding me a dead mouse. That's your Snakey's deal.
We got to get her
I
out.
wouldn't even eat that bitch on a saltine cracker. Not even a Ritz cracker.
Okay, we got to get her out.
Come here, baby. All right, I got to get a snake unwrapped for my wife.
Okay, she's like way in my bra.
She's coming. Come here, baby.
Tickle, tickle, tickle. That's my honey. She's so sweet.
All right, so if she'll unwrap from my wrist.
Probably not.
She's working on it.
Yeah, she unwraps and rewraps.
Hang around that hand. Let's do this. Let me do this. And she'll, hey, over here. Over here.
Oh, wait. She don't
I
like
don't
you.
know whether you got it warm enough. It still feels cold. I'm serious. It still feels cold.
Okay, I'll heat it back up.
Yeah. It ain't warm enough.
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
Yeah. I'm sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes in my motherfucking bra. Yeah. My wife's, she's in the damn kitchen and heard that shit and started laughing.
Wait.
Spoken command, a swipe on the touchscreen, it works perfectly.
It's
on my
very
friend's understanding,
possible.
I have no idea how he would deal with a
He
firearm. that
typically
did not
only
trigger,
messes
that did
with
not
me
have
about memes because he knows I
We've also
love
talked some about automatically, and I take my friend's point to be that he thinks because there's some continued manual input, the pushing forward, it can't be automatic. But automatic just means by way of a self-regulating
Sick of these
mechanism. It doesn't mean it
motherfucking
eliminates
snakes in my
all manual input.
motherfucking
It just
bra.
means that it
Oh,
eliminates
there's
some.
Tread.
And contrary to what my friend said,
Oh,
a
we
bump
gotta
stock
pause.
You do look better with the lights off.
What's up, Tread? I definitely look better with the lights off.
Just got in the house. Just got home.
Shit, what's been up, brother?
Not much. I've been out helping a friend of mine move some pictures off the phone. Tree fell from the neighbor's place, and she's going to end up having to go to court over it and need pictures off the phone and
Oh, shit.
a bunch of stuff. And we went ahead and this is a lady, and she has been wanting for the last 3 years to organize her pictures between Christmas and family and miscellaneous and work projects and blah, blah, blah. And you can keep that some bitch, cut its head off. I don't do snakes.
I don't think she's warm enough.
I just pulled it out of the.
Let her stick a little. Oh, shit, man. Snakes ain't nothing to it, man.
I don't care. I don't do snakes.
Snakes are way more trustworthy than politicians. Trust me.
Oh, I agree with that.
I know what a
But
snake.
I trust a snake just as much as I do a politician.
Oh, I trust this way more than I trust politicians.
Go,
I
boys.
trust Wile E. Coyote with Acme Dynamite more than I trust a fucking politician. And Wile E. Coyote is my goddamn hero. So, yeah, there's that. All right, let me play this some more.
Action that the shooter has to take. With a semi-automatic weapon, you have to pull and release the trigger with each shot. With a bump stock, the bump stock allows the recoil from each shot to automatically push the rifle back, disengaging the trigger, eliminating the need for the shooter to manually release, and then it channels the forward and backward movement in exactly the right way to allow a continuous firing cycle to continue. Now, I think it's also telling some of the gymnastics with respect that my friend has to do in order to deal with all of the other hypothetical and actual devices that have been out there, because I think he recognizes that the Aikens accelerator, the LV-15, the electronic reset assist device, the fishing reel in camp, all of these workarounds have to be covered by the statute because it's just not plausible to think that Congress enacted something subject to such.
Is this what we watched earlier today?
The only way he can say that those are covered is by engaging in very implausible.
Yeah, the only thing we're doing now is we actually get to comment on it and tell these people they're fucking douchebags
in the back of the rifle rather than the lever.
So making yourself look silly by talking to the video.
Black box type of.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we let it go through. The first time today, it started out about 10 something. We let it run through with, I mean, just us commenting in chat. And
I got you.
I typically have to listen to these things at least 2 to 3 times to kind of catch on to all the points in them, because you lose things sometimes. So this is like the 3rd time around, but I get to comment on it, and we get to comment in the chat, and everybody gets to say just how fucking dumb these assholes are. So that's where we're at.
Gotcha.
I want to eat until put her back in her.
She don't like, it's you.
She may not want to eat till she's back in her enclosure.
It's you.
Back in her enclosure and then feed her.
You just don't like him. Trust me, you don't like him.
You don't like me either. Boil that rat in top ramen soup. Yeah, this is the time around where we actually get to comment on the shit. That's the big thing.
I'm still not sure what his answer is, but I think it must be that the button is the trigger the first time it moves up and down, but then it stops being the trigger when it keeps moving up and down afterwards. I think those are all very implausible interpretations that this court should not give to a statute if there's another reading available, and our view is that there is another reading available. In short, we think Congress in 1934 wrote this statute not just for the kinds of devices that existed then, but for other kinds of devices that could be created in the future that would do the same thing. It enacted and strengthened these laws because it did not want members of the public or our nation's law enforcement officers to face the danger from weapons that let a shooter spray many bullets by making a single act. That's exactly what bump stocks do, as the Las Vegas shooting vividly illustrated. And we think this court should give the words Congress wrote their full natural meaning and hold that they encompass bump stocks. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Coming up, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin will testify.
Give me just a second. Give me just a second. We'll shoot shit.
All right, time's up.
Well, ain't that time yet. How to make a beer run. Oh God, man. It is just mind-blowing. The people that rule over us these days. It really is.
Well, it's all in how you look at it, I guess.
I don't know how else do you look at it, man? Because they
No. You misunderstand my what I was talking about. The ruling over part. In my own little world right here in South Carolina, I'm the ruler right here on my little 25 acres.
Well, yeah, dude, you're right there. You really
And
are.
I don't have to go to the range. I got my own range. So unless they come up on my own property and want to fuck with me on my own property, they can kiss my ass.
Well, the thing is, and especially with as screwy as things have gotten, okay. Not in a matter of fact, I think it was an anniversary today. Look at the Koresh compound in Waco, Texas. They will roll up on you in force to enforce their gun laws, and that's what a lot of that was about. And they will bring all of their goddamn friends.
I actually had state patrol come up here yesterday.
What'd you say?
I had a state patrol coming to my house yesterday.
Well, what'd you do that for?
Well, I mean, I had just got the groceries in from the car, and I went back out to put the back down on the car and move the car, or the Equinox SUV, whatever you want to call it. And of course, I'm always strapped. And I come around the corner, and I got my truck there, and the car was right there. My son's truck was up the hill a little bit. And right there's the truck. And I come around the corner, and I look, and there's a state patrol standing outside his car. I said, "Can I help you?" He said, "I just need to look at your truck." I said, "For what?" He said, "We had a hit and run up in Edgefield, and we just got a list of vehicles, I guess, that match a generalized description or whatever." I'm like, "I don't give a shit. You know, I ain't done nothing." And so just now got a battery put in and got fixed the other day. So he walked around and looked at it and like, "Okay, I'm done." So I actually helped him get out of my driveway. Well,
get out.
I got a quarter-mile of sugar sand uphill.
Yeah.
It's like driving the beach uphill at a decent degree angle. And he's in a Charger.
Yeah.
So, needless to say, that Charger, and I'm sure he's got the big V8 and everything in it, being a state patrol.
Hey, shit, traction though.
So I just told him, I said, "Well, I'm about to move the vehicle anyway, so just follow me." And I take him out the neighbor's driveway. He's got crusher. Switch my cane.
Yeah, if you're looking at that sugar sand, that real fine sand versus crush and run, he's got a way better chance on crush and run.
Yeah.
Which even crush and run at a steep enough angle, he ain't making that.
Yeah, it hadn't rained in not enough to make a difference in a couple of weeks or whatever. So it was basically fluff.
Dude,
so it was a powder. When it rains, it actually packs it down and makes it pretty drivable. In pretty much anything, but
yeah, once it dries out.
Once it dries and gets run over a few times, it becomes, fluff. It's like powder. And it makes it a little more difficult to not bog down. And so I just took him out the neighbor's crush and run, make it easy on him. I thought about just not saying nothing and let his ass get stuck in the driveway. But then I didn't want to have to fix it after the fact.
You're a better man than me, Trent. I might have just let him figure it out on his own.
I thought about it. No dogs. No dogs.
Okay, so we ain't getting. I'm sorry, when you said that, I had to check the weather for tomorrow, and I got to make sure whether my classes are going to run. But it looks like we ain't getting no rain tomorrow. But damn, if it ain't supposed to roll in after Friday, and then it's supposed to be a rainy bitch for the next few days.
Yeah. Quit looking your nuts. You ain't got no nuts. I forgot.
Hey, look, if I could do that, don't tell me.
He ain't got no nuts, though. I said, quit looking at your nuts. I was like, crap, he ain't got so.
Yeah, well,
The
that's
only
what I'm
one
saying.
that
If I could do that, and if I had boobs, I'd never leave home.
I agree.
Look at this crazy shit. So, what are we looking at? And I seriously do have to look at this for work. Fucking Friday, 90% chance, 94% chance of rain. Saturday, Sunday is not too bad. Monday, 50%. Tuesday, 58. Wednesday, 53. Thursday, 42. Son of a bitch. There's like serious chances of freaking rain down here for the next damn 10 days. Jesus Christ, that's messing my fucking schedule up. Oh, did Jova come in? What's up, Jova? Hey, Jova, the link's in the chat, man. It should be pinned. Come in if you want, man. I ain't going to be on too much longer, but we'll shoot the shit for a few. What are we saying, Trent?
Hey, yeah, sign.
Yeah. Trespassers be shot. Survivors will be shot again. Damn right.
Well, sooner or later, I'm going to be going back to work soon. I called him today about
There's cute.
what I need to do to go back to work.
What's up, Jovar? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Coop? What's up, Trent? How you
Shit,
doing? What's up,
ain't nothing
Chad?
but another night.
Yeah, sorry I'm sitting in the dark, man, out here. Weather took a change and shit, man.
Hey, Jovar, you're black, man. I mean, you're always in the dark.
Nice. Nice.
Dude, hey, if you depending on the tan I got, if you shine a light on me, I could look red or bone ass white. Don't look at my legs because I look like a fucking gecko at that point.
Hey, let me turn on the light real quick.
The party's over.
Dude, Jovi, do you follow Tony Simon?
No, I don't think so, man.
Oh, dude, you got to look up Tony. Tony's the biggest gun bunny in the business. Ex-Marine, big dude, black dude, cool as shit. He does the diversity diversity shoots. 2A for everyone shoots.
Nice.
And he posted something on Damn X the other day, and I couldn't stand it because it's him. He's out there shooting, and I was like, but Tony, you're black. And he posted something with fucking Joe Pesci answering back at me. I like to broke a damn rib.
Was it the Lethal Weapon?
It was. I'd have to figure out which one it was. I can't remember what it was, Lethal Weapon or one of the others, but I remember it was Joe Pesci, and it was the but, and I was freaking rolling.
Freaking classic.
Dude, yeah. If you're not following Tony Simon on anything, which he's been on with John Crump, a bunch of the other guys. He's on with gun websites all the time. He does the diversity shoots. I think he's up in New Jersey. And it does a bunch of 2A advocacy up there. Cool fucking dude. He's one like you, dude. I can't wait till the day I can shake you guys' hand and meet in person.
Hey, definitely, man. We gotta get together, have a beer, and
what are you? What? Sorry, my son just brought me like Diet Mountain Dew. You're supposed to be in bed. But yeah, dude, he's just another cool ass dude, man. And a very serious advocate for our rights. And I love Tony to death.
Yeah. And that's one of those things, man. Two ways for everyone, and
it is.
We have to embrace our differences, and because it's it's our two-way.
Well, that's why, and I said it on stream earlier tonight. I break it down into not just the two-way. I break it down into freedom. If you're in for freedom and like personal responsibility, that's what the gun ownership is about. That's what prepping is about. All that. So even if you don't like guns, if you're into prepping and your own personal responsibility and looking out for yourself, I don't give a shit whether you like a gun or not, as long as we can get along with the fact that it is a personal right and responsibility. And that's where we need to land on a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
We can't be and Tony Simon is one of the first one I saw calling that the bro vets, the guys who serve and they're like, oh, I was over here and I did this, but no, these people shouldn't have these weapons of war. Wait, oh, what?
It's funny, and I would say this right here: the beauty about America is that in our Constitution we are, we have that two-way right, right?
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, you got other people trying to infringe upon what I can say, what I can wear, what bathroom I can go to.
Yep.
All that other stuff. And the beauty about the two-way is it guarantees all your other rights. If you want to sit up here and, make all these whatever, right? You have that constitutional right for freedom of speech, right? Funny speech, mean speech, hateful speech. Got to support it. Because as soon as I say you can't say this, that means that someone else can come along and say, I can't say that. And the beauty about the two-way is if you can defend yourself, you can defend your other rights.
Yes.
That's just the bottom line. We can look back in history, and I'm not talking about 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Let's look back to the 50s and the 60s, where nations, dictators, whatever, governments restricted their citizens' rights to defend themselves, whether with a gun or without, right? And look what happened.
Look, I'll go back to this country. Look at before, 86, when you had the Black Panthers patrolling neighborhoods trying to keep the police in check.
Yep.
And they were, for the most part, they were a couple incidents projecting force.
Yep.
Like, hey, you guys need to behave, otherwise there's a check on you. Look what happens.
It was a presence. It's like doing a presence patrol. We're not looking for trouble, but we're standing by, and it makes you think about trying to bully someone, right? Bullies and predators don't pick people or animals that can fight back.
That throws me into a topic, and this might get my fucking channel banned.
Don't do it. Don't, man.
I'm gonna do it. I don't give a shit.
Hey, Coop. The reason why I say don't do it is because there is an assault, an attack on us, right?
Yeah,
and we need.
Everybody's got a conscience.
No, I have a conscience. We need every swinging dick, excuse my language, out there to stand up, advocate for us, because they're trying to shut us down one by one. You got your municipalities and your government saying you can't collect rainwater. You got to be on the grid. You got to do this. You can't do this. You can't do that.
How crazy is that?
And slowly but surely, you got people that says, "Oh, okay, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's not that bad." Then you look up and you're living up under the thumb. It's the perfect example of if you put a frog in boiling water. Or you put a frog in water and you turn the heat up just incrementally, right? And by the time the frog realizes that he's going to get boiled, it's too late. He can't move, can't do anything, right?
He's already cooked.
You got all these concessions on, pick a topic, right? Look at California and their rules about electric cars, right? everyone has to have an electric car. We're going to outlaw this and do this. You don't even have the infrastructure to run electricity during a heat wave.
Dude, they passed that shit not too long back where you can't even have gas-powered lawn equipment in California.
Yeah. You know?
Where's all this electricity coming from?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you can't produce it by wind and solar to keep up with that amount
What is
of
someone
draw.
going to do? You know, like you run out of electricity on the side of the highway. They're going to bring you a bucket of electricity? No, they're going to
what they do is they bring your ass a diesel generator and charge you up to get you off the road.
Exactly. And everyone's talking about wind power this and wind power that, right? You realize like those turbines, like they're not renewable. They're noisy. No. They kill birds, right?
Yeah.
Right. And look at the people that's advocating for global warming and carbon emissions. They're hanging out in Davos on their private jets. You got one of the biggest spokespeople talking about, we need to do this for the environment and this and that. But they flew back from Tokyo at a concert in their private jet to go watch the Super Bowl. Come on, man.
And their private jet burned like 1,000 gallons an hour or some shit. And look at these wind turbines. Okay, if you have something turning, you have to have something to reduce friction so it can operate. Well, guess what? That's all petroleum products.
Well, it's not even that. Think about this right here, right? How long does it take for a used turbine blade to decompose in a landfill?
What, like a million years?
Exactly. Yeah, man.
I think Barton Fink, I'd have to go up to. It's either Barton Fink or Mike McLean posted something about that earlier, that there's a company that will recycle it. But here's the deal. If we went to nuclear power and people talk about spent fuel rods and shit like that, France for the longest time was recycling those so you didn't have the nuclear waste and you could reuse that product again and again and again, and you ended up with a product that only produced water vapor.
Yeah. So what about this right here, right? And you know, we talk about petroleum-based products and all this. The world we live in is based on petroleum. Your medicines, your foods, your plastic, your cars, everything else. All right. I'm all for
shoes.
Your shoes, I'm all for it. Why don't they get serious about, I don't know, obesity, childhood cancer, adult cancer, diabetes?
Hey, look, don't talk about obesity. I know I'm a fat kid.
Hey. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being fat, man. Right?
Hey, look, but you're like 6 foot and some change, man. I'm like 5'7". I'd be looking at your belly button.
Man, I wish I was 6 feet. But no, you know, like what's the real issues, man? Let's talk about, I don't know. Let's talk about crime. Let's talk about shit that really matters, because you're gonna infringe upon my rights for self-preservation, right? And whether I choose to preserve my right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness by a firearm, by a knife, by a fucking cannon, it doesn't matter. You got cops in New York City getting beat up by just getting beat up. And if you, me, or Tread did that shit to a cop, man, we'd be paraded doing a perp walk.
Oh, dude. Hey, I did and this is a kind of a story I've told before, you know. I did a year in prison. And it was gonna be 2 years in prison and 5 years on probation for kicking a cop while I was being arrested. And it took me 15 years to get my rights back.
Yeah. And then
for
the cool thing,
kicking a cop.
And the cool thing, here's the deal right here, Coop. You paid your debt, right? You did what you had to do, you paid your debt. And now that's like the gift that keeps on giving, man. Because now once you get that conviction, that felony, there's so many things that you are no longer able to do. I don't know, get a student loan, work in banking, shit like that. And you got you got people, they made a mistake, they paid their debts, they paid their dues. Society said if you do X, you have to do this, and now you're solid again, right? But now you
Yeah.
you can't get housing, you can't get medical care, you can't do this, you can't do that, and it's just like, all right, you screwed up, right? You got legit people. They're coming over committing federal crimes. There's no misdemeanors on the federal statutes.
Yes.
Right? There's none. So how can you tell me if I cross over illegally and I do something again that's illegal, I should be thrown in jail and then deported? That's the law. But God forbid if I carry a firearm into a gun-free zone or whatever, and now you're gonna throw the book at me. I was like, that dog ain't hunting. That dog don't fucking hunt.
No, it's
But,
dude. You know, I did what I did. It was I was at a party, and I've told this story before. I was at a party. I was drunk as shit. I was too drunk to fucking stand up. And a dude hit his wife, and I went after him. And I was blackout fucking drunk. I ended up kicking a door and going after a dude. When the cops got there, I fought them, resisting arrest because I was going after the dude. Now, I had never been in trouble before then. And I wasn't trying to hurt any innocent person. I was going after a person that hurt someone else. Which is why I won't go out and drink with people I don't know anymore. But yeah, that shit costed me from 2003 or 2002. I think I got all my rights back. I got it sealed under first offender in Georgia in 2018, which is probably why people didn't see my little short fat ass more in the 2A advocacy stuff before then, because I lost all those. Now, was I a danger to anybody in all those years? No. The only thing I want to do is live my life, go to work, take care of my family. But once they get you, and I think I said it for on Bug Street. Matter of fact, I know I have. One of the saddest things when I was locked up was to see people in there that were trapped up over some bullshit, and they will never get their rights back.
Yeah,
I saw young guys in there, and for whatever reason, a bunch of younger black dudes that if you put them in the right position, they could be working for Fortune 500 companies and be extremely successful.
There's a lot of people that can own their own Fortune 500 companies.
Yes.
And, there's no silver bullet to that because it's an amalgamation of a whole bunch of different things, right?
Yeah.
Economics, education, opportunity to do this. But I wholeheartedly feel, right, we are a nation of laws. At least we used to be. Once you pay your debt to society, you should come back into society whole.
Yes.
However, it used to be a multi-million, then billion. Now it's probably a multi-trillion-dollar industry from the prison industrial complex. Because guess what? Right? I get money for housing you. Right? I build industries around prisons. I build industries around the militarization of the police force. I build industries around law enforcement, around the legal process, lawyers, judges, everything else, right? Prosecutors, right? Right now, and not to get political or anything else, but
hey, get political, brother. Roll it.
You just levied a fine against an individual on the magnitude of over $400 million when the prosecutor said we don't have anything criminal to prosecute. And one individual said, I'm going to fine you $400 million. Is that gangster or what? So,
dude, the mafia, the absolute old school Italian mafia shit our government does. They have wet dreams about the power that our government has.
Not even that, man. Not everything they do. Just 1/10 of the stuff we can do, as far as everything else. And remember, you get a state case, a city case, a federal case, right? It's going to cost you time and money to fight that.
Mine was a simple state case.
Yeah.
And when after so many years, and it, like I said, it took me from say 2003, I think, when my case went through to like 2018, early 2018, with me going through a year in prison, serving 5 years on probation, then go pay $2,500 to a lawyer who made a single phone call to get all my rights back.
Yep.
And there's some people, that's a wet dream to them because they can't get them back due to the structure of their laws.
And also, think about this right here, right? It's really a money game. And you were fortunate,
definitely a money game,
and you were lucky enough to get your rights restored, right? A lot of people can't do it. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that in certain states, depending upon what your charges were, you can petition to have them expunged, right?
You can do a couple of things in that case. In some states, you can go for a pardon. You can, if it's a state case, this is only for state cases. After so long, you can write the governor and you can ask them for a pardon. Because believe it or not, I got a pardon a couple of years before I got my firearms rights back. That pardon just restored my voting rights.
Yes.
So then I had to go back through, and I found out Georgia had a retroactive first offender law. So if you've ever been in trouble in Georgia, and if you know anybody, share this shit out. Georgia has a retroactive first offender law. So if you get you a criminal attorney, which is what I had to do, and they submit your case and they find out you're not a complete shithead, they can file it under first offender retroactively. And then it's like you weren't convicted in the first place. You get all of your rights back.
Yep.
And I don't know other states that have that. There's some other ways you can go about things in some other states, but it's to me, and especially going through where I was at, because I saw some guys that came back in when I was in, and I was in for 11 months, and I saw some guys come back in. Well, these were guys, they were going deer hunting and had a gun on them and got stopped for speeding in the morning, and all of a sudden they're back in because that's a felon with a firearm. They're no danger to anybody.
Firearm. Yep.
Yeah, but they had a firearm. Now, in certain cases, during that so many years, if a cop wanted to be a douchebag, well, I was going out to go hunt with my dad and I was using a bow at the time, they could have said, well, you were in a vehicle with a firearm, and guess what? You get to go to prison.
Yep.
And that's when I learned about this whole realm of control thing. If it's outside your realm of control, well, then that firearm doesn't count, but it depends on what the DA defines as your realm of control.
It's all subjective to how the officer writes it up and who the DA is.
100%.
And there's you'll hear stories about cases where fuck, man, just like stupid stuff. Someone get pulled over on some janky shit. They swerved across the median, right? Then, now the cop has probable cause. Well, and this is a fact, man. If you follow someone long enough, they're going to make a traffic infraction, right? And so now I got probable cause on a civil case, but it's not a criminal statute. But now, as you plus one, and then I don't know my rights. So a cop asked me, hey, you mind if I search your car? Sure, why not? Shit, I ain't got nothing to hide. I'm doing everything right. And then all of a sudden, it just leads to something else,
And I used to think that way. And I did for a very long time. And I was, before I got in all my shit, I thought, hey, there's a justice system here. And, people that aren't complete shitheads don't get trapped up in this. And since then, and especially for the past little while, No, if a cop pulls you over, you be as polite as you can. If they, do your ID and shit like that, if they ask you whether you can search your vehicle, you tell them no.
Yep.
Period. No, you're not searching my stuff. Do you have anything on you? No. Now there are caveats to some of that, like in Alabama, carrying a gun, which I'm doing every day of the fucking week. If the cop comes up and he asks me if I have a weapon, I'm gonna have to tell him. Otherwise, right now it's a misdemeanor. I have to tell him, yes, I'm carrying a gun, right side appendix. This is where my hands are at, and we can go from there.
Yeah. So some states have a must inform, shall inform law. If you're carrying a
duty to inform.
Yeah, duty to inform. However they word it, but I find it laughable, but also sad because you'll get a cop.
I do too.
I've gotten pulled over, and it's like, hey, where are you coming from? Where are you going? Where do you live? I was just like, are you writing my biography or did I do?
I gotta tell you none of that.
Yeah, and then it goes back to, this is like one of my favorite things. Well, from my experience, you're being evasive. That leads me to believe. I just start laughing because it's fucking funny. And then down there, like, they pull you over for going 65
Dude,
and 60, right?
The last time I got pulled over, it was for the license plate lights on the back of my truck, and they said those weren't working.
Yeah.
Now one was working, one wasn't. But honestly, if you're behind me in a car, you have headlights, you can see my fucking license plate. So
see,
it's just
that's all subjective to the cop, right?
It is
in business, and I've got jacked up and everything else. And it was like, hey, it's 2:00 in the morning. Where are you coming from? Everything else. It was just like, I'm coming from work. Where do you work at? That's really none of your business, but I work right up there. Where you going? I don't know. This is America. I decided to go get a fucking cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Like,
where are you going? The strip club. It doesn't matter.
But then the thing is, it's like, well, sit right here. We're going to run you for warrants and warrants. And at that time, he's called a canine, and I'm just like, all right, well, I'm not going to argue it on the side of the road. That's why we got lawyers and everything else. But Supreme Court says the longest you can detain me is a reasonable amount of time it takes to write the ticket and to finish that. And then I like it. Well, I got
that's when you get into Terry stops and all that.
Yeah. Do you consent to the canine sniffing your vehicle? No, I don't.
No, I don't.
You're just like, hey, am I under arrest? Am I being detained? Because if you're not,
that makes me think of fucking 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
Exactly. Well, and so it's so funny because that's what it comes down to. Because it's just weird because I was rolling down one time and they had one of their unmarked cars. They had a marked car and two unmarked cars, right? And they had the license plate readers, right? So they pulled me over, right? And I was just laughing, right? Because the vehicle I was driving, the tags were expired, straight expired, right? And he said, well, we pulled you over because, we got reports of stolen vehicles and everything else, vehicles committed in a crime. And I just laughed because he didn't say anything about my expired tags from out of state, right?
Yeah.
So he came up, he was talking, and he was just like, well, where you coming from? I was like, there's some material, I'm sitting down and I'm thinking, it's like, wow, man, this is going to be interesting because I got a few long guns in the back and everything else and shit. And we sat there for 15 minutes and they called the dogs and everything else. Then after that, I just started laughing and I was like, hey, am I free to go? And, me being a smart ass, I was just like, so.
Say it ain't so, Joe. You're not a smart ass.
No, I'm not. I was like, yeah, you ain't going to think about the expired tags, Like, I was like, well, you're running license plates readers and everything else, which is kind of illegal just to turn them on arbitrarily and shit like that,
Yeah.
on a highway. And I was just like, okay, right on. and it's like it's fucked up, man. Because some people get caught up on a humble, and
easy.
It just spirals fucking out of control. Because now they'll say something. The cops like, well, you're hampering an investigation. What are you investigating? You pulled me over for doing 65 and a 60. Clear cut. Write me a ticket. Here's my insurance, everything else. Now you're just trying to make business and see if you can, it's like, well, I smelled marijuana, or you was acting nervous and evasive. No, it's none of your fucking business where I was going or where I'm coming from and shit.
That's where people, and I didn't get it for a long time. I didn't get it how a lot of this operates. And I worried about it for a long time. When I got out, I worried about it for a long time because I watched guys get trapped up in shit like that. And they'd be out for a month or two and then right back over the same shit, stupid stuff, simple stop. And that opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. Like that cop pulling me over that night. We were leaving Dothan. It was me and my wife in the truck. I was following my buddy's wife. We were headed from Dothan back to Seal. We went down there to Peanut Festival, chilled out, had a good time, and we're running. I can't remember which road we were on. We cut through one place up near Helena. Yeah, Helena. She knows that part of the state better than I do. But anyway, we trucked up through there, and yeah, I was speeding at the time. I really was. I thought I was getting pulled over for speeding. And of course, blue lights come on. I've got this SUV behind me, and I'm like, okay, fuck it. And it wasn't too long after I got my rights back. I think I just started carrying again. And of course, I get pulled over. I'm like, fuck it, Go ahead and pull my wallet out before the cops get there. I got my wallet sitting on the dashboard, hands on the wheel. Okay, here, this is what we're doing tonight. And I got one cop roll up on the driver's side, and I got at least 1 to 2 cops roll up on the passenger side. Hey, roll the windows down. All right, roll them down. Ain't no problem. None of them actually were at draw yet, but all of them had the hands on the gun ready to go.
Yeah.
And it's later in the morning or later at night, probably 1 something, 2 something, maybe. And they were just looking for DWIs is what they were looking for. And cop explains to me, hey, your license plate lights weren't working and da-da-da-da. And he said, hey, we're just going to do a warning on this one, no problem. Hey, see about getting those fixed. But I asked the dude before he left, because I'm a dumbass. I said, hey, did you run me? And he went, yeah. I said, did you see any kind of felonies or anything? And he's sitting right there by my driver's side door. He's like, well, we didn't look at any of that. I was like, okay, well, if it didn't show up, I said, I just got some stuff fixed. I just wanted to know. We got down the road.
Yeah, I would say this right here, man. In that case, coming from a fucking peanut festival, you should have been pulled over. No.
Well, yeah. I mean,
no. But seriously, in the law enforcement's defense, I will say some people are assholes. And like you said, you get pulled over, you treat them with dignity and respect, and they should treat you with dignity and respect.
Well, you should. Yeah. But the thing that some cops need to come to, I guess, terms with is there are certain things you don't have the right to know. You don't have the right to know where I'm coming or going from. Okay, you have the right to know what I was doing in the time that you pulled me over for.
Yeah.
If I'm going to my girlfriend's house and I'm, married, you don't need to know that. If I just decided in the middle of the night, which I have done before, I just wanted to go to the store and get a beer. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning. It was still legal to buy at the store. So I said, fuck it. I woke up. Hey, I'm going to get a beer. Drive the store. Yeah. You don't need to know that.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things, I'll get pulled over and I'll be like, you and your fucking Law and Order is like, what's your reasonable articulable suspicion? Da da da. It's like, no, don't even go that road. It's just like, all right, hey, the reason why I pulled you over, you crossed the median. Have you had anything to drink? No, I didn't. The roads is fucked up. I was avoiding a fucking pothole and shit because I dropped my oil. Yeah. And like you said, it's a two-way street. But again, sometimes some of that shit can just be fucked up.
It can, and I see, there are a lot of cases, and Tread helped me on this one, and you've probably seen it before. There are a lot of cases to where, say, a police officer pulls someone over and they figure out they're an absolute shithead, and they question them a little bit and they figure out they're a shithead. But there are a lot of cases to where a cop pulls someone over and they don't have really the justifiable cause, and the person treats the officer like shit, and then you end up with a way bigger situation than you would have had in the first place.
Yeah.
That's kind of like me. The one time I had an 87 Firebird. Just got it painted a nice black cherry color. I was the only one in the area with that color Firebird. Well, I was taking my girlfriend. We was driving out to Arizona to visit some of her kinfolk, and somewhere in Texas, you actually cross into Mexico.
Yeah,
crap like that. I didn't realize this. Why would they build a damn interstate that crosses into Mexico and then back into the United States? I ain't got a clue.
Oh, because our government. That's why.
So there's a little checkpoint there, so I stopped, and they said, "Well, we need you to pull over the side." I guess I was that random person, me and the girlfriend. And I said, "This paint job wasn't a month old," and I said, "You might as well bring the dogs over." I said, "I don't give a shit." And they brought the dog around to the back. I said, "He better not put his fucking paws on that damn paint job, though." I said, "He can bring his ass around to the door and sniff all he wants, but he better not get his ass up on my damn paint job." They got a little upset about that.
Yeah, it's funny, man, and I think sometimes, especially with some of us men, we like our ego gets in the way of a lot of shit. Like sometimes people in positions of authority, we tend to.
It's hard for me to bite my tongue a lot.
Yeah, if I'm in a position of authority, if I'm in charge of something, sometimes I might let that shit go to my head and start doing stupid shit. It's just amazing, and
that's how I get in trouble at work. I can't shut my mouth and bite my tongue and just let it roll off. I gotta say something.
Yeah,
that's but some of that comes from, and this is my argument with this is my argument with a lot of law enforcement. One, I think anybody who is supposed to be enforcing laws should be more involved or more learned about the Constitution than any lawyer, because they're the ones that are ultimately should be the ones that, if this is unconstitutional, then that officer themselves should be like, no, this is unconstitutional. The biggest issue we run into,
is there a book for U.S. laws for dummies?
Huh?
You know how you got Microsoft for Dummies? Is there a U.S. law for dummies?
There probably is.
Like a Cliff Notes version of the laws, so that the cops can go through and study and learn, hey, this is legal, this ain't legal, type crap.
And there probably is, but if you're going to be the one with the gun, the power to take someone's life or someone's freedom, you should be the authority on that law. And I've talked to officers. Matter of fact, one of our guys at the college, he worked at Columbus PD. He was really high up in the Columbus PD. He taught a lot of classes at the college that I work at. And I was talking to him one day. It's been a few years ago, because unfortunately, the dude just passed, like the last few months. And we were at a conference in Montgomery, and something got said about, making your own firearms or something like that. It was me, him, and another guy talking. And he said something. I was like, no. I said, if you make your own firearms, you don't have to serialize anything.
Nope. As long as it's for use. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're making it, which if I make it for my own use, and then say a week later, 8 months later, I decide I don't want it anymore and I want to sell it. There's nothing that says I have to serialize it before I sell it as a private person. And me and him were talking about it, and he finally told me, dude, I'll have to look that up. And I was like, yeah, you need to look it up. You're responsible for enforcing laws. At least fucking know them. And that didn't get me a whole lot of fans, but it's, if I'm a lawyer and I'm involved in one specific area of law, I can afford to specialize. If I'm a cop and I have to enforce all the areas of law, I need to know all those areas of law. Never mind the fact you have a fucking supercomputer in your pocket at all times these days, and you can go to Cornell Law School, which I use a lot for videos, and you could say this, and bring up the actual law itself and be like, oh, well, shit, maybe I'm wrong.
See, and Coop, one thing, like going back to traffic stops, right, or traffic infractions, a lot of that shit is fucking subjective and shit. I got pulled over once.
It is very subjective.
Because I had a cop tell me that I didn't stop at a stop sign, and I was in Florida, coming back from the airport about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and take the off ramp, everything else, and it goes down. Yeah. The cop was cooping, getting some rest, whatever, across the street in the parking lot, a good 200 meters away from me, right? Didn't have a direct line of sight or anything else. And he said that he watched me just roll through the stop sign. And when we was in court, take that on me. And he said that he stopped me, right? And I asked him when we was in court, I was like, so you watched me as I came off the off ramp and rolled through the stop sign? He was like, yeah. I was like, you sure? He was like, yeah. I was like, didn't the officer just get shot over there, shot and killed like a week earlier? And you was in the car by yourself and you wasn't paying attention to anything else except for that fucking stop sign on that intersection. And even the judge looked at me and was like, that's a good fucking point and shit,
Yeah.
I still had to eat the ticket. I still had to eat the call costs and shit. And, I had to call bullshit on the cop. I was like, because if it was me and someone just shot, I'm out here, that same area, 2 o'clock in the morning, they didn't find the shooter, I wouldn't be looking at no fucking stop sign. That'd be like the least.
No, I'm not doing traffic at that point.
Yeah, but
not for someone in California rolling a stop sign.
Yeah. It was his word against mine, and it was his interpretation. And I asked him, I was like, so how long do you have to stay stopped at a stop sign before you can fucking proceed?
Yeah. How much forward progress?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how much forward progress do I have to stop? And how long do I have to stop it before I can continue on? I've seen people stopped, and a buddy of mine got hit one time. A four-way stop, no one around it, no one anywhere near it. And he braked, came to damn near a dead stop, but the wheel still turned a little bit. Looks both ways, all three ways, nothing's coming, and then just rolled through it. Gets pulled over. Woo-woo, you didn't stop all the way.
Yeah.
Do I have to go in reverse before it's called a stop?
Yeah, I had some cops from the Air Force Base. I left the
MPs?
Nah, SPs, man, stupid people.
Yeah, well, SPs at that point, yeah.
SF and shit, right? So So I was leaving the NCO club, right? You know, the all ranks club. I was leaving the shit, right?
Yeah.
It was Christmas time, everything else and shit. So my tires squeaked. You know how like in some vehicles, if you turn your tires in certain parking lots, they'll squeak.
Yeah.
My tires did that, and you know, the senior officer that was in the vehicle, he said that, you know, he heard my tires squeak and I was leaving the club, and he asked me, I was just like, where you coming from? Coming from a Christmas party. He was like, well, how many drinks did you have? I was like, none. Right? It's like, all right, I know the game and shit, right? So they cuffed me up, man. I'm in bracelets and shit. Guys had to come fucking sign me out and all this other bullshit, right? And
They cuffed you up for that shit?
Yeah. My license was suspended, right? This is a funny but true story. So my license was suspended in the state I was in, but I had 2 driver's licenses, right? And I deployed and I had a court case, missed a court case, everything else and shit. And state of Florida suspended my license. All right, great. Not a problem and shit, right? And so I went to go take a piss and the guy escorted me. He's like, hey, look, man, this is bullshit. You know, this is fucking bullshit. He's having fucking marital issues and everything else. He can't beat up his wife. The only thing he could do is just fucking throw tickets.
Take it out on somebody else.
All right. So, you know, went down there and shit, went to the first shirt and was talking to him and shit. So after being accused of drinking and driving and running the stoplight and, you know, reckless driving and all this other shit, you know what I had to fucking, you know what my penance was?
Huh.
Fucking case of beer. Literally gave a case of beer to the security versus superintendent, and that was it and shit, right?
Dude.
So he's a bullshit, man.
Dude, here's something funny, and again, funny but true. So the initial Friday I was supposed to go to court for my charges for kicking the cop. It was felony obstruction and something else. I can't remember what the else of it was, but the others were misdemeanors. Me going after a dude, me kicking in a door. I called my lawyer in the morning. She told me to call, or she wasn't a lawyer. She was his aide or whatever. She told me to call her in the morning before I went to court. And I said, okay. I called her. And she said, look, we're rescheduling your case. I went, okay, well, you know, what are we doing? She said, come back next Friday. That was the first weekend Georgia had a gator season. So that had to be 2002, 2003. So I went with a bunch of buddy of mine because they wanted me to go hunting with them, and I'm the crazy fucker who will play with anything and take them gator hunting. So it was the opening day, the first day of gator season. We took what did we take? We took a 7-footer, 7 and 7'8" or something like that.
Nice.
We were hunting down to Lake Seminole. The next night, one of the guys, he only wanted a small gator. We took a 6 foot and some change. And then my buddy's dad wanted something a little larger. Now, I'd never hunted gators before, but I knew the basics of it, and I'll play with anything. And we took a 8 foot and some change. So I got back. We started out that Friday, hunted till late Sunday, got back into Columbus, Georgia. And when I went to pull down to my parents' place where I was staying at the time, there was a sheriff's car that went past me. I was like, that's kind of funny. The next Friday, I actually went to court, and that's when I got sentenced and actually went to prison and all that. But I didn't realize when my lawyer, and I'm a public defender, don't ever do that. I was broke at the time. When they so-called rescheduled the case, apparently they didn't follow the proper paperwork. So I had a bench warrant out on me.
Bench warrant.
For fucking 2003 to 2017 that I did not know about.
Yep.
Because my lawyer didn't do his fucking job. So at any point from that time, from say I got out in 2004 through 2017, basically, if I had a cop who pulled me over and actually ran my damn background, I would have went back to jail for that shit.
Yep.
Because my lawyer didn't file the fucking paperwork.
And that's just like the thing that's like that gets people jammed up, because there's a clerical error or something like that, and
yeah,
you know, now like you can't travel, you can't do a whole bunch of stuff, man, and it's just like there's a lot of things, in my opinion, that needs to be reformed. You know, child support, man, they'll get you on that. Like it's like wow, you know, and again, everyone that's employed in that whole apparatus, it's a money making scheme, it's a money grab, you know.
It is. Most of it is. And this is where I get down to, and I've talked about it before. As long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone of life, liberty, or property, it shouldn't be a criminal case. Now, if you think I deprived someone of life, liberty, or property, that needs to be a civil case. And then we can handle that in the courts. But this whole, oh man, there's so much bullshit that goes on that your actual normal people who don't pay attention to this every day don't see. Like civil asset forfeiture and there's tons of stuff.
Yeah, so and that's like another thing, man. I'm glad you mentioned it. You know, certain corridors, right? Certain cities, certain states,
yes,
corridors, right? You know, indicted corridors, whatever. And there's a lot of police departments, law enforcement agencies. They get the bulk of their revenue from civil asset forfeiture and seizure.
They make bank off of it.
And people don't understand how to fight that, and it costs more money to fight it. So a lot of people just give up. So now,
yeah,
I'm incentivized to, you know, like the I-10 corridor going from Louisiana into Houston, right? Big. You know, they'll sit down there and hey, we pulled you over because, you know, I seen your vehicle come back 2 times in 3 hours. And from my experience, that leads me to believe, you know, you're running drugs or whatever. It's like, no, I just like to fucking drive and shit, you know? Yeah. And this is involved in this, and someone might have like prescription pills that's not in the proper container, or I might have your prescription that's left in the truck. And now all of a sudden I'm like the #1 fucking Ritalin distributor. And it's like, well, we're going to seize your vehicle and everything else and shit, right? Just like
they don't even have to. I did a story, and it was real early on my channel. I don't think I had my channel for a couple of months. And I did a story about a guy. He was a vet, and it may have been Nevada or Mexico. He's just traveling. He's actually moving, and he gets pulled over on some BS stuff, and he's got quite a few $1,000s on him in cash. And the cops go, wait a second. We can't prove where that money came from, so we think you might have made that money illegally. And they confiscate this dude's entire life savings, like $98,000, I think. And it took him quite a few years to get it back. Luckily enough, there was an organization, I have to look them up, who does cases like this pro bono, and he ended up getting his money back. But the police just pulled him over, said, you have over this certain amount of money, we're taking your shit. Good luck getting it back.
Yep.
And civil asset forfeiture.
That happens a lot. There's an article about Customs and Border Patrol, or Customs and Border Protection, right? Department of Homeland Security, and how much money they actually seize from travelers, you know, coming into and leaving the U.S. And it was like in the billions of dollars, man. And it's a racket because what I'll do as a law enforcement agency, let's say, you know, Coop, you're traveling, let's say $10,000, $5,000, right? You're going to go buy a fucking boat from someone pick a state, right? You're gonna go you're gonna pay cash and bring it back. Well, I pull you over and say, hey, where you going? Well, you fit the profile of whatever, right?
Yeah, whatever I can come up with. I'll pull
we're
it
gonna
out of
search
my
your
ass. You fit the profile.
We're gonna search your vehicles. It's like, hey, is there a reason why you have this large amount of cash, right? It's not really a large amount of cash, but I'm just going to say that. And it's like, well, you can't tell me where you got it from, or you produce a bank slip, showing that you took it out. I don't care if you want it back. You need to come and do this now because you're on one of those.
Yeah,
you're on one of those corridors. I pull in the Fed boys, right? And the Fed boys is like this right here. If it's a federal case, we're going to split the money. Like 65% goes to the feds and 35% goes to the local municipality. And you're not going to come and fight that, because once you hire a lawyer and everything else, it's going to cost you $10,000-$12,000 for the lawyer, for the time off of work, and to do that. So you're just like, fuck it, it ain't worth it.
Yeah, you'll be lucky if that's all it costs you.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up, or I could find the video. But he had almost $100,000 on it. Now, he had bank receipts in the envelope with the cash that showed withdrawals and showed deposits. So he had a record of everything that he had on him.
Doesn't matter, man.
Doesn't matter. They confiscated that shit and told him, hey, we're taking this. You're guilty until proven innocent, and get a lawyer.
There's been so many cases.
Basically what they told him.
They
didn't even arrest him.
Yeah.
They didn't even put him in handcuffs.
Yep. They'll give you a receipt for it and everything else. There's been so many cases where people are like going to auto auctions, like wholesale car dealers, like cars or jewelers. There's one case, and there was a vet, right? And his daughter went to college out of state. So he's just like, all right, I'm going to move, where she's going to college at. And he had all his money, his life savings, everything else, man. And they confiscated that shit from him. So it's funny. And part of that is on us too, because we don't know our rights. I'll claim my Fourth Amendment rights, but I don't actually know, be free of my articles and effects, free of movement and all that other good stuff. And then I get intimidated because they bring out the dogs and it's like, well, if you don't do this, we're going to indict you under this and you're going to go to jail for 99 years. When motherfuckers start talking about fucking prison terms, that's like basketball scores, that changes attitude and shit, man.
Look, man, when you look at shit in January 6th, I'll use this as an absolute example. I was watching live streams of that entire day, and I saw some people getting violent. I saw cops provoke people into getting violent, but I also saw cops remove barriers and let people walk through the Capitol, and they were right in behind the velvet ropes, waving flags. They went in one side and out the other. All of those people are getting prosecuted and serving years in prison. And I read the documents. You can go on DOJ.gov. You can look up the charging documents and the statements for them. Some of their statements are they were trespassing. Some of their statements are, well, they pushed an officer. It's mind-boggling to me that like I said, I kicked a cop. I did a year in prison. It was supposed to be a 5 do 2. I ended up going to one place where I got 2 for 1 time. I did less time than someone walking through the Capitol who was waving the flag and didn't do anything to anybody.
Well, they're going to get them
baffling to me.
Yeah, they want to get them on federal charges for disruption of government services or whatever.
Yes.
So again, it's all in how I write it up, because if I have an attitude, the cop pulls me over or he stops me, does a Terry stop, I have an attitude and I trip and fall down. Guess what that is? If I hit a cop, that's assault.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. I tripped and fell down. That's assault. It all depends on how they write it up. And like
here it is.
I
just looked this up real fast. So Stephen Lara It was in California. Seemingly routine traffic stop ended with was in Nevada, apparently. Seemingly routine traffic stop ended in Nevada Highway Patrol seizing his entire life savings, $87,000.
Yeah. It's
no proof of a crime, nothing.
And it's weird because like there's some older people, there's some people that just don't trust banks, right?
Yeah.
And they have all their
and that's
money.
where this dude was at.
Yeah, they have all their money in their mattress or whatever, and they scrimp and they save and they go to do all this. They're gonna go buy a vehicle with cash, right? Whatever, because they can do it, right? And they get pulled over, and it's just like, well, you're carrying a large sum of money, and you're coming from a place that's a known high crime rate, and yada yada yada. And I don't understand the law. I don't know how to deal with it. You have recent immigrants, right? People that came over legally. They save all their money to go do stuff. It jammed up, and it's yeah, that needs to change. And it was one of those things. It was good for how and the reason why they started it, but it's one of those things that has been abused and will continue to be abused.
It's one of those things that started out as a good idea, much like when we started out tonight. We're talking about the 1934 NFA. It seemed like a good idea when you were just conceptualizing things.
Yeah.
Until you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, and you realize that you're not affecting the criminals.
No, you're not. Criminals are going to criminal. And it's that thing called the law of unintended consequences, right? It's just like at mandatory minimums, right? So the whole thing, the 1994 crime bill, authored by your president, truly, the secondary and tertiary orders of effects that thing had on our society, is devastating. You have whole generation that just got
it never should have been a mandatory minimum on things. However, what you should have done as a judge is looked at what the person did, looked at the circumstances, and then been able to sentence them to a higher rate of years of incarceration.
Yeah,
it should have never been, oh, you get 5 years pulled per bullet.
Yeah, and it's one of those things to where no system is perfect, but now as a cop, because there are some parishes and some towns. There's a town in North Carolina, right? Like 95% of their revenue is generated by traffic stops, right?
Yes.
And so and it's funny because like the speed limit literally goes from like 55 to 35 and 20 feet.
Speed trap.
Yeah.
It's a speed trap.
Yeah. And they got you. And then, like what they was doing was, if you couldn't pay your fine, they would impound your vehicle, right? So now impounding the vehicle, I got to pay those costs for having my vehicle impounded, right? And so a lot of people couldn't pay it because they were regular, everyday working folk,
And then they get the vehicle.
So now they couldn't sell it. They lose their vehicle, right? They still got to pay fines and all this other stuff. Now they get bench warrants issued for them. Now they got to go to jail. Now they're, it's just like, it's bad. I'm talking like, the single mom or the person that's not doing too well, that's working in Huddle House or the Waffle House.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's like, wow.
That's why
shit we voted for.
And I talk about a lot of times, we don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. See, if we had a justice system, and I fall back on what I said earlier, as long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, the government they shouldn't even be involved in it. Now, ultimately, if you let that amount of freedom go in one spot, is it going to blow up for a little while? Yes, it will. Because we have been so restrained on everything for so many decades. However, that will level out. The same way that more constitutional carry has actually reduced crime, It hasn't increased it. It has reduced crime. The more freedom you give us as individuals, we will ultimately regulate ourselves.
Yep.
And that's the way it should be. You know, don't come at me with some stupid bullshit. Well, you can't say that. That's hate speech.
Yeah.
No.
So,
if a motherfucker's talking actual hate, let him talk. Let him have the biggest platform on the planet, because then everybody will see him and be like, nah,
yeah,
you're not the dude we need to deal with.
And that's one of those things, you know, and I am a firm believer. You can say what you want to say, and guess what? I listen to what I want to listen to. Right?
Yeah, as long as you don't put your hands on me, then it's,
you know,
then yeah. I mean, what is it? As long as you don't come at me with that undue force. And I teach my daughter that, and I've told the story on streams in the last little bit. I've always told my daughter, and you know, she's 7, and there were people messing with her at school and calling her names and shit. I told her, look, as long as they don't put your hands on you, I don't care what they call me, your mama, your grandmama, none of that matters. Now, if they put their hands on you, that's different. You fight back. And my daughter went, well, the school doesn't want me to do that. I said, I don't give a shit what they want. If they put their hands on you, you defend yourself. And there was an incident not too long back, probably 2 weeks ago. My mom actually picked my daughter from school, and I didn't know about it till later. My mom called me when my wife was on the way home from picking up the kids, and she said, did the school call you today? I went, no, they didn't. She said, Katniss got a fight today. I went, okay. She said, somebody was picking on her and they hit her. And my daughter said, and I hit them a lot. Okay. And the school didn't call me because apparently my daughter in the office went, my daddy told me I could fight back. So yeah, call me over stupid. I will tell her all the time, don't start the fight. If you start the fight, I will be pissed. But if someone jumps on you and you fight back, we'll go to fucking Disneyland. I don't care. Beat their ass or toe to ass whipping, one of the two. But you defend yourself.
Yeah. And that's, you know, and that's like one of those things. Yeah, you got a lot of people out there. They're living in la la land.
Every day.
Every fucking day, man. And one of the founding fathers said it, you know, those of us that will give up freedom for security deserves neither.
Yes.
So something like that and shit. Basically, it's just like, you know, we're ceding all this power to the government to take care of us, and it's not working out too well because, you know, pretty soon, you know, you can't collect rainwater, you can't have chickens, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's like, well, fuck, what can I do? Well, you can pay taxes.
Oh yeah, they gonna take them taxes. You ain't paying it; they taking it.
You know, so
and people don't realize, man, all these taxes are taken from you at the point of a gun. So, Trent, can you just opt out of paying taxes? Can you be like, I don't agree with that, I'm not paying those taxes?
Sure, you can.
Yeah, you can.
but you just have to pay consequences.
They're gonna take.
It's going to end up well for you.
Shit.
One thing you got to do is pay taxes and die, and you really don't have to pay taxes.
Yep. You know, it's just like like, so here's a cool thing right here, right? Now, I'm bad for doing this, right? Like I'll renew my registration, but I'll forget to put the sticker on it. I got it in the car and shit, right? And you know, I'll get pulled over, and it's my fault because I'm being a dumbass. I'm just being lazy. I'll do it tomorrow, whatever. So the cop will pull me over, and you know, sit down there. So he's running my tag, and it comes back. You know, you got insurance, your vehicle's registered, and everything else. And then, here comes the questions and everything else. It's like, where's your registration? It was just like, well, you was just sitting back there running my shit. So you already know it's registered. I just didn't put it. So now it's like, all right, just go ahead and put it on. Or so it's like, well, I'm going to give you citation for not properly displaying the vehicle registration. It's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, that's
display it.
the ticket.
Why do I have to
not properly display it?
Yeah. Why do I gotta fucking display it? You already know it's registered. You just fucking ran it. As Jake and Wilbur said, they got SMODS. SMODS, State County Municipal Offensive Data System. Gotta love the Blues Brothers, man. Gotta love the Blues Brothers. It's like,
dude, Blues Brothers. I got a half a pack of cigarettes, a full tank of gas. It's night. We're wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, it was just like, I get out of prison. You pick me up in a cop car. It's a 78. It has acceleration and it runs great on unleaded gasoline.
Oh God, I missed that movie. That shit was hysterical.
Does it have a cigarette lighter? Fucking priorities, man. Fucking priorities.
Hey,
and
gotta have priorities, brother.
Every year I go and I pay a vehicle registration, not because I want to, because they say if I don't, I can't exercise this privilege of driving a vehicle.
Right? It's not the fact that you can't exercise. It's the fact that if you do it, well, guess what? They will fine you. And then after that, if you don't pay the fine, they will arrest you.
Yeah. So now I can't go to work to earn money to pay taxes, to get money to buy stuff, to pay taxes, stuff that I buy with money I've already been taxed on. Yeah. Awesome. Fucking, it's like great.
I got pulled over 42 and a 40 once.
For 42 and a 40?
Yep.
Those must have been
speeding.
Dude, MPs will pull you over for doing a half mile an hour above the speed limit.
So he gave me a warning for the speeding. And he gave me a $246 ticket for window tint.
Nice. Fucking nice. Hey, spot that revenue, man. Spot that revenue.
He was watching out for me. I gave me a warning for the speeding.
It's been. Boy, come here. I got a ticket from Alabama DNR, and for those who don't know, that's the Department of Natural Resources.
Yeah,
it's been about
people
4 years ago. I was catching I was throwing a cast net, catching a bunch of shad. I was going to go fishing, and I had some brim. And brim are considered game fish, and I didn't realize I couldn't catch them like that. Now, game wardens got me in the boat, asked me what I had. I told them, hey, I got this and that. I was completely honest with them. And they said, well, you can't do that. Well, they're in a live bait tank. And I was like, okay. So I let every one of them go that was a brim, a game fish. I still ate a $450 ticket on that. It's like, dude, I let them all go alive. That all they got was an interesting story about being kidnapped by an alien. Why am I paying a $450 ticket for that?
Yep.
And if I hadn't paid the
State
ticket,
needs the money.
My ass would have been in prison.
Yep. So
I've been there before, and let me explain to the small people in the crowd: there are no women in prison, so it's not a fun place. Why are you still awake? Watch out.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, man. But I'll say this: even with all of the things that I don't think is right, I disagree with, we still got the best nation going, man.
We still do, man. We honestly, when you get down to the bare bones of people like us, that we may not agree on everything, but we do agree that the fact that we need to live free, we need to be respectful of one another. We do live in the greatest nation. We really honestly do. We're just run by the biggest group of idiots that is ever assembled on this planet.
Yeah.
And I said something about that on a stream the other night. I said, this fraction is flipped. We are now ruled by the lowest common denominator. We really are. Why are you still awake, huh?
Yeah, I really think, man, we all probably need to brush up on some history and civic lessons.
Yes.
Because, as some
But they don't teach history no more.
Say again?
Well,
they don't teach the history no more.
No. But like I said, that's something that we need to teach and we need to talk about and everything else, because I think we're putting the carriage in front of the horse in so many instances, and then sometimes we're fucking closing the barn door after the horse then left the stable. And like you got like the biggest topic is, you got someone that identifies as something else and they want to use the wrong bathroom and shit. Like, oh man, because I'm telling you now, it's just like we're gonna have an issue if I see someone that has a stem on their apple. They was born with a stem on their apple. They still got a stem on their apple, and they go into the bathroom with my daughter. It's like, yeah, we got to call the cops. But
I listened to freaking Alabama today, and they've been batting this bill around for the last little bit, and all it is a simple bill that says if you are born as a man, and legally you're treated as a man. If you're born as a woman, you'll be treated as a woman. If you were born intersex, then there's different leeway in that situation. And what they're getting down to is no, if you're a male, if you were born a boy, if you have a fucking nutsack, you don't get to run around the girls' wrestling team beating them into the ground.
So, you know what's funny about that, man? You mentioned that. You know how all these people was talking like, well, hey, that's great. They should compete, against the females and everything else. And that was like, rah, 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 diversity and inclusion and everything else. And then when some of these female athletes started losing scholarships and everything else, it was like, this is fucked up.
Yeah, that was that. Oh, no, we're all for this. And then they started losing all the shit. And they were like, hold on, wait a second.
Then they talk about Title IX in sports because I guess it was some female swimmers in Kentucky or whatever. There's a guy, he self-identified as a female, went on the female swim team and was like wrecking everything, breaking records.
Oh yeah,
the girls.
That was the
bullshit.
What was her name? It was Leah Thomas, I think. Was the swimmer. And she was top of her game.
Yeah.
And this dude came in who was ranked like 300th in men's sports and started crushing her.
And then it was some guys that ran track as females and they was crushing records and it right, they was just like, oh yeah, rah rah rah, this is good until certain females they didn't win. They couldn't get scholarships. And it was like, this is fucked up.
Yeah.
I was like,
dude, this shit, and it ain't over. This is going to go on for the next little while until people get their shit straight and start standing up to it. But it's just like fucking, there was an article, it's been a little while ago actually, talking about if you wouldn't date a trans woman, which is a guy.
Yeah, you're homophobic.
Yeah, you're homophobic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I like my chicks without dicks.
Yeah.
I do. I like my women with ovaries and uteruses and
yeah.
I'm not afraid of some dude who decides to suddenly call himself a woman.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Hey, would you say I like my plumbing with drains, not fucking faucets?
Yes. Absolutely.
Hey,
there are times for plumbing where you have drains and you have faucets.
Yeah.
I like, drains.
Yeah. So there's a meme and a lot of people's done it and everything else, right? And there's a couple, they're in bed, and the female says, I got something to tell you. And the guy's like, yeah, what is it? You know, I'm really into you, whatever. It's like, oh, I used to be Christian. Right?
Oh yeah.
So
and that's a game ender right there.
Like, yeah, hey, that's okay. You know, that's okay. Right. Then it's just like, no, I used to be a Christian. It's like, no, no worries. You know, we can work, you know, whatever. Right. You know, religion's religion. Right. He's like, no, not religious, but as Christian as in a boy. It's just fucking funny because it's like, oh shit.
Yeah. I've seen something very similar. I'm sorry. And this is where I may get in another one of those situations. If you get your nutsack turned inside out to make a vagina and all of a sudden you have hair growing on the inside of your vagina, maybe you shouldn't have a vagina. You should have kept the other plumbing. just say it.
It's weird because like I think California has like some law that, you know, if a kid wants to self-identify as something else and they don't tell the parents, and they'll address them as this, and they'll, you know, help them, you know, make that decision and take hormones and everything else. It's like, when did we cede all that power to the Board of Education to determine and make the best decisions for our kids? Because I'm an old dude and I can't even fucking figure out what I want for dinner half the time.
Yeah.
You know, how does a 7-year-old decide they want to be a different gender and get reassignment surgeries and everything else, you know?
Man, I was listening to a couple things earlier today out of the U.S. Senate and listening to some of the stuff out of I think the Senate in Alabama about some of this BS. And, you know, maybe I've been around long enough where I remember stories about people who had body dysmorphia that thought that their legs shouldn't be there. They considered them like almost a cancer or an extra appendage.
Yeah.
There was one story about someone who laid on railroad tracks and let the train run over their legs so that they wouldn't have legs anymore. I'm sorry. That is a mental condition that needs to be under the supervision of someone who can kind of guide them back into the right place, that you're a human, you're a humanoid, you're supposed to have 2 legs and they're supposed to function. And the only time those aren't supposed to function is, say, you've got, you know, some sort of nerve injury, and but your proper place is, as a humanoid, a biped, you're supposed to have 2 legs. And
What if they identify as a cat?
Yeah. There was, oh God, man, there was one, and it maybe this part of what I was listening to today, where Planned Parenthood would give a 16-year-old cross-sex hormones to where they would, you know, start developing.
Yeah.
If it was a male, they'd start developing breasts, and if it was a female, they'd start. Dude. And they push this shit in schools these days, and it's like,
it's normal.
Okay. You need to teach my kids how to read, how to do math. You need to teach them civics, which that's out the window, and teach them some history, which you do that very shittily, if that's a word.
Well, they've normalized a lot of stuff that we may agree with as parents, and, you know, we've lost that right to protest or to disagree at school board meetings because now we're labeled domestic. And all of a sudden.
Well, they're at the point right now in some places to where, say, my 10-year-old comes up to me, my 8-year-old comes up to me, and they say, I think my girl. So she came up to me at 8 years old, and she said, I think I'm a boy. And I went, no, baby, I've changed your diapers since you were born. You're a girl. If you don't believe me, you've seen your brother's diapers changed. There's a difference.
Barton Fink.
They would literally take them out of my home.
Yes, for child endangerment.
And call me a child abuser.
Yep, child endangerment, man. And that's just like, and you know, they look at Barton Fink's kid right there, right? So, and it's funny because, you know, like last week, my 4-year-old son thought he was a dinosaur, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, he's 4 years fucking old, man. He, you know, he think last week he thought he was a fucking dinosaur. How the fuck does he know what gender he is? Let him be a kid. But you're putting all this shit and everything else, and now you're telling me I can't take my kid's cell phone away from him. In California, it was funny because there's cases where they arrested
I'm
parents.
listening, but I'll be back.
Oh, you're good. They arrested parents for taking their kids' cell phones away from them. You know, it's it's wild.
It's crazy. Crazy for sure. So they don't even teach kids how to write in cursive no more.
Nope.
That I don't get. How are they supposed to sign their name in print? That's not signing. That's printing.
Everything is digital. Everything's going digital, man. You know, less than 100 years ago, they used to round up and beat up and throw homosexuals in jail.
Or mental institutions.
Yep. And now, and again, you know, if you're a consenting adult, go for it. That's your life to live. You're an adult. You can make those decisions.
Yeah.
But you're talking about kids that, you know, last week they thought there was a fucking dinosaur or, you know, whatever. That, you know, and now you're sitting down here and you're saying this is okay, that's okay. You're saying, you know, they got a whole subgroup of adult adult men people that's attracted to minor persons. No, man, it's a fucking child molester.
Yeah. But if you also think about it, but a little over 100 years ago, it was okay to marry a 13-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and to get to that, at that time, what was our life expectancy? So that 18-year-old was basically the equivalent of a 18-year-old these days. When you look at life expectancies and you look at maturities and all that.
Yeah.
When you get to someone these days,
I would disagree with that.
Modern times, huh?
I disagree with that. Does life expectancy have to do with anything with maturity? I agree with maturity.
Back then it had a lot to do with it. Because you look at your average person, say if you went back to, let's say,
I mean, there was a house on the prairie where damn Laura Ingalls was what 16 or some shit, and Lonzo, whatever hell his name was in his 20s or 30s.
Yeah, but and this is
part
of it is kind of the psychological end of it. So in earlier days, your life expectancy was less than 50. I mean, literally less than 50. By the time you were 12 years old, you were pretty well a grown man. You were supposed to work the family farm if you were in there. You were supposed to defend the family. And I'm not defending someone being with a younger girl. I'm not, even though my wife is way younger than me. But what I'm saying is there was a different expectation for people of the time. These days,
I'll agree that there was a more maturity back then because there was more responsibility back then because of you were basically what we now call preppers. That was their life.
Yeah. So I guess you could say it was a different societal norm. Hey guys, think about it. And
it very much was.
I gotta leave because my battery's getting ready to die. Right? We're
plugged up, dude.
Hey, are we all familiar with Jeffrey Warren's the head of the LDS. Like they arrested him for child rape, child endangerment, all this stuff because he had
the Latter-day Saints. Yeah,
he had the compound and the underage wives and all that other stuff. Right,
that was up in Utah,
and they had a ranch in Texas. Yeah, whatever, right? But they busted him, and they did all that stuff, right? Now they're saying that in some places it's okay for people like that society of people that's attracted to minor age children, and they're realizing that. Like, what's the difference? What's the difference between what he was doing in his religion and what these pedophiles are doing now?
I think my mother-in-law got married at 16, and that would have been just in the 50s and 60s.
So,
but it was a difference.
We're in a situation right now where, and again, this goes off of life expectancies and maturity levels. So our age of consent is roughly, depending on where you're at, 16 to 18. 18 definitely, because you can sign contracts at 18, you can go buy a car at 18, buy a house at 18, all that stuff. You can serve in the military at 17. Now, if you are with a child, prepubescent, your mat deserves to be nailed to a fucking wall after it gets put through a wood chipper. And I will gladly put those pieces together like a Kellogg's cornflake chicken and put them on the wall.
Yeah, but here's the question I have, right? And you've always had always visceral. It was always kept behind closed doors and everything else. What has emboldened these people in our society to go mainstream with that?
Well, it's simple. We've looked at this forever. So when we talked about years ago, so I was born in 77, went through the 80s, went through the 90s, 2000s. We talked about this all through then. When you absolutely allow people to be their own gods and decide what is right or wrong on their own, anything's justifiable. And this is where we're at. The man, what is it? It's the Man Boy Love Association. Those bastards started off in at least by the 90s somethings, mid 90s.
No,
actually, that's when I heard about them.
Want to hear something funny? Mambla was started like, and you have to check the numbers and shit. 'Cause I heard this and I looked at it before and everything. They say Mambla was started right after the Boy Scouts of America started and shit, man.
Yeah.
And that was like in the 30s or some shit like that, man.
It's when you make people, and this is where I get to, whether you're a Christian or not, I don't care. When you make yourself your own God, you can justify anything. And this is where people can justify, well, hey, this 10-year-old, where they believe they're a boy instead of a girl that they were born as, and we can do this to them or that to them. You have completely done away with logic and reason, and you're feeding into delusion at that point. And all you're doing is you're poisoning the well for the rest of society. It's like that with so-called gun violence. When you glorify actual pulling that gun and killing someone as a remedy for them stepping on your shoes or disrespecting you, all you're doing is feeding that cancer. When it should be, you teach people that not everybody's going to respect you. Not everybody's going to care about you. But unless someone uses force against you, you don't have the right to use force against them.
Yeah, but Coop, look at it like this right here, right? you have whole bunch of athletes, these A-listers, everyone that our kids and we look up to, saying guns are bad, do this, do that, and everything else, right? But the first thing I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go watch the latest sitcom or television series where the first 7 minutes, 10 people die. How in the hell is Hollywood saying just say no to gun violence, but all their fucking top 10 selling movies is filled with 78 minutes of violence, 22 minutes of gratuitous sex, and 3 words?
Yes.
Like,
that's where Hollywood is so disingenuous when they talk about gun violence, because they have made trillions of dollars off of gun violence.
Yep.
They've glorified it to the point to where you have somebody who thinks, well, yeah, all I need is a gun. I can be that dude. No.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. It's you have all these actors and all these producers in the studios saying we got to do something about violence and everything else, but their top 10 fucking films is John Wick, The Continental. I mean, name me a good movie.
Well, it's never any of that stuff is never in their movies, and this is a very much culture thing. It's never categorized into when violence is good and when violence is bad, because in some points violence is a good thing. Being able to be violent is a good thing. If someone attacks my family and I get violent and I stop that threat, that is a good thing. Me just walking around the fucking parking lot shooting people in the face, that's a bad thing. And they never make that distinction. It's always just the flashy gun and whatever. And then they try to absolutely neuter men. I got to do an art. I have to do a video about an article I read 2 days ago, and it was absolutely about a woman and her husband raising boys and absolutely trying to neuter them.
Yeah. Well, you have an emasculation of the American male.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. You're if you teach masculine traits properly and you teach men to be men, women would not be hurt at all. Because if you teach masculine traits, then we are protectors. We're not, and yes, we can get violent. There can be wars and stuff like that. But typically, both sides on that war believe they're protecting something.
Something, yeah. They're fighting for something they believe in, or generally. But yeah, it's just, man. There's so many issues that needs to be addressed. You got the demasculation of men, right? You got the toxic masculinity, and then when you go and you look at it, you start looking at like, how can you have toxic masculinity when you don't have any men that's there? Look at them. Teachers are what, females, right? Kids spend their time with females. So where are they getting this toxic masculinity from? And what is toxic masculinity?
If you wanted to really drill down in what toxic masculinity is, toxic masculinity is someone who will basically fight or destroy something at the least provocation. So my wife says something to me and I punch her in the face and, rock her. Or Kansas City, the last shooting in Kansas City at the parade. That would be toxic masculinity, because people can't look at things, evaluate them, and be like, because it came out, it's like it was a staring contest. Well, they were looking at our group and we were looking at their group, and we all had to pull our guns out. And there's going to be more shooters involved in that, because by that one video I did where we went through it, there was at least 7 shooters in that group. There were at least 4 on one side, and there had to be at least 3 on the other side by the arrests and the pictures and all that. That's toxic. That is the overinflation of my dick's bigger than yours. When the people that I've met in my life, and I'm talking about stone cold badasses that have done extremely violent things, are probably the most chill person you ever want to meet in your life. Because as long as you don't directly threaten them or theirs, they might be vocal about something, but they're not that automatic, I'm going to get my shit and shoot you in the face.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about people that I've known. I've had the pleasure, the serious pleasure to know people that served in World War II, that have served in Korea. My dad and my uncle served in Vietnam. A bunch of guys that I've known have served in some other little brush fire conflicts. Guys that I've known that have served in Afghanistan. Guys that I've known that have served in Iraq. And some guys, high-speed operators, some guys, frontline guys. They're not the guys you want to go punch in the face, but they're not the guys who are just going to go drill you for nothing.
Yeah. They have that Gardner, they have that warrior in the garden mentality.
Yes,
they're not,
absolutely.
You know,
be a warrior in a garden instead of a gardener in a war.
Yeah. Hey guys,
and that's the way these dudes are.
Yeah. Hey man, I appreciate you inviting me in. You guys have a good one. My phone was like 7.
Jovi, be cool, my brother. You jump in anytime. I got a link up, or if you want to come in, hit me up, brother. And you
all right, man. Appreciate Trev. It's nice meeting you, talking to you. Chat, have a good one. Be safe, guys. And you know, I got to do better. Let's all do better. And you know, let's make this country America.
One of these days, brother. One of these days. But be cool, brother. We'll catch you after a while.
All right.
Barton Fink needs to come on.
Hey, well, there's a link up. Anybody can jump in. I ain't got too long. I'm gonna fix and have to go crash, but yeah. This is one thing I love about doing streams with you guys. Whether it's you jumping in, Jovi, we go through a bunch of serious bullshit, and I never do a script.
Makes some sense. I never thought of it that way. We was talking about can't write in cursive anymore. Kids, they don't teach cursive. And it says it's because documents without rights were written in cursive. In 3 generations, they plan on not having it, so no one can read these documents. Makes a lot of sense. I never thought of it.
What we've done, and this shit happened, like I said, I'm 47 now, and this shit was happening when I was in school. They've dumbed down the education system so far that people don't recognize their rights. They don't recognize what individual freedom and liberty or what personal responsibility is. They want to think about it. Tell me a Democrat, especially Democrat, not just Democrat, but especially Democrat. Tell me one of their policies that isn't about government solving your problems or government being there to fix your fuck ups.
Yep. Yeah, Bart. Maybe next time. Come on. Hope you're not working then.
Yeah, brother, and
that definitely made a lot of sense to me. I mean, I never thought of the curses like that.
It's, dude. If you look at, and not just about cursive, but if you look at the way that, say, people back in the 1800s, I'll go back 1800s. If you look at the way your average person wrote in the 1800s, and there were a lot of uneducated motherfuckers back in the 1800s. But if you look at the way they wrote versus the lowest denominator and the way that people write now, they look like rocket scientists.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it as much, say where I'm working now, but I had people in my last college that I worked for that were high school graduates and could not write a simple paper. They could not string a simple sentence together.
Yeah.
It was so bad. After about the second semester I was teaching, I said, okay, we'll do PowerPoints. You guys just, we're doing it over welding safety. You guys do PowerPoints. All you have to do is go through the topics and list bullet points. You know, there's no grammar involved in it or anything else. And I had people that couldn't do that. I had people that were so functionally illiterate that I had to sit down with them. And it's not on them, it's on the education system. I had to sit down with them and basically walk them through any test that we took. Because some of the guys could get the topics, they could get the information, but they were so failed by this system that they couldn't functionally read the information, absorb the information, and answer the information.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure part of it is them. I mean, a certain amount of responsibility is on them too.
Well, no doubt, doubt.
But there is a good minority of it that's on the system too.
Yeah,
and for all we know, that they during those middle school, high school years, they were in the gang and they were gang banging. The teachers were probably afraid of them. And
well, that's I think I said on stream. It might have been last night or yesterday day before when I did stream. If you want to fix the education system, you have to cut the dead weight. You have to. Anybody that is in there gang banging and wanting to just absolutely bully people and all that shit, you have to get them out of the school system.
Yep.
Let them do whatever they want. They can go to prison after that. I don't give a fuck. And then take everybody who actually wants to be there and then concentrate on them.
Yep.
And I couldn't remember the name of the movie last night. Hell, I can't remember it now. But it was, oh, son of a bitch. It was Samuel L. Jackson. He played this principal that went into this really shitty school and he kicked out all the drug dealers and all the bad actors.
Crap.
I'll have to look it up. But anyway, he went in there and he kicked out all the bad people. He kept the good people. And yes, it is good and bad. And then all of a sudden, the test scores and everything in the school start going through the roof, and they start exceeding expectations for the state. That is what that is one thing you're going to have to do. Cut the dead weight. The other thing you're going to have to do to fix some of these situations is actually put in place policies that reinforce the nuclear family, mom and dad in the home, raising their own kids.
Lean on me.
Huh?
Lean on me.
Lean on me. Yeah, maybe that was it. Or Coach Carter.
Well, he doesn't know when Coach Carter, but when he was a principal, was lean on me.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what, and it's going to be some really hard shit if we want to fix this, because it took us a really long time to get this bad. It's going to take some serious fucking work to get out of this situation. And there's no way around that. There's no easy fix, and everybody's looking for the easy fix, which tends to be the guns. Oh, it's the guns. I'm sorry. I've been to prison.
It's a societal thing.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely societal.
Starts in the home, with a lot of it being that there's no father figure in the home. There's no one to put their foot down and say, this ain't happening in this house. When they're young enough to still be afraid of that.
It's absolutely you and
There's no
especially
one to say, if you have a curiosity about guns, here, let's look at this gun, let's unload it so you can look at it, touch it, feel it, take the mystery away from it.
it's if you take the mystery away from firearms, which I've got a 7-year-old and I've got a 4-year-old, and they know I carry every day. They know that's on daddy. And I talk to them about that every single day, just about. And when they're in my office and I'm working on stuff, they see me working on guns. There's no mystery to guns to them. They have seen my daughter, especially, and I've said it before, my daughter has seen a deer go from walking down through the woods to laying flat on its back with a hole blown through it. She understands what a bullet will do to an animal. She's seen me gut it. I've literally taken the lungs out in front of her and said, look, baby, this is what a bullet does to tissue. I've handed her the heart out of a deer. And so some people that might freak them out. Now, my daughter seems to be really interested in medical stuff already. So it's not this traumatizing thing to her. But I've shown her that stuff. This was a living animal right before or before
not to be an asshole, but it's just the way I am. If the deer was on its back with all fours up, you might not want to eat that one.
Well, that 30-aught hit it, and that joker rolled right over. I'll put it that way.
It rolled over on his back, all fours up. That's too stiff for what he just did.
Dude, that one deer I was down. We were down the bottom on our place, and me and her were hunting that morning, and there was a damn buck later on in the morning, and I saw this tree moving, and all of a sudden I got to look, and it's right on the property line, but this tree's moving, and there wasn't any wind blowing, or no, it was an evening. And I told my daughter, I said, wait right here. She was 5 at the time, I think. I told my daughter, I said, wait right here and be quiet. And I walked about 10 yards to where I could kind of see what was going on. And I couldn't get a look at the buck, but he was rubbing a tree, just tearing it up. And the buck finally went on. He went back on the neighbor's property and went off. And I walked back down to my daughter. And I was laughing, talking to my daughter. I was like, yeah, that's a buck rubbing a tree. And I looked up to my left, and here come this little fucking button buck walking down the hill. And he did the worst thing a button buck could do. He raised his tail and went to blow. And as soon as he raised his tail, I told my daughter, plug your ears, not pow, dropped him. It just rolled him. It was probably about, 40 yards out, just rolled his ass. And my daughter was like, okay. It's like, yeah, well, we eat some deer meat tonight. But yeah, it flipped him from his freaking 4 feet to the back. Poof. Legs up.
Button bucks, good tender meat.
Oh yeah, dude, it's tender as shit. But he would have been fine if he had just turned around and didn't go to lift his tail and blow. He would have been fine. I'd have let him walk. But if
you could still let him
walk
walk
all the time, if it blows, it goes.
You could still let him walk.
Oh hell no!
Ready for something a little bit bigger. But I can't say nothing. I've taken a button buck myself, but I thought it was a doe.
Look, if it blows, it goes, man. If it's going to rat me out, it's going to die. Snitches get stitches. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's right. So what happened to your daughter?
Nothing. She walked.
No, I mean about the bullying.
Oh,
the bully.
Nothing. I haven't heard a bit about it. They didn't call me that day.
I'm assuming they told your wife about it.
Well, she told my mom about it because my mom picked her up that day because my mom watches her on certain days, and my mom's the one who told me about it.
So the school didn't call your wife for nothing?
The school didn't call me, didn't call my wife, anything.
But your daughter didn't get in trouble for it either, so.
No, it was. And
So
I seriously,
I would be upset because the school didn't call me.
no. If my daughter handled it and didn't get in trouble, I ain't worried about it.
Right, but I was wondering, if something happens, are they not calling me about something else?
That's kind of a thought, but it's.
What else are they not telling me about?
It's kind of the fact that if someone jumped on my daughter, like she said, and she punched him, and she goes in the principal's office and tells the principal that my daddy told me I could fight back, and they don't call me. As long as the issue's solved, I ain't worried about it.
I mean, I agree to an extent, but me, I always go to that point of, well, why didn't the people in authority, something happened, whether it was with my daughter or my son or, and someone else, that there was an incident that happened. Why didn't they call me and say, hey, something happened. This is what happened. She's not in trouble, but I just want to make you aware of what happened.
Yeah, I'd see that. But see, like my daughter's teacher, again, she's 7, but my daughter's teacher will text me if my daughter's not behaving in class. She has my number.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, she texted me last week, maybe Tuesday or so, and texted me and said, hey, Kat, I just want to let you know Kat is not behaving in class. She's not doing the work. And I texted the teacher back. I said, do you need me to come up there? And if you just tell her that you texted me, I can pretty much guarantee she'll behave. And it was a little while later, the teacher texted me back and was like, yeah, everything's fine. So it's not like they can't get in touch with me.
Yeah.
But for something like that, and if someone jumps, and it started with hell when I was.
Like I said, I would want to know if my kid was in some kind of incident. I want to know about it. So if she's in trouble or not in trouble, I still want to know about it.
I do. I'll say this. I do to a point, because I remember being in school and I remember people jumping on me and me defending myself. And then all of a sudden I'm suspended for defending myself.
Yeah.
So if the school gets the point that she defended herself and there's no suspension.
Let me play devil's advocate here. At what point do they need to contact you? For which incidents do they need to contact you? Because nowadays, the student can tell the teacher that I feel like being a boy, and they don't have to contact you.
Here's the times when they need to contact me. One, like my daughter misbehaving in class, and she won't do her work, and she's not paying attention. Contact me. 2, if my daughter actually started the fight, contact me, because I'm going to be up in my daughter's stuff, because you don't start fights. I teach my daughter, you don't start them, you finish them, period.
Yep.
Now, if it gets into the gender stuff,
well, that's my point. Is
hopefully,
who makes the decision on to contact you or not to contact you about what?
Hopefully, if it come to the gender stuff, and my daughter, she's more my wife's minion, but
right. I'm not saying it's got to be bad, but I mean, just using that as an example. What how do they know what to contact you about? At whose discretion is it to not contact you about it? Over whatever it may be.
It's
You know, maybe that's why I
me,
said
to
if
me,
my kid is involved in anything, I want to know about it.
it's kind of simple. It's the same way I teach my daughter. As long as you don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government shouldn't be involved. That goes the same with the school. So if you defend yourself, I ain't worried about it. As a matter of fact, the school called me and said, "Hey, Katniss was in a fight. I'm going to be up there, but one of my initial questions is going to be, did she start it? And if they tell me, well, so and so jumped on her, and they got in a fight, I'm going to be like, okay, so my daughter did the right thing."
Yeah.
If my daughter's misbehaving in class, if my daughter is doing something wrong, contact me any day of the week. I'll be there. I'm 17 minutes from that school. I can be there probably in 10, depending on the way I drive. Because it's
Well, I said, if that's just me, that I would want to be notified, at least notified, whether it be via text or an email or something, about an incident that my kid was involved in, whether good, bad, or indifferent.
well, yeah, I can see that. And,
If my kid was an innocent bystander, and say, what if they found a gun at school? Are they at obligation to contact everybody?
that's going to a whole nother level. You're going from 2 kids in 2nd grade getting into it to a firearm being there. That's a completely different animal.
What if your kid was an innocent bystander and one kid shoves another kid and knocks your kid over and she falls down and hits the back of her head or bruises or whatever or something? At what point, that's my thing is, you're allowing the teacher to make that decision on to contact you or not contact you?
That's when we go to, again, that whole situation to where, as long as she's not wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property. So
I said, I don't want the teacher. If the teacher ain't good enough to them, teacher, cursive and everything else, I don't want her making a decision whether to contact me or not if my kid is involved.
Well,
just contact.
There's a certain amount of trust kind of involved in that. Like I said, if my daughter's teacher will text me any time of the day that my daughter's not behaving in class, okay, I got you. I got your back. And I will come up there any time of the day.
I said, maybe if it's a small enough community that, the trust is there, but the larger schools and stuff like that.
Dude, if she was in a major school system, because we're out in the county. Now, the county does not have the best school system on the planet, but I do, like I said, the teachers can contact me anytime. So if there's an issue, I can be there. I can square that.
Yeah.
But if she was in a major school system, I wouldn't trust it as much, not near as much. And
maybe that's where I'm coming from. I said that's maybe where I'm coming from, because the school systems in this area right here are, any grade would have 1,000, 1,200 kids in that grade. I'm just guessing. It might not be. It might only be 300 or 400.
More than that.
Probably three. It's probably more like 300 or 400 kids in that grade in that particular school. So
then that kind of comes down to how much contact you have with that teacher. Now, I don't go meet them every day. I'm not a PTA member, but I do know if my daughter's having an issue, they can contact me easily. Whether it's text, whether it's a call. I mean, when my daughter was when she was in kindergarten, I'd get a call. And they literally put my daughter on speakerphone and be like, she's not doing this. Can you talk to her? And I would do that. So there's a certain amount of trust I have for them. It's not the most trust on the planet because I still don't trust anything.
You're given a reason to not trust.
Yeah, there's still a serious level of distrust I have for the public education system. But for the teachers I've dealt with, especially when they can contact me any time of the day when she's in school, and they have contacted me, you know, everything's been fair so far. Now, if I get a call and they go, you got to come to the principal's office, your daughter's up here, and she was in a fight, and I come up there, and I'm going to ask my daughter before I ask anybody else what happened. If my daughter says, well, so-and-so put their hands on me and I fought back, I'm going to be like, okay. And then when the principal tells me, well, we're a zero tolerance policy, they can't do that, I'm going to tell that principal to fuck off. And I will tell them in their office to fuck off. I have zero problems with that. I had a student, so he was one of my dual enroll guys. So he come up to me for the college level classes. He was still in high school. And he had an issue with one of the school administrators in the school he was in. He was wearing a shirt, one of the shirts that said like, what was it? 380 is this and whatever, 357, all faster than calling 911 was the gist of the shirt. I've seen him wear it before. And this administrator had problems with it. So Scott turned his shirt inside out, his sweatshirt, turned it inside out, went throughout the rest of the day. And then like the next day, Scott pulls in his school, and he had a piece of rope hanging out from the tailgate of his truck. I've had that plenty of times because there's no telling what rides in the back of my truck. And this school administrator said that was a noose, and they searched his truck. And they found a couple of different knives. They found what they called a club or something that was more like a rolling pin. Something else. Just bullshit. And Scott come to me one night and he was like, I got this thing going on. He said, I may get expelled from school. I said, what's going on? He told me about it. I said, when's your hearing? And he told me the day. I was like, I'll be there. And dude looked at me and was like, what? I said, no, I'll be there. And I sat in there and I listened to this information from these high school administrators. And they talked about he had so many knives in his truck and this shit. And I told one, I said, look, dude. And I stopped it. I was like, look, if you go look in my truck, I have multiple knives. I said, Scott hunts and he fishes and does all this other stuff. I said, I don't have a single knife for boning. I don't have a single knife for filleting fish. I don't have a single knife for gutting deer. You know, I've got multiple blades for multiple different things. And this young man, he's 6 foot and some change in 220. And this administrator told me, well, what had happened if he got into a fight and he got to his truck? And I told that motherfucker that meeting, I said, do you think that boy's got to get to his truck to hurt somebody? Do you honestly think he's got to get to his truck to hurt somebody? Anyway, it turned out from him being completely expelled, he had to do his stuff at what they call the brick down here. And this kid had a fucking AB damn GPA throughout his entire time in high school or in junior high and high school. No disciplinary problems, whole 9 yards. Good kid. It was just like, man, you people are full of shit. And they wanted to ask me why I was there. Well, why are you here? I said, he's one of
Nobody's here for him.
Well, his mom was there, but I said, he's one of mine. And they went, what? I said, I'm his welding instructor at the college. he's one of mine. And dude said something. I said, you don't mess with mine. So that kid's never given me a single issue at all. He does everything I ask of him. And especially when they started presenting their evidence on shit, dude, they're lucky I didn't motherfuck everybody in that building. But I told Scott after the hearing, I said, look, so you're not getting expelled. You're going to do your stuff basically online or at this brick. I said, finish your stuff up, get your, because he was going to be on a roll from the word go. Said, finish up your stuff and forget about these fucking morons. And that's exactly how I told him. And Scott come up to me, he finished up his high school shit like 5 months early with a fucking A.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them. There are a couple of guys down here, I won't mention their names on stream, but I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire unless I could figure out how to piss gasoline. If I could do that, I'd piss on them. Because it was so freaking retarded. And it was the same way it was when I was in school. Back all the way when my little short fat ass was in high school. It was the same way. And it just gets worse.
Yeah.
Dude, his mom liked to fucking teared up. And I kind of did too, to be honest with you. When she asked she asked me something while we were there, and I told her the same thing. I said, he's one of mine. You don't mess with mine. If he was a shithead, I'd let him ride. But he ain't a shithead. So it is. No, that ain't fucking happening. Not without me saying some shit.
No, you gotta stand up for your good students for sure.
I had guys when I was the last I taught at.
The system.
Yeah. I had guys at the last college I taught at. There were health security was raising an issue one time. And I talked to them when they came to the office, and this person's doing this and this person's doing that. And they were hanging out by the student lounge. And I went, hold on, wait a second. They hang out by the student lounge. Yeah. It's the student lounge. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, why are we talking at this point? And I didn't get a whole lot of favorable reports from security at that point, but yeah, they're younger guys hanging out by the security lounge looking for girls. Go fucking figure. I am not impressed with our educational system at all.
Well, I tell you, I like these chats better than listening to that crap and having to think about the stupid people on SCOTUS.
Oh, dude, man, it's fun to have chats like this. It really is, and I got to do more of them. But there's so much stupid shit going on I got to cover that we can't do shit like this all the time. It's like, you coming on, Jovi coming on. I got to find at least a day or so during the week where we can do nothing but hey, let's shoot the shit chat without all the other BS in the middle of it.
Well, a lot of there's a lot of people doing chats left and right, but they're all kind of scheduled. Like Friday night, Georgia Shooting Connection, and
yeah,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday is always talking usually.
Christmas,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't think there's a lot of anybody doing anything.
Joe Biden.
He got never enough ammo that does something, but he don't really count to me anyway.
Let me see whether I can find it real fast.
What's his name? The Yankee Marshal does them almost every freaking night. So I mean, but that's a whole different crowd.
Damn it! I don't have I don't think I've got Joe Va and the Cruise stuff saved right here.
Who?
Joe Va, the dude that was on the stream with us earlier. They're
I
starting to
wasn't
do
sure who it was.
yeah, they're starting to do a stream on Monday nights. And I've had too many beers. But maybe on the next one I'll post their channel. But they're a bunch of really cool dudes.
I got Joe the Farmer.
I don't know whether I got Joe the Farmer.
Joe the Farmer, Joe Leadslinger. A lot of them I don't watch. I mean, they're 2A / prepper / but they don't. A lot of them don't put out a lot of content.
Well, yeah, that's kind of
what Joe the Farmer does. I mean, he's over 16,000 subscribers. So
that's kind of one of the things like I was getting out on stream earlier tonight.
He does more tractor stuff.
You know, especially if someone's in a chat for a little while and I get to know them a little bit in the chat, I'll make them a mod in a hurry because I want them to be able to share out their channel and I want more and more people to see it. And I kind of want it to be that, and I used the term mosh pit earlier, to where everybody is kind of bouncing off of everybody. Because to me, it's about freedom. It's not just about the gun shit. It's as much as I love the firearms and as much as I love guns and as much as I build guns, and there might be some streams later that I do only on Rumble to where I can show people some building and stuff like that.
Yep.
I want it to be more about the freedom end of it. That's the reason I stream fucking Supreme Court arguments that are maddening.
And I do want to pick your brain.
Don't do that. You won't find anything but worms.
No, not on this. You've got all the knowledge on this.
What you got, brother?
My son-in-law did some stupid stuff up around Atlanta when he was technically a teenager.
Yeah.
Got his rights taken away.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you, or he needs to talk to you about what you did and how he can do what you did to get his rights back.
Well, what he needs to do, he needs to contact a lawyer in Georgia. And a guy named Mark Post over in Columbus, Georgia is the one who did my stuff. And as long as he doesn't have a serious history, they can do a retroactive first offender for him.
Right.
So what that means is, like mine, I was convicted for years before.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I guess his biggest thing, is he needs to do is get it started. Is just to contact a lawyer.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a lawyer for that. Tell him to ask a lawyer about Georgia's retroactive first offender. Because, see, some people that do shit that don't have, like, serious criminal histories, they can commit some pretty serious crimes, and the judges will give them the option of a First Offender Act, which means if you plead to this, you basically will plead guilty to it. But if you plead to this, if you serve out this sentence and you don't go to prison at that time, if you serve out this sentence and you prove you're not a shithead, then that conviction gets wiped away like it never happened. And it was in I can't remember what year Georgia did it, but they did a retroactive first offender, meaning to where if you had, even like mine, fighting a cop, or mine was actually felony obstruction of law enforcement officer, you could apply for it, talk to a lawyer, because you're going to have to go through a criminal lawyer, and they talk to the DA, they talk to whoever, and as long as your case works, what they do is they retroactively go back and put you under first offender, which means your conviction goes away. That's how I got all my rights back. It's a retroactive first offender act. And that's different than a pardon, because see, I got my pardon. I got a pardon in 2010, but my pardon didn't restore my firearms rights. It restored my voting rights and stuff. It didn't touch my firearms rights.
Pardons ain't worth a shit.
Yeah, that pardon didn't do a whole lot of anything for me.
Nope.
But
my dad's wife, quote, quote, got the pardon, and that didn't, all that done was give her back some rights.
Yeah.
Ended up going through the expungement process.
Yeah, because
it got her expunged.
It's very hard to get something absolutely expunged. Now, with the first offender, they're supposed to go back to that date of conviction and the crime and basically kind of seal those records. And then it's almost like it didn't happen because you served your sentence, all the probation and everything else. You haven't been a shithead in so long. So it's like, okay, we're going to do pretty much in a lot of cases what we should have done in the first place, which is the first offender.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he's
my sister-in-law used to do that, whatever he's got to do. But of course, he's got to get the money up first.
I
guess talk to a lawyer and see what it's going to take what it's going to cost to do it.
Yeah, hopefully it won't cost him as much as it did me. I paid $2,500 for mine.
My guess it would.
Now I talked to the lawyer. Basically, I talked to that lawyer because I heard about the first offender stuff. Called him up on the initial phone call, said, "Hey, I'd like to look into this." I sent him all of my court documents, arrest, all that shit. Sent him all of it, and gave him about a week.
I don't know if my son-in-law has all that stuff. He's not that.
They'll be able to find it.
He's not that proactive.
They'll be able to find it. All he's going to have to do is give his name and what happened. They'll be able to find it.
Name and social.
Yeah, pretty much. But I sent that shit to Mark Post, and I give much prop to Mark Post right there in Columbus, Georgia. Because I had called a couple of the law firms, and I didn't realize they were kind of out in other parts of the state. But I talked to Mark, and Mark was like, "Okay, send me your stuff." I sent him my stuff. He looked at everything. He called me back about a week later and was like, "Yeah, I think we can do this." And
did you have to go to court for it or anything?
No, didn't have to go to court. I went down there and met with Mark. We sat down and talked for I don't know how long that day. And he was like, "Look, we'll do this." He gave me a price of like $2,500. I said, "Okay, I'll pay you $1,500 now, and then I'll pay you the other $500 later." And Mark was like, "Hey, roll it." I paid him the $1,500. I think about 2 weeks later or so, I paid him the other $500. He called me in less than 3 weeks and was like, "Look, it's done." He said, "Give it about 30 days before you try to pass an FFL background check," because I talked to him about that. He said, "Give him about 30 days, and then you should be fine." Within 30 days, I was sitting at Barrow Automotive in Butler, Georgia, buying a Colt 1911 and a Fox side-by-side shotgun for my wife. And everything went through, no problems. That background check took 10 minutes, if that.
Cool.
But and that's part of my arguments with the system we have now is we don't have a justice system. We really don't. We have a legal system. And the difference in between those two systems is and I fall back to my rules. As long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then I'm good. In a legal system, then the government can just come up with rules and charge me with every crimes. Now, I did what I did. I kicked a cop. I was in that fight. I kicked a cop, kicked in the door, 100% guilty. Should it have been that much for me to actually get all my rights back? No, it shouldn't have. I was never a threat to people before then. I wasn't a threat to people after that.
Mm-hmm.
But I watched guys, and I was locked up for, I think, right at 11 months in a complete fucking daycare. But yeah, I watched guys that they were just trying to go hunting in the morning, but they had charges and they got pulled over and they had their deer rifle in the truck, and all of a sudden they're back in prison for however many months, depending on what the deal was. And they were no threat to anybody. And that's where I got issues with a lot of this stuff. Hey, Tread, give me sing and dance or something. I'll be right back. Juggle.
Sing and dance and sing. You want me to play the radio? See if I can get you a strike. Copyright strike. Let's see. Chessboard. Barton is definitely on point. I don't know if my phone is updating or not. Yep. It started with the first grade and kindergarten and preschool, now daycare. We have our children in a cradle to grave now. I hope not, but I see your point. Phase 3 is none of us poors can afford a house. That's mostly true. Mostly true. I mean, my place is paid for, but it ain't much. So I can understand that. We got 5 people watching. I don't know if that's counting me too, because I got it on the side too. So I guess 4 people watching. One might be Coop. Makes 3 people watching, which would be Chessboard, Pink. Who else are they watching? Zanty, maybe? Someone, everybody don't talk at once.
Which, I mean, I'm gonna get out here in just a minute. We'll end out the night, but yeah, it's I'm to the point sometimes lately. I don't know what to say about some of this shit. What do I do with another pack of smokes?
I gave those up.
Dude, I wish I could, but I smoke like a fucking freight train.
You can, but you gotta want to do it.
That's part of my problem is I still really enjoy the habit, and that's my biggest issue.
I did too. But my job, they went and smoked, forget the job. And then in order to smoke, you'd have to take your break and go outside the gate to go smoke. So I was like, that's just more hassle than it's worth. So I ended up doing the Chantix medicine, and after about a month and a half, while I was tobacco free, you still had the urges here and there, and I probably should have got them to give me a little bit more refills on it. But then me and my daughter were carpooling to work, and her smoking kind of helped me get that little urge, that little second hand here or there to help out a little bit. But yeah, that Chantix, it does work. It helps you not think about it for sure. But I really think that because my doctor only gave me like a month's, I don't even think I had a refill. Might have had one refill. And you really need to have at least, say, 3 to 4 months worth to take it to really get it out of your system. But I know my son-in-law, he claimed that he was going to quit. He was given a different medicine. It wasn't the Chantix, it was something else. But he was doing it, but he's back to smoking again. So
yeah, dude, Chantix, man, I started taking that shit, and I could take a dose of it, and I would puke my toes up.
I don't have it. I eat or drink pretty much anything.
Dude, I normally can too, but there was something about it, and it took me, the first time I was on it, it took me a couple weeks to kind of figure out what was going on, because I'd wake up in the morning. Of course, you take your first dose in the morning, and I could drive a half mile down the road. It happened a couple times where I was leaving my mother and father-in-law's place, because we'd hang out over there, and then I'd go to work in the mornings. And I wouldn't be a half mile down the road. I'd stop the truck, and I would puke my guts out. And then it happened in the evenings. I'd get home about that evening dose, take that shit, same thing. I would puke my fucking guts out. And maybe I'm a little slow, but it took me a little bit. And I was like, hold on. I quit taking the Chantix for a little bit, and all that nausea went away, because I was on freaking
several different.
Yeah, dude, I was on at that time. I was on hydrocodone. It may have been some Percocet at the time, muscle relaxer, cyclobenzaprine, and a couple others. And I almost couldn't tell what was causing it. But when I quit taking the Chantix, I wasn't nauseous like that. The middle of the day dose didn't seem to bother me, because it was like morning, middle of the day, evening. But for some fucking reason,
on an empty stomach.
Some of it could have been empty stomach in the morning, but in the evenings I'd normally eaten something. So the later didn't seem to match up. And the other medications I was on, I've been on them off and on just about all my damn life since I was 18 for a fucked up back. So I'm used to dealing with those. But yeah, it was helping me kind of deal with the smoking cessation. But man, the fucking nausea. Oh my God, that stuff wrecked me.
I know most people say that it's the nightmares.
Dude, from the 2 times I've been on it, which I have really crazy dreams anyway.
If you have crazy dreams, it's like taking it and putting it on a black and white and putting it in 4K.
The dreams themselves never bothered me, and I had a couple of crazy dreams while I was on it, but
that's the best way I can explain it to people.
Yeah,
is it takes it doesn't matter your dream, but if you do dream and you remember your dreams, it's like taking your normal dreams, which would be, say, a black and white television, and putting it on a high def 4K, 8K TV. Everything's up front and up and in your face more. As more high definition, like you're in it, versus like a black and white set.
But like I said,
so it's just more vivid. In your dreams are more vivid and everything. And if you're prone to nightmares, a nightmare on a black and white is not so scary. If it's 8K and up in your face, okay, it seems a lot more realistic now.
Yeah, it's, dude, my dreams, I've always, dreams that I can, at least say every once in a little bit, I have a very vivid dream that I can remember. And there was one that somebody will psychoanalyze this shit that I used to have all the time, where I walked into a room basically full of venomous snakes. It looked like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, where they walked in there and all the
That's on
venomous
a
snakes.
train.
And I've had dreams like that, and they happen on and off for hell many years. But after a second in the dream, I tended to realize what was going on. It never bothered me. And on Chantex, I never had any dream that seemed like it was out of the ordinary for any dream. For me, it was the nausea. It was fucking puking my toes up that got me.
Come on, boys.
What are you doing? Put the doggos out?
Yeah. They wanted to go out.
Please tell me how. I love Barton so much. Yeah. It's just at this point, man, just if everybody else won't wake up, just plug me back into the matrix and just let me go live a happy life where I got a big dick and I'm not short and fat. I mean,
What's the name of the matrix? Just put me back in. I know the steak ain't real.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. Because once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. Speaking of that, let's do this and then I'll get out of here in just a second. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I know it's got to be
ignorance is bliss.
In my history. It's got to be.
Got to be.
Got to be.
So you're a welding instructor.
Yep.
Yeah. And of course, I've got to ask the silly question. I know a teaching job is not very lucrative.
No, it ain't lucrative.
So why ain't you out there actually doing the welding? Where it is kind of a 6-figure job and.
Because my back is absolutely trashed. So, when I was 16, I was finally diagnosed with scoliosis, arthritis, and disc disease at 16. At 18, working in a meatpacking plant, throwing the heaviest shit around I could possibly find, I blew my back out real bad and damn near paralyzed myself. And they took out my L5S1 disc. They took out a little over 50% of it. And then I proceeded to torture myself doing anything in construction that I could possibly do, because I didn't like anything involved in desk jobs. So now I'm 47 and my L5S1, everything in my lower spine shot out, more shit in my thoracic spine shot out, and I got some shit going on cervical. So I teach. that's the long and short of that whole adventure.
That was short?
Yeah, that was a short version of it, trust me. Hold on, let me see. We're fixing to watch some of the. If you ever wanted to see someone lie dead to your goddamn face, we're fixing to watch it. And I'm listening. I gotta find my other pack of cigarettes, but I'm listening. But Yeah,
assistance,
listen to this.
including tanker planes. As always, we stand ready to provide further support as needed. And tomorrow, following Secretary Becerra's trip to Alabama, the White House Gender Policy Council and Office of Public Engagement will host a listening session on the importance of access to IVF following a devastating Alabama Supreme Court decision. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to speak out against this ruling, fight to protect access to reproductive health care, including IVF, and call on Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade in federal law for all women in every state. And we will have more, obviously, to share on this event later today. Also today, President Biden will sign an executive order to protect Americans' sensitive personal data from exploitation by countries of concern. This is the most significant executive action any president has ever taken to protect Americans' data security. It will authorize the Attorney General to prevent the large-scale transfer of Americans' personal data to countries of concern and provides safeguards around other activities that can give those countries access to sensitive data. Buying data through data brokers is currently legal in the United States, and that reflects a gap in our national security. Today, we are taking narrowly crafted steps to close that gap. As a result of the EO, the Department of Justice will begin a process to put regulations in place to prohibit the sale of data, or put in place a cybersecurity safeguards on the transfer of data. Of course, throughout this process, we engage heavily with industry and other stakeholders to minimize any unintended economic impacts that will continue as this process moves forward. The administration is committed to protecting American safety and privacy, and we will continue to take appropriate action to ensure their protection. With that, Amr, you want to kick us off?
Yes. On Leader McConnell's announcement today, did he call or let the president know if he was here yesterday ahead of the announcement that he would be making it?
So I don't have any details to read out to you outside of obviously the readout that we had, or beyond the readout that we had from yesterday. You heard directly from the president just moments ago. I believe you were in the room, Amr, and I'll quote the president. He and I have trust. We have a great relationship. We fight like hell, but he has never misrepresented anything. I'm sorry. He's stepping down. I just don't have anything outside of that.
So to that end, what does this mean, if anything, for current negotiations on big items like the foreign aid supplemental or even the CR?
I don't presume it means anything, right? He said he's going to step down essentially by the end of the year. I don't think that affects his leadership. Leader McConnell has been a leader, as you know, for some time of the Senate. And he's been very clear, as well as the other three of the big four yesterday. They said it was important. They all agreed the importance of making sure Ukraine gets the funding that they need. They all four agreed with the president and the vice president on making sure that we keep the government open. And I think that's important to note. And so I don't think it affects Mitch McConnell's leadership in this current time as we're moving forward. Look, we have bipartisan support in the Senate. And we know that we have bipartisan support on the House side as it relates, obviously, to the National Security Supplemental. And we want to see the House bring that forward and put that to the floor so we can see that moving, so we can make sure that
everybody wants that something to pass.
Get the assistance that they need from the United States.
And the leader also noted in his floor speech that Father Time remains undefeated, and it's time for the next generation of leadership. How does that sentiment resonate, if at all, with the president?
So I'll say this: look, a decision like that the Mitch McConnell, the senator, made is a very personal decision, and that is for an individual to make and decide on. And he spoke to it, so I'll certainly let the senator continue to speak to that if he chooses. And we know his words. We heard it on the floor of the Senate today. The president has been very clear. The president has said he wants to continue to deliver for the American people, as he has done in the last 3 years in a historic fashion. This is a historic presidency when you think about how we've turned the economy around. When you think about how the president's been able to beat Big Pharma and let Medicare negotiate for
Obama having a third term is very historic.
To be lower, a climate change agenda, passing the Inflation Reduction Act, a incredibly important piece of legislation, obviously, that is now law. That's going
Don't
to,
worry, fellas. I think
that's
Coop
going
went to
to
the store.
move the climate situation in a direction that is in the positive way, right? And make sure that we're dealing with the climate change issue. So there's a lot of things that the president has done. He wants to continue that. And that's what he's looking forward to do. And obviously, you'll hear a lot more from him next week as he addresses Congress.
And just indulge me, just one non-McConnell question.
Yeah, sure.
He's going to the border tomorrow. What should we expect him to see and do? And what's his objective? What does he hope to accomplish tomorrow?
So, as you all know, and we've announced, and you all reporting, he's going to go to Brownsville, Texas tomorrow. He's going to meet with Border Patrol agents, law enforcement officials, frontline personnel, and local leaders. While he is there, the president will be briefed by officials from the Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Citizens and Immigration Services, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And the president will also deliver remarks to highlight the need for Congress to pass the bipartisan border security agreement that was negotiated out of the Senate, as you know, not too long ago, and took 4 months of us, the White House, working with Republicans and Democrats in the Senate to get that done. And obviously, Republicans have rejected that because of politics.
Thanks, Kareem. The president said he's sorry to hear that McConnell is stepping down, but what impact
No, I had to
does he
run out
believe
my
this will
truck for a
have
second.
on the Republican Party, on the future of the party, and the future of Congress?
Look,
This
I'm not
isn't the
gonna
part
get
that's good, though.
into evaluating or looking into how this is going
What
to
part?
affect
The part that, the part that gets good is in just a minute.
continue to do is work on behalf of the American people. We know where the big
You back yet?
stand as it relates to making sure
Yeah,
that
yeah,
we
brother,
get
I'm
the
here.
national security supplemental done in
Oh, I thought you said you had to go to the truck.
bipartisan way. We want to see
Nah, well, I had to
get
walk
to the
out of my
floor.
truck for a second.
We know where the big
Oh,
four stood.
you are, or you already did?
There is not a
No, I
shutdown.
already
That
did.
is avoided. That
Oh, okay.
Congress do its job and keep the government open to make sure
Yeah,
that
the
Americans
part
get
that gets
the
good on this
programs
is in
that
just
they
a
need
second.
from
We'll
the
pause that for a
government
second.
programs, important resources that is critical
Pause
to
it.
the
Give me
American
just
people.
a split
That's where
second.
we stand. That's what we understand.
Yep.
So who's going to take over from McConnell?
That I don't know yet.
We're talking about Senate majority and he's Republican, right? Is he the Republican Senate majority?
No, well, get this. He's not stepping down from the Senate.
No, he's just stepping down from the leader.
Yeah. So
is there another person that's in line?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that.
And that's what I was wondering is it a ranking thing who's been there the longest, or is it like a volunteer thing like on the House side?
I would assume it's something like a ranking deal. So I'd have to look in to see, because God knows I'd like to see Rand Paul take over that position, but he ain't got a chance in hell. Because Rand Paul would wreck plans. But yeah, I don't know exactly.
That's what I was trying to think of. Is there if it's a seniority type thing?
I think it's got to be some sort of seniority. Now,
or if it's just an elected by other Republicans like the House.
Yeah, it very well could be either one, as far as I know. I haven't looked into it yet because I just heard that he was retiring or going to retire.
He was stepping down from the leader part.
Yeah, I just heard about that
Is
earlier.
he the one that kept locking up?
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
There's one that's old enough to where he was doing a speech or whatever, and like he would lock up and not be able to finish it or something.
Yeah. He looks like Cecil the Turtle.
Okay, that's the one. That's McConnell, right? Is the one that was doing that.
Yeah, he'd be speaking, and then all of a sudden, it's different than Joe Biden. Joe Biden just runs his mouth about random shit like.
Right, he just keeps mumbling.
And then be like ice cream and trash trucks and something.
I said, but Biden keeps rambling where McConnell would just freeze up and not say anything for a minute or whatever.
Yeah, like your fucking CD was skipping back in the day. You just and lock up. But yeah, that's not the best part of this. The best part of this is yet to come. And this was a press conference today.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was today.
The Republican Party, that's for the Republican Party to speak to.
And did the president take a mental fitness or cognitive test during his
Y'all pay attention to this one.
physical this morning?
So let me just say, I did see Dr. O'Connor, and he stopped by my office earlier today after the president completed his physical this morning, as you all know. He was happy with how everything went. And as soon as he finishes completing the memo, it will be a robust, comprehensive memo. We will certainly share that with all of you, as we have done in the last 2 years. And look, you saw the president return to work. He took some of your questions.
Now, compare this with the report that just came out about Joe Biden being the absent-minded old man that couldn't be charged for having top secret information. Compare that to this.
Questions not too long ago, and you saw he's going to continue to fight for the American people. In this particular instance, he was talking about fighting crime. So the president's going to continue that process. As it relates to you were asking me about a cognitive test. As it relates to that, look, the president doesn't need a cognitive test. That is not my assessment. That is not my assessment. That is the assessment of the president's doctor. That is also the assessment of the neurologist, who has also made that assessment as well. And, and you've heard us say this, and I'll reiterate this, the president's doctor has said, if you look at what this president, the president who is also the commander in chief, he passes a cognitive test every day, as he moves from one topic to another topic, understanding the granular level of these topics. You saw him talk about fighting crime today. Tomorrow he's going to go to the border. Next week he's going to give the State of the Union.
Yeah, we have made
some
some rocket scopes in my
keep that
class.
in mind. This is a very rigorous job, and the president has been able to do this job every day for the past 3 years. And let's not forget, he is also leading a historic presidency, which is also important to note in everything that we've been able to do. He's been able to get done over the past 3 years.
But given that there's been so much scrutiny and you say there's no problem, he would pass the test every day, why not just have his doctor administer the test and then case closed?
Because the doctor doesn't believe that he needs one, because including the neurologist doesn't believe he needs one. Look, I think folks need to understand that the president passes, again, a cognitive test every day. If you look at what a clinical cognitive test is actually, what it actually does, it is a 15-minute appointment that is administered by someone that most of the time people don't actually know. And the president has a team of doctors that is with him 24/7. And he is able to do the work every day that is rigorous, that is more rigorous than it would be for any 15-minute clinical appointment. And you think about the job growth, you think about the record small business action, you think about the bloom in that particular space of 16 million more small businesses have been created. You think about delivering historic investment. That has been done by a president who has to deal with these issues every day, again, on a granular level. And so his doctor, including the neurologist, do not believe that he needs one. That is their assessment. Go ahead, Jeff.
But you made Trump take one.
The president's expectation still that a ceasefire will take place in Gaza starting on Monday.
So, look, the president obviously and his team has been.
I said I wouldn't do it. We're fixing it
for some time now, as you all know.
Okay. Hold on, which tab is that? Let me pause that because it's still going on my headphones.
Great on IG could.
This is the dude she says doesn't need a cognitive test. Now he's just finishing up the speech. After you.
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate. But for all the millions whose lives have been saved, communities where life will be transformed. Thank you. So thank you, President Biden, for your outs.
Hold on. Let's do. Hold on. Let me back that up. Biden gets lost in the White House garden during ceremony.
Anything about working here for 50 years?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Haney?
Oh, you going back the other way.
Dude walks like a fucking robot.
Either whatever you want. I notice how much freedom I have.
Hold on. What's another good one?
I know Martin said he sent you something on IG.
Oh, well, I have to look it on my phone. My phone's dead right now. I haven't charged it. No, I do need to get out of here, guys. Let's go ahead and end this one here.
Might as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and truck out on this one. I got to get some sleep before I got to be at work in the morning. Sent you something on. Yeah, Barton, I'll check it as soon as I get my phone turned back on and charged, because I haven't. It's been dead for the last little while. But yeah, it's one of those days, guys. Man, we've been waiting for the arguments for Cargil v. Garland to go on forever. Seems like, and they happened today, and they were about like what we expected. An absolute shit show. I'm expecting a 5-4 decision in favor of Garland against the ATF. I can be wrong about that because there were some justices that look like they could kind of go towards the other way, but I'm expecting a 5-4 decision. Either way, we have up until late summer probably to wait on those or on that decision. So we'll see where that goes. Tread, say what you got to say. Tell everybody where they can find you. And
I ain't got nothing to say.
There you go,
Anybody that's a mod, you can always click on my name and say go to channel if they want to find me. Other than that, I'm not 100% sure where to find me.
That never works for me. Almost anytime I try, click on the name, go to the channel, it never works.
It does if you're a mod. Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe that's what it is. It does if you're a mod.
If you're not a mod, all you get is block and report.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
But no, I don't put out a whole lot of anything. I try to jump on something if I can jump on. If not, I listen in on the chats and what little bit I use my. How's that? I use my channel more of a self-storage, so to speak.
I understand.
Grandkids, some gun related, some reloading related, mostly grandkids and stuff like that. Whatever I feel like putting on there for that day or month or whatever. I'm surprised I got as many subs as I've got.
Dude, I gotta do a stream, and I'll probably try to do it close to this weekend. I actually hit over 400 subscribers, which is 400 subscribers more than I thought I'd ever have.
That's pretty good.
So
I'm over 200, so
it's I honestly, with my sense of humor and the shit I talk about and the shit I got into, I never thought I would have any subscribers whatsoever. So this has been a fucking cool ride for me. Not to mention getting to talk to people like you or Joe Vibe, the Tactical Turkeys, DLD,
ain't nobody.
Barton. I mean, all the people I get to interact with whenever I do streams has been absolutely a blast. And I could mention fucking tons of other people Even some people I don't see around anymore, Santee and some others that I don't get to see as much, Johnny Snow, John Crump, Flying Rich, we see those quite a bit. This daily shit. But it's been an absolute fun ride. But yeah, it's really been a blast, and hopefully, as opinionated as I am and as much profanity as I use, hopefully some people get something out of this, and really start to kind of research or start to look into all the stupid stuff that goes on that is really depriving them of their rights, and that's probably one of my biggest things.
Do you watch what's his name?
What'd you say, brother?
I was trying to think of his name. Him and his wife, they're preppers that live in a cabin and kind of isolated, and they're gigantic preppers.
Oh, I don't know exactly which ones you're talking about.
I know. I'm. Come on, go down. They're huge preppers, and they got like 2 million subscribers.
Yeah, well, I probably ain't never going to get anywhere near that.
No, but he was talking about chemtrails and stuff that the planes are leaving and stuff.
Dude, I've heard some people talk about that. One of the guys that I follow on some other stuff, he doesn't do any real stuff on YouTube. He's got his own podcast and stuff. The Legal Man. If you're on X, if you just look up Legal Man, he talks about some of that. I don't know about the whole chemtrail thing. I've never really looked into it. But if you follow him for the rest of the stuff that he talks about, like with our government and all the dirty shit that goes on, he is dead ass on point with stuff that goes on. I mean, you couldn't hit that nail any more square on the head than what he does. So Doug and Corey said Doug and Stacy. I guess he was kind of asking whether that was the folks. And Corey, let me do this shit because we're here. Let me get back to the right freaking tab because I got so many open. Jesus Christ. Let me do this. Blah, 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 blah. That way I can get his freaking...
Their channel ain't called Doug and Stacy, though. That's... I can't see the... Well, I'm searching for this. I can't see the chat.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I hate this. I got that little heart thing in my way, and I can't get to the right freaking
I know.
thing that I need. There I can. No, you're going as a standard moderator. You hadn't been around that much. Dude, if you got a link to their chat, post it. You just got made a mod. Because, I mean, if they're serious about prepping and homesteading and shit like that, I will damn sure watch them. And again, it goes back to a lot of stuff I talked about earlier. I focus a lot on the legal end of a lot of this stuff and the legislative end on what Congress is doing and the Supreme Court and all the bullshit that goes on. And anybody who's got something coming on, in their state that wants to cover it, dude, absolutely hit me up, and we'll cover it. There's Minnesota. Hell, today's Wednesday, so tomorrow, Minnesota's got some stuff coming up in their House and their Senate, I think. If I can find the video on that, we'll cover it, which is about a bunch of just stupid-ass gun control shit they got up there. So anything with any of that I can cover, we're going to cover. Let's smoke one out. I think it's who he's talking about. Dude, like I said, if you got a link, we're fixing to jump off. But man, if you got a link, post it, and that way everybody else can take a.
Yeah, but I can't think of. It's someone in this side off grid. That's it. Off grid with Doug and Stacy. That's it.
Off grid with Doug and Stacy.
Yep. Right there. Click, share, copy link.
Yeah, throw it out in the chat.
Click and paste. There. Off grid with Doug and Stacy. He talks a lot about. She does a lot of the prepping and home medicines and herbal stuff and stuff like that. He's doing a lot of stuff about the chemtrails where they're doing like putting, was it silver or something in the clouds to make it rain and stuff, and a lot of these rain stuff that we're getting lately is from that.
Well, I just follow him. I'll start following his stuff because I follow a really kind of wide range of stuff, but again, it's all involved in that. We the people need to be more free, and the government needs to be less powerful. That's just the way I run on things. Because honestly,
I said, I know one thing he was talking about the chemtrails, and I was like, yeah, well, okay. And then he come back with another one about this, and it kind of made sense that it backed up what he was talking about with the chemtrails and stuff. And I like, well, I think that's make a whole lot of sense, and it's not necessarily just theories or whatever. That there's too much coincidence happening for it to not be true.
Dude, there's no doubt. The more we dig into stuff that our government's doing, the more we see
crowd seating. That's it.
All the actual just crazy stuff that goes on. And I got to build up kind of a list of people that I got to share out because there's a lot of really good channels that I follow. Brian McClanahan is one. If you want to know shit about constitutional stuff, if you look up Brian McClanahan or McClanahan Academy, he's an absolute freaking rock star when it comes to actually teaching serious, honest history. The good parts, the bad parts, you name it, he's going to show it to you.
Martin, you really ought to make some videos or something.
Cloud seeding, silver iodine, common practice in Dubai. Dude, like that, I couldn't tell you, and it's one of those things I've never really looked into, but I wouldn't stand here right now and say, oh, that shit never happens, because these governments are so fucking dirty, they do everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I fall back to a lot of things like prohibition. Our own government put out precursors for what people would make alcohol out of and poison them to make sure that if someone made alcohol out of them, it would blind them or kill them. And they thought that was completely fine. Look at Tuskegee experiments. And the Tuskegee experiments are funny. They're not what a lot of people thought they were, but they were still extremely fucking dirty. And there's been a bunch of others. And look at all the wars they've got us into that didn't, they weren't any real direct threat to the United States, but they got us into them because as much as back in the day I didn't believe in the industrial, the military industrial complex, it's a fucking real thing. And it took a lot to get my eyes open. It really did. And now that they're open, holy fuck, man, you can't close them again. You can't. It's like we talked about with the Matrix. Yeah, just plug me back in, let me eat the fucking steak, even though I know it's fake.
Yeah.
You can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Ignorance is bliss, dude. Ignorance is bliss.
Once you, and I've said it before, Americans aren't the freest country on this planet. We just have the prettiest bars on the cage. But once you see those bars, you can't unsee them.
Yeah.
There's no going back. And the more you understand about what they do, the harder it is to watch things that go on. Like listen to fucking what's her face talk about Joe Biden doesn't need a cognitive test. No, he doesn't, because he's a fucking dementia patient. He needs to be in a mental home right now. I mean, sucking on his Jello or his ice cream cone, and nowhere near supposedly running the freest country in the world.
Yeah, I don't know why they put fluoride in the water, Barton.
Fluoride in water is another big one. I've seen some things about it. I haven't looked into it too much, but yeah, you can look at that. You can look at when fluoride comes around. You can look at rates of mental health issues in the United States. You can look at testosterone. And it's pretty goddamn convincing. Yeah. You're right, Corey. Yeah. Keeps us docile. And that's
One of these days I might go ahead and get me a well dug on my property.
It's
water.
It would
I'm more like county water.
But anyway, guys, I am gonna get out of here. So you guys share, if you got a channel, share the links. Hopefully everybody will subscribe to everybody. We can keep the shit rolling. Like I said, it's just a mosh pit of channels. But I am going to go crash. I got to get up in just a little while. And I will end it pretty much like I always do. You perps be cool. I'll show you this one. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I mean, at all times. Those little gun-free zone signs don't stop criminals. Why should they stop you?
That's right.
Yeah. And we are much love, all you guys. You guys take them easy, and we're going to end it. And we'll catch you.
Take your love ones you love them.
Yep. Trade.
Keep them
brother. We'll catch you after a while.
Have a good one.
Later, brother.
I guess I need to go out too, huh? Everybody subscribe to everybody. Y'all have fun. I guess I'll leave now. He didn't end it. He just went out. All right. Later, peeps.